2190, a small internet celebrity. 2. She personally brought Xia Ruofei around the house, telling him what the design for this place was and what the purpose of that place was. When it came to happy things, she was like a child. Xia Ruofei had a smile on his face as he followed Feng Jing around. After they were done, the two of them left Feng Jing's townhouse. Xia Ruofei stood at the door and said, "Sister Che, come to my house for a visit." "It's so late, I don't think it's convenient," Feng Rao said after some hesitation. "I think I'll go back to the company." Feng Jing didn't plan on going back to the farm that day. Her office was a large suite with a comfortable bedroom and all the necessary living facilities. It was more convenient to work at the company. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "What's so inconvenient about that? Why don't you just stay at my place today?" "Ah?" Feng Rao couldn't help but call out, her heart beating wildly. Xia Ruofei chuckled, "Sister Ran, don't get the wrong idea. I have a lot of rooms at my place, so why don't you just stay the night at my place? I'm going to the company tomorrow anyway, so let's just go in the same car, then." Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked with a smile, "Sister Ran, are you afraid?" Feng Jing was actually very moved by Xia Ruofei's suggestion. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she pretended to be unconvinced and snorted, "Who's afraid? I'll go." After saying this, Feng Rao felt a little regretful. She knew that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue loved each other very much, and Ling Qingxue also lived in this community, which was not far from Xia Ruofei's house. If Ling Qingxue saw them, there might be a misunderstanding. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Feng Rao to return and said, with a smile, "Then let's go. I happen to have some good tea at my place. Let's make a pot of tea and chat. You can also tell me about the company's recent situation." Feng Jing comforted herself in her heart, "I'm just reporting to Ruofei about work at the company. I didn't mean to stay at his place." Xia Ruofei brought Feng Jing back to his villa. He turned on the light in the living room and smiled. "Sister Che, there are new slippers in the shoe cabinet. You can wear whatever you want." After that, he put on his shoes and went into the house. He found a box of tea leaves in the small refrigerator next to the root carved coffee table in the living room and began to boil water to make tea. Feng Rao walked over. After changing her shoes, she sat down opposite Xia Ruofei and smiled. "Ruofei, this is what you call a villa? My place is like a tube-shaped apartment when compared to yours, Sister Che," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "As long as you continue to work in our company, I promise you that you'll be able to afford a villa like this in less than 3 years. I believe this," Feng Rao said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while, and soon the water in the pot was boiling. Xia Ruofei used a wooden spoon to scoop some tea leaves into the purple clay pot and then quickly began to make tea. "Have a taste of this Da Hong Pao." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is much better than the tea that our company sells in bulk. So the chairman has all the good stuff hidden away." Feng Rao teased, "You can take it with you when you leave tomorrow." Xia Ruofei said forthrightly, "You can ask me for more after you're done with this box. You're my most capable subordinate. If I can't even supply a little tea, how can I? Don tea, don tea, don tea. A gentleman doesn't take away what others like." Feng Rao chuckled. "Besides, I don't have the habit of drinking tea. If you really want to give it to me, you might as well give me a few boxes of jaded skin cream." Feng Jing was not referring to the company's mass sales of the jaded skin cream. She wanted the handmade jaded skin cream made by Xia Ruofei. Feng Jing had experienced the effects of the jaded skin cream. Although the effects of the jaded skin cream produced by the company were quite amazing, nothing was better than comparison. The jaded skin cream sold in the market and the jaded skin cream made by Xia Ruofei were on completely different levels. No problem. I'll personally make some for you when I have the time. Xia Ruofei agreed, without a second thought. The chairman is so generous. Feng Rao complimented Xia Ruofei happily. The two of them chatted about the company while drinking tea. In the 10 days that Xia Ruofei had been out at sea, the company had been progressing steadily under Feng Jing's leadership. The pharmaceutical factory and farm expansion project in Chongping County were also progressing quite quickly. The sales of the jade skin cream and heart nourishing soup were as hot as ever. By the way, Sister Ran, how's the goose? I asked the farm to try. Xia Ruofei asked. Feng Rao had specifically asked about the situation with the Strasbourg geese on the farm because she knew that Xia Ruofei had personally assigned this task and he must have been very concerned about it. Hence, Feng Rao immediately smiled and said, Ruofei, how are the 6 Strasbourg geese? It's taken care of very well every day, and it's growing very healthily. Feng Jing couldn't help but add, you don't know, do you? These geese are now internet celebrities. Ah? A little internet celebrity? Xia Ruofei was also confused. He couldn't help but ask, what's the situation? Wait. I'll look for it. Feng Jing took out her phone and started looking for it. Take a look for yourself later. I found it, Feng Rao said after a while. Then, she handed the phone to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took it and saw that it was the popular TikTok short video app. It opened a user interface and showed that this user had more than 10,000 fans. Only 10,000 fans. It's not that popular. Xia Ruofei muttered. Only? You have to know that this account has only been online for a dozen days. Feng Jing said, it's already quite impressive to have over 10,000 fans in just 10 days. So you're saying it's quite powerful? Xia Ruofei glanced at the username as he spoke. He muttered to himself, this name, Little One, Little Six. Why does it feel a little dirty? Feng Rao's face turned red. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, what nonsense is this? This is the account of the new caretaker on the farm who is in charge of taking care of these 6 geese. Isn't his nickname Xiaoliuzi? As Feng Rao said this, she thought to herself, this little 6, of all the names he could have given himself, why did he have to give himself such a name? When this account becomes popular in the future, this ID will be a major flaw. Xia Ruofei was also a little embarrassed. He chuckled and scratched his head. Let's see what videos he posted. His finger gently swiped across the screen, and he saw that Xiaoliuzi had actually sent dozens of videos in the past 10 days, with an average of several videos a day. These videos were all about the Strasbourg geese. Xia Ruofei clicked on one and was attracted by the charmingly V geese. The environment of the goose pen was also very beautiful. The green goose house, the clear pond, the green grass. It was completely different from the impression that people had of the place that was filled with goose manure and mud. In addition, it was obvious that the Strasbourg geese had been taken care of quite well. Each of them was clean without a trace of stain, and their fur was smooth and shiny. It was hard not to like them when they swayed as They walked. Feng Rao looked at it and said with a smile, "This is the video that was released at the beginning. Because we don't have enough fans, it's relatively short. You can take a look at the videos that were released in the past few days." Hence, Xia Ruofei clicked on a few more videos and realized that Xiao Liuzi had his own ideas. The angle of the video was very particular, and the content was rich and diverse. Some of the videos showed him bathing and brushing the feathers of the little geese, some captured the various silly behaviors of the little geese, and some captured them eating. Xia Ruofei realized that each goose had their own designated food bowl. They would eat in their own food bowl in an orderly manner and never fight for the food. Beside them, the 6 Strasbourg geese were lined up in a neat row. They lowered their heads and ate with relish, which was inexplicably funny. "This little 6 is not bad." "That's a good idea," Xia Ruofei said. "Sister Ran, tell the farm to make him a regular employee in advance." "I think it's fine." Feng Rao smiled and said, "This young man is a talent." Xia Ruofei chatted with Feng Jing while watching Xiao Liuzi's video. Feng Jing came over to watch it as well. When they saw the funny scene, they were both overjoyed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa, followed by the sound of footsteps. 2191 An unexpected visitor. 1. Xiao Liuzi's short video usually had cheerful background music, so Feng Jing was very close to him and did not hear the footsteps behind her. However, Xia Ruofei's hearing was so good that he noticed it immediately. Only he and Ling Qingxue had the keys to the villa, so the only person who could have come in through the main door in the middle of the night was Ling Qingxue. As expected, before Xia Ruofei could stand up, Ling Qingxue opened the door and walked into the villa. She was holding a lunchbox in her hand. When Ling Qingxue saw that Feng Jing was also in Xia Ruofei's house, and their heads were almost touching, she was stunned. Xia Ruofei heard the sound of footsteps and reacted immediately. He stood up and greeted her awkwardly, "Qingxue's here." Only then did Feng Rao snap out of her daze. She turned around and saw Ling Qingxue standing by the button. She immediately stood up, and her face couldn't help but blush. Feng Jing could feel the complicated look in Ling Qingxue's eyes. She felt a sudden sense of panic, like a child who had been caught doing something wrong. Ling Qingxue's face didn't show any emotion, and she only said indifferently, "Sister Ran is here too. Ruofei, we made some dumplings tonight. My dad knows that you're back, so he asked me to send some over." Ling Qingxue then placed the dumplings on the cabinet at the entrance. She didn't even enter the house and said, "The dumplings are here. I'll go back first, don't misunderstand, Qingxue." Feng Rao quickly said, "I came over to check on the progress of the renovation after work and happened to see that the lights in the chairman's house were on, so I came over to take a look." "Didn't the chairman not return to the company for a while?" "That's why I'm reporting to him about my work." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Sister Che, I didn't misunderstand. You guys can continue. I'll go home first." Ling Qingxue had seen Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao looking at their phones together and laughing. This did not look like a report. However, Ling Qingxue didn't want to reveal everything. This wasn't something a smart woman would do. Therefore, although she felt a little bitter in her heart, she still chose to leave at the first moment. This way, she would not fall out with him, and at the same time, she would be able to express her feelings. Moreover, Ling Qingxue believed that even if Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao were in An ambiguous relationship, she had already seen through it. At least, there would not be any more drama between the two of them tonight because she left first. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Qingxue, why are you leaving so soon? Come in and sit for a while." Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not let Ling Qingxue go back just like that. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself even if he was covered in mouths. So as he spoke, he walked over and pulled Ling Qingshue's hand into the house without saying anything. Ling Qingshue's heart was in a mess, but she didn't want to go back just like that. If he really left, she would definitely not be able to sleep the entire night. Therefore, she said half-heartedly, "I haven't changed my shoes yet." "Then change your shoes." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is your personal pair of slippers." Ling Qingxue remained silent. After changing her shoes, she bent down and carefully put her own shoes into the shoe cabinet. Then, she followed Xia Ruofei into the living room without a word. Feng Jing felt extremely embarrassed and regretful. If she hadn't agreed to stay over, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Feng Jing couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. "I knew that. Qingxue lived not far away, but I still came with Ruofei. Why am I so stupid? How could he explain it clearly now?" Xia Ruofei was very open. He felt that he had not done anything wrong and there was no need to look guilty. He held Ling Qingshue's hand and brought her to the living room to sit on the sofa. He then said with a smile, "Qingxue, Sister Ran was just talking to me about a new project on our farm. Didn't I set up a small goose farm on the farm before I went out to sea? There were 6 Strasbourg geese raised there, which was also for the test and technical reserve for the next step of large-scale breeding. Well, Xiaoliuzi, who was in charge of the breeding farm, had posted a lot of videos on TikTok, and now those 6 Strasbourg geese had become internet celebrities. We were just watching the video. There. The screen hasn't been turned off yet." Ling Qingshue's gaze followed the direction of Xia Ruofei's finger. As expected, she saw Feng Rao's phone on the coffee table. It was still playing the video that Xiaoliuzi had posted. If the video on TikTok ended, it would go back to the beginning and play on loop. In this state, as long as the screen was not turned off manually, the phone would not automatically turn off. Ling Qingxue watched the video and knew that Xia Ruofei was not lying. She was already 70 to 80% convinced. Even though it was already so late and Feng Jing was still at Xia Ruofei's house, which made Ling Qingxue feel a little uncomfortable. At least the scene that she had just seen was not an ambiguous one between the two of them. When she thought about it this way, she instantly felt much better. "I didn't say anything," Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Why are you explaining so much?" "It's like I'm very petty," Xia Ruofei quickly replied. "How can I? Our Qingxue is the most magnanimous, isn't she? Sister Che." Feng Rao also nodded awkwardly and said, "That's for sure. Is she your overbearing president? How can I not be generous?" 2192 An unexpected visitor. 2. Ling Qingxue felt even more embarrassed after being teased by Feng Rao. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "You're so glib." Feng Rao felt like she was sitting on pins and needles when she saw Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue flirting with each other. She stood up and said, "Ruofei, Qingxue, I'm almost done with my report. You guys can continue chatting. I'm going back." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Sister Ran, it's already so late. Don't leave. I have a lot of rooms here, so you can stay here for the night." I'm going to the company tomorrow anyway, so let's go together. In fact, this was a consensus that the two of them had reached before. However, in front of Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei naturally could not say it out loud. This could be considered a white lie. After all, Xia Ruofei did not have any ill intentions when it came to Feng Jing's accommodation. Of course, he couldn't just let Feng Jing leave like that. Firstly, it was already late at night, and it was definitely not safe for a girl to leave by herself. Besides, he was the one who invited Feng Jing to stay the night. Now that Ling Qingxue had suddenly appeared and allowed Feng Jing to leave, Feng Jing would definitely feel aggrieved. What was this? To come and go as he was called? No, no. Feng Jing replied, it's not too late yet. It's not too far away if I call a taxi back to the company. When Ling Qingxue heard that Xia Ruofei wanted Feng Jing to stay the night, she could not help but glance at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile, feeling a little sour in her heart. However, looking at it from another perspective, if Xia Ruofei allowed Feng Jing to stay in the room in front of her, didn't it mean that Xia Ruofei was innocent and honest? Ling Qingxue felt much better when she thought about it. She looked at Feng Rao with a smile and said, Sister Ran, why are you being so formal? Ruofei and I are not outsiders. How can we be at ease if you go out alone at this hour? I think you should just stay here for the night. We haven't had a good chat yet. Let's stay together tonight. This move of Ling Qingxue's was very clever. It not only showed her magnanimous side, but also showed her status as the mistress of the house. Furthermore, if she stayed behind to sleep with Feng Rao, she would be able to eliminate any potential danger. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xia Ruofei was still in a daze as he looked at Ling Qingxue. Why else would they say that women were natural, born experts in palace fighting? Ling Qingxue's almost thoughtless reaction made Xia Ruofei gasp in amazement. Of course, Ling Qingxue could not hide her thoughts from Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao. Feng Rao smiled bitterly in her heart. This way, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Otherwise, she would be too unreasonable. Although it would be very awkward for her to stay, she had no choice but to nod and say, all right. Then I'll have to trouble you. Why would I? Ling Qingxue said happily. We can't be happier. Right, Ruofei? Xia Ruofei squeezed out a smile and said, Yes, 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 Sister Ran, Ling Qingxue said. Sit down. For a while. I'll call my dad and let him know. Ling Qingxue picked up her phone and went upstairs. After Ling Qingxue went upstairs, Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao looked at each other. Feng Rao said to Xia Ruofei silently. Xia Ruofei could guess what Feng Rao was saying just by reading her mouth. Luo, it's all your fault. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Sister Che, take a seat. I'll heat up the dumplings. Let's eat some later. With that, he walked to the cabinet at the entrance and picked up the lunchbox that Ling Qingxue had brought. He then fled into the kitchen. Feng Rao didn't know whether to sit or stand and felt uncomfortable. Ling Qingxue finished her call very quickly. She told Ling Xiaotian that Xia Ruofei had a female friend who was visiting and wanted to chat with her for a while. She was afraid that she would wake Ling Xiaotian up if she returned too late, so she was staying the night. Ling Xiaotian agreed to Qianqian's request without hesitation. He did not care if it was Ling Qingxue's excuse. Anyway, he was well aware of the progress between Xia Ruofei And Ling Qingxue. What era was it now? Naturally, Ling Xiaotian would not be so old-fashioned. Moreover, he was extremely satisfied with Xia Ruofei as his future son-in-law. How could he possibly set up obstacles in this kind of thing? After all, Ling Xiaotian was once young. He knew the young man's mind very well. Ling Qingxue went downstairs and asked with a smile, "Eh? Sister Che, where did that guy go?" Ruofei said to heat up the dumplings, Feng Rao said unnaturally. "All right." Ling Qingxue said enthusiastically, "Sister Ran, try it later." "My dad made this himself, he's really good at it." Sure, Feng Jing felt like she was a toy at the mercy of others. She just had to agree to whatever Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue said. President Ling's cooking skills are definitely beyond doubt. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already heated up the dumplings in the microwave very quickly. However, he waited until he heard Ling Qingxue coming downstairs before he brought the dumplings out. "Time to eat dumplings." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Ran, Qingxue, come and eat with us." Ling Qingxue had brought a lot of dumplings. Xia Ruofei filled up 2 big plates, along with the utensils and vinegar. He had to make 3 trips to bring them all out. Ling Qingxue and Feng Rao went to the dining room. Although the 3 of them were not very hungry, they each ate a few dumplings, and Xia Ruofei put the rest in the refrigerator. After finishing the dumplings, Feng Rao took the initiative to go to the kitchen with Ling Qingxue to wash the dishes. Xia Ruofei also wiped away his cold sweat and sat on the sofa to rest with a bitter smile. The 2 women quickly tidied up and walked out of the kitchen. "Qingxue, I think I'll sleep alone tonight," Feng Rao said. "You can go with Ruofei." Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "Sister Ran, what are you saying? How can I sleep with him? We're not even married." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue in amusement and said, "Qingxue, I guess Sister Ran is not used to sleeping with others. Don't join in the fun, there are a lot of rooms here, I'll just get you another one." "Oh. All right," Ling Qingxue said, her face slightly red. Xia Ruofei's words seemed to be trying to hide something, but of course, Feng Rao was not stupid enough to expose him. She just smiled and asked, "Ruofei, which room should I sleep in tonight?" "I want to go to bed early," Xia Ruofei quickly replied. "Oh. Okay. Okay. Sister Che, you can sleep in the guest room on the first floor. Qingxue, bring Sister Ran to her room and help her with the bed. There's a whole set of bed sheets in the cabinet, and they're all brand new." Ling Qingxue immediately replied, "Sure. Just leave it to me. Sister Jing, come with me." She turned to Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei also smiled at Feng Rao and said, "Good night, Sister Che." The disappointment in Feng Rao's eyes disappeared in an instant. Then, she smiled and said, "Good night." Ling Qingxue brought Feng Rao to the guest room, while Xia Ruofei quickly grabbed the cleaning tools and went to the second floor. Today, he had only cleaned the first floor. Now, he needed to clean the master bedroom upstairs as well. As for the other rooms, he didn't need to care about them for the time being since no one lived there anyway. Xia Ruofei had just finished cleaning all the furniture in the room and was about to mop the floor when Ling Qingxue came into the room. She leaned against the door frame, the corner of her mouth slightly curved into a charming arc, and said, "President Xia, you're so diligent. Don't tell me you're feeling a little guilty?" Xia Ruofei mopped the floor and said without looking Up, what's there to be guilty about? Am I doing this in a righteous manner? You're the one who's thinking the wrong way. Lift your leg. Don't interfere with my work. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, who was dragging the second floor, and laughed. I was just joking with you. Even if I don't believe you, do you think I won't believe Sister Che? 2193 Cultivation Advancement 1. What are you saying? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You still don't believe me. I believe you. I believe in you. That's enough, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Xia Ruofei leaned the mop against the wall and said, Wife, I'm done mopping the floor. Do you want to sleep in the guest room? I'm going to clean up the place. Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said in an unfriendly tone, What do you think? Could it be that someone wanted to steal my body from another room after I fell asleep? Ling Qingxue could stay in the same room as Feng Yi or Xia Ruofei, because she could at least keep an eye on one of them. However, she was definitely not going to sleep in the guest room alone. Otherwise, what was the point of staying at Xia Ruofei's house? Xia Ruofei chuckled, You're the one who took the initiative to stay in the same room as me. I didn't force you, right? Ling Qingxue finally understood Xia Ruofei's intentions. She could not help but say in embarrassment and anger, Why are you so bad? Xia Ruofei laughed and put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder. I was just joking. Wife, who told you to joke with me first? Humph. You only know how to bully me. Ling Qingxue twisted her body, trying to break free. However, Xia Ruofei's grip was very tight, and Ling Qingxue did not really use much strength. So, not only did she not manage to break free, but she was also pulled into Xia Ruofei's arms. Ling Qingxue clattered and hit Xia Ruofei's chest with her pink fist. She said, You're so bad. You're so bad. Xia Ruofei stretched out his leg to hook the door of the room and closed it. Then, he carried Ling Qingxue by the waist and strode towards the soft bed. This bed was chosen by Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei together. It was 3 meters wide and had a size-made latex mattress on top. It was soft and had a hint of elasticity. The two of them had dated in this villa a few times, and this big bed was definitely the main battlefield. Now that the flames of war had risen again on this main battlefield, waves of heart-shaking murmurs accompanied by the creaking of the bed were like a symphony that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. The bedroom was suddenly filled with endless spring light. After a long time, the two of them finally stopped and snuggled up against each other to rest. Ling Qingxue's face was still flushed as she said, Why are you so lecherous? If Sister Ran, who is downstairs, hears this, how can I still be human? It's so embarrassing, Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, the soundproofing of this house is pretty good. How could it be heard so easily? Unless you're stupid enough to arrange a room for her just below our bedroom. Ling Qingxue tilted her head and tried to recall. Then, she let out a scream and her face, which was already flushed, became even redder. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei caressed Ling Qingxue's smooth skin and asked with concern. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei in embarrassment and stammered, I think I've really lost my mind. What should I do? Xia Ruofei sat up immediately. He stared at Ling Qingxue and asked, Wife, you're not joking? There are a few guest rooms downstairs. Are you sure you're really going to stay in the room just below our bedroom? Ling Qingxue nodded silently. Xia Ruofei rubbed his forehead and was speechless. After a while, he said with uncertainty, Qingxue, we didn't make much noise just now, did we? I think so. Ling Qingxue also had an awkward expression on her face. The two of them looked at each other and covered their faces with the blanket at the same time. Then, they couldn't help but laugh again. Xia Ruofei lifted the blanket and said, let's not care about that. It's already done anyway, there's no medicine for regret. Then, Xia Ruofei reached out and touched Ling Qingshue's shoulder. Wife, why don't we have another fight? Let's keep it a low profile. This time, Ling Qingxue was so scared that she quickly wrapped herself tightly with the blanket and said, absolutely not. Ruofei, stop joking. Sister Ran is just downstairs. Don't play any more tricks tonight. Otherwise, I'm really going to sleep in the next room. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I was just saying. Oh right, wife. I still have something good to give you. Ling Qingxue peeked her head out from under the covers, her hand still gripping the corners of the blanket tightly. What is it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, just wait. I'll go get it. He naturally thought of the 2 types of fruits he had collected on Green Travel Immortal Island. He had originally planned to give a few to Ling Qingxue, but in the afternoon, he thought that Ling Qingxue wouldn't be coming over tonight. So he had temporarily placed them in his spatial ring. Xia Ruofei got off the bed and opened the drawer. With his back facing Ling Qingxue. After blocking her view, he took out a dark red fruit and a dark purple fruit from the medium. He held the fruit in his hand and walked back with a smile. Here. Xia Ruofei handed the fruit over. What is this? How come I've never seen this fruit before? Ling Qingxue asked. Don't ask so much, you'll know after you eat it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's eat the red one first. Oh. Ling Qingxue pouted. She obediently picked up the red fruit and took a bite. She immediately felt her mouth full. 2194, Cultivation Base Advancement, 2, it's quite delicious. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei watched as Ling Qingxue quickly swallowed the fruit. He smiled and asked, Qingxue, how do you feel? Ling Qingxue took a tissue from the tissue box on the bedside table and wiped her mouth, then said, I don't feel anything. I just feel that the taste is not. Eh? What was going on? It's like in the dantian. As Ling Qingxue spoke, she turned over and sat up. She didn't care that she was naked. She sat cross-legged on the bed and started to practice the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Once Ling Qingxue entered a state of cultivation, her expression would become extremely focused, giving off a pure and holy feeling. However, she had no clothes on her at the moment and she was sitting cross-legged in an extremely alluring position. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he saw her, and he almost lost control of himself. He quickly looked away and used his spiritual power to observe Ling Qingxue's condition. Ling Qingxue cultivated for about an hour and a half before she let out a long breath and stood up. Only then did she realize that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She couldn't help but scream and quickly burrowed into the blanket like a frightened deer. Then, she asked in a coy tone, Are you au fait? Why didn't you remind me? It's so embarrassing. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Wife, I'm not stupid. Where would I usually see such a sexy scene? Why should I remind you? Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei with a red face and said, You're full of bad ideas. She had wanted to ignore Xia Ruofei and ignore him for the time being, but she could not hold back her curiosity. After a minute, she could not help but ask, "Are you au fait? What kind of fruit did you give me? In just 1 hour, my cultivation has increased by a huge amount. This effect is too amazing." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Of course, I gave you something good. But I don't know what this fruit is called. Wife, since you've finished absorbing it, you can eat the other fruit too." "I know," Ling Qingxue nodded and asked, "What special effects does this fruit have?" "You guess." Xia Ruofei blinked and asked with a smile. "Guess your head," Ling Qingxue said unhappily. Then, she took a big bite of the fruit, as if she was mistaking it for Xia Ruofei. She also finished the fruit in a few bites and was ready for battle. Unexpectedly, the fiery feeling in her dantian did not appear. Instead, she felt a cool sensation in her head, as if a clear stream was nourishing her soul, making her so comfortable that she almost moaned out. After about half an hour, the cool and moist feeling gradually disappeared. Ling Qingxue sensed for a moment and cried out in surprise, "Are you au fait? This fruit can actually nourish the soul. It's simply too miraculous. My spiritual power has suddenly increased by a small realm." "You've reached the spirit throbbing stage?" Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. Ling Qingxue nodded her head and said, "This is a real surprise. Ruofei. The effect of this fruit is really amazing." Xia Ruofei's feelings were a little complicated. Ling Qingxue's cultivation had improved, and her spiritual power had reached the spirit throb stage. He was naturally happy for her. But at the same time, as Ling Qingxue's cultivation level increased, the day they could cultivate their spirit bodies together was getting closer and closer. This also meant that the day he could tell Ling Qingxue about Song Wei's matter was getting closer and closer. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with anxiety. He had no confidence at all. At the same time, he was afraid that the moment he laid his cards on the table, he would lose Ling Qingxue completely. He was in a very conflicted mood. Seeing Ling Qingxue's excitement, Xia Ruofei shook his head to get rid of all the distracting thoughts. Then, he said, "Qingxue, I still have a few of these fruits with me, but I guess the effect is the best the first time you eat it. It will be weakened a lot after you eat it. Then don't waste it," Ling Qingxue immediately said. "What are you saying? How can it be a waste if it's for my wife?" Xia Ruofei said, "What I mean is that you should eat one fruit each from tomorrow onwards. After eating for 5 days, I think there won't be any effect." This kind of fruit didn't have any obvious effect when it was consumed by people with high cultivation. Similarly, if the same person consumed it many times, the effect would only be most obvious the first time. "Ah? That extravagant?" Ling Qingxue was a little hesitant. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's nothing. However, I have to use special means to keep this fruit, or it will spoil easily. That's why you have to come to me every day to take it." Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "I know." Then, Ling Qingxue crawled out from under the blanket and said as she put on her clothes, "Ruofei, I'm not sleepy anymore after being stimulated by this fruit. Why don't we cultivate for a while?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Sure. I'll go get the formation flags." With that, he put on his pajamas and jumped off the bed. He walked out of the door and stayed in the next room for a while. Then he took out the array flag from the space and went back to the bedroom with it. He locked the door of the room. Xia Ruofei skillfully set up the time formation on the carpet in the bedroom. Then, he walked into the formation with Ling Qingxue hand in hand. The two of them sat down cross-legged and Ling Qingxue was about to enter a state of cultivation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, we don't need to use crystals." "Today, you don't need crystals?" Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is very chaotic. Moreover, the amount is quite small, and it can't support our cultivation at all. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Not using spiritual crystals doesn't mean that there are no other aids. Just wait and see." With that, Xia Ruofei put his hand into his pocket. When he took it out again, there was a piece of crystal in his hand. "We'll use it today," he said with a smile. "What's this?" Ling Qingxue looked curiously at the origin crystal in Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "Such pure energy." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course it's good stuff. Wife, come. Don't waste time, oh." Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and quickly extended her palms. Xia Ruofei pressed his palm against Ling Qingxue's, and the origin crystal was held between their palms. The two of them tacitly circulated the absolute beginning Heart Sutra mental cultivation method, and instantly, an extremely pure energy was emitted from the origin crystal, following the two's meridians and reaching their dantian. Ling Qingxue's cultivation level was slowly increasing as she completed the qi circulation. More and more spiritual qi was being converted into true qi in her dantian. Using origin crystals to cultivate was much more efficient than using spiritual crystals. Even Xia Ruofei, who was at level 8 of the refinement stage, felt that he had benefited a lot. He had accompanied Ling Qingxue in the array for 3 to 4 days, and he could actually faintly feel the existence of refined qi level 9. That bottleneck was already in sight, and it could be said that the breakthrough was just around the corner. Ling Qingxue's cultivation had also increased by a large margin. The Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra was originally a cultivation technique that was very suitable for two people to practice together. If it was cultivated alone, it would not even be as good as an ordinary cultivation technique. However, once two people practiced it together, it was simply a super cultivation technique. Especially the spirit body combined cultivation, it could really be said to be the creativity of a genius. Xia Ruofei was full of admiration for the creator of the scripture of the primogenitor. It was no wonder that this cultivation technique was recorded in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. In the spirit map world, when Xia Ruofei was not by her side, Ling Qingxue could only cultivate alone, so her efficiency had always been low. Every time Xia Ruofei trained with her, her cultivation would improve by a step. She felt like a child from a poor family celebrating the new year. Ling Qingxue could already feel the bottleneck of refined qi level 3. As long as she practiced with Xia Ruofei for a few more days, she would be able to break through. Xia Ruofei kept the time array flag and put it in the drawer of the bedside table. He smiled and said, "Qingxue, it's already past 3 o'clock. Let's take this time to sleep. I still have to work tomorrow." 2195 Setting sail. 1. Okay, Ling Qingxue nodded her head obediently and got into bed. Xia Ruofei climbed onto the bed and hugged Ling Qingxue's body from behind. Very quickly, he heard Ling Qingxue's breathing slowly become even. She had clearly fallen asleep. Xia Ruofei's eyes were wide open, and he did not fall asleep for a long time. Ling Qingshua's progress was much faster than he had expected. Once Ling Qingxue broke through to refined Qi level 3. In addition to her spiritual power reaching the early stage of spiritual palpitations, she would be at the same level as Song Wei when he was cultivating with her spiritual body. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm. His control of his spiritual power was much better than when he was cultivating with Song Wei. In other words, once Ling Qingxue broke through to refined Qi level 3, she could basically start trying to practice spirit-body fusion. Xia Ruofei didn't expect the showdown to happen so quickly. Of course, even after the spirit and body combined cultivation, Xia Ruofei could not have told Ling Qingxue about Song Wei. However, dragging it out was not a solution. It would go against his original intention and it would be unfair to Song Wei. At that moment, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel worried. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time before he managed to fall asleep. At 6 in the morning, Xia Ruofei felt Ling Qingxue move beside him. She gently lifted the blanket and prepared to get out of bed. He woke up in an instant. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not sleep much for the past 2 to 3 hours. At most, he was in a half-awake state. Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue probably wanted to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. After all, Feng Jing lived on the first floor. He guessed that Ling Qingxue had her own plans and did not want Xia Ruofei to go down alone to prepare breakfast, so he decided to wake up earlier. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart. He had wanted to pretend to be asleep, but on second thought, he realized that he couldn't. He was very clear about Ling Qingshue's cooking skills. For the sake of his stomach, he couldn't be lazy. Hence, Xia Ruofei lay down for a while. When Ling Qingxue came out of the bathroom after washing up and stood by the bed to change her clothes, he pretended to have just woken up and rubbed his eyes to look at Ling Qingxue. Why are you up so early? Xia Ruofei purposely asked with a hint of sleepiness. Yeah. I woke you up. Ling Qingxue said, it's nothing. You should sleep a little longer. I'll go downstairs to make breakfast. Xia Ruofei immediately got up from the bed and said, Wife, how can I let you do this kind of rough work? I'll do it. After he finished speaking, he ignored Ling Qingshue's advice and quickly got dressed. Then, he walked to the bathroom. As he said, wait for me. You don't have to worry about the breakfast, I'll take care of it. Xia Ruofei washed up and went downstairs with Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue took the initiative to go downstairs to cook because she had her own thoughts. Now that Xia Ruofei went downstairs by himself and she was watching from the side, she was naturally happy to be free since Xia Ruofei was willing to make breakfast. She watched as Xia Ruofei busied himself in the kitchen. Since she could not help, she went to the living room and cuddled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. After a while, Feng Rao also woke up. It was obvious that she had not had a good rest. Her face still looked tired, and even her eye bags were showing. When Ling Qingxue saw Feng Rao, she immediately put away her phone and stood up. She smiled and said, Sister Che, you're up. Yup. You guys are up early. Feng Rao smiled. Ling Qingxue looked at Feng Rao and asked with concern, Sister Che, you don't look very good. Did you not rest well last night? Feng Rao's face reddened as she thought about the faint sounds coming from upstairs last night. She said unnaturally, Yup. I didn't sleep well, why? Ling Qingxue asked, concerned. Are you not used to a strange place? Feng Jing thought to herself, don't you guys know why? However, she couldn't reveal this matter. She could only go along with Ling Qingshua's words and said, maybe. I don't really like my bed. It's okay, I'll just sleep early tonight and get some sleep. Poor sleep will have a huge impact on the skin. Ling Qingxue said, by the way, I still have some jade skin cream here. Come upstairs with me and use it. The jade skin cream is very effective in eliminating eye bags. It's simply immediate. Feng Jing knew the effects of the jaded skin cream. She had planned to use it when she returned to the company, so she subconsciously declined, no need, no need. I also have some over there, why are you being so polite? With me? Ling Qingxue dragged Feng Rao upstairs without a second thought. You need to get your skin treated immediately. Let's go. Let's go. Xia Ruofei came out with a few side dishes and said with a smile, time for breakfast. Eh? Qingxue. Why are you pulling Sister Ran upstairs? Don't blindly inquire about women's affairs. Ling Qingxue said, you eat first. You don't need to wait for us. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and put down the plates. He shook his head and went to the kitchen to get the porridge. The breakfast that Xia Ruofei prepared was simple. It was plain porridge and side dishes. There were also a few fried eggs with lotus. It was not very sumptuous, but it looked very exquisite. After a while, Feng Rao and Ling Qingxue came down side by side. Feng Rao's complexion looked much better, and it seemed like the effects of the jaded skin ointment were quite good. However, the jaded skin cream could only improve her skin, but it could not hide the disappointment between her brows. 2196 Setting sail, too, of course, Feng Rao didn't show it. Instead, she held Ling Qingshue's hand and looked very intimate. Xia Ruofei could not understand the things between women. Ling Qingxue was obviously wary of Feng Rao. Last night, she even stayed over for the first time. Now, the two of them were as close as sisters. Xia Ruofei shook his head and called the two over for breakfast. After the meal, Xia Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue back to the company before driving to the Taoyuan building. On the way, Feng Jing remained silent, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Seeing that the Paradise building was not far away, Feng Jing suddenly asked, are you au fait, Qingxue? Could there be some misunderstanding? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's fine. Sister Ran, don't think too much. Even if there's a misunderstanding, I've already explained it clearly last night. Feng Rao couldn't help but think of the voice from upstairs. Last night. She nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Xia Ruofei parked the car in the underground parking lot. And the two of them took the elevator to the top floor. At the elevator, Xia Ruofei said to Feng Jing, Sister Jing, please inform the senior management at home that we'll meet up in an hour. I'm listening to everyone's work reports during this period. The reason why he set aside an hour was that he considered that Shui Jinshan and the others were most likely at the construction site in Chongping County, so he had to set aside time for the meeting. All right. Feng Jing nodded. After returning to the company, Feng Jing became a strong career woman. Again, arranging her work meticulously. An hour later, in the large conference room on the top floor, all the company's senior executives had arrived. Even Chow Tai-shu, who was in charge of the farm, had rushed over. In fact, Feng Jing had already briefly reported the main work to him yesterday, so Xia Ruofei had an idea of what to Do. After listening to everyone's report, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, everyone has worked hard during this period of time, and your work has been fruitful. I'm often not in the company, but I'm very relieved to have a group of capable subordinates like you. I may have to go to Beijing again in a while, so I hope everyone doesn't slack off at work. It's going to be the new year soon, so I hope we can finish our work this year. Alright, let's split up. By the way, old Chow, please stay. The high-ranking official stood up and left the meeting room, leaving Chow Taishu behind. Big brother Chow, how did you get here? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Factory manager Shui gave me a ride. Chow Taishu said with a simple and honest smile on his face. Didn't you leave a car at the farm? As the person in charge of the farm, you should just send the cars. You don't have to save on gas. Xia Ruofei said. Factory manager Shui must have gone back first. I'll arrange a car to send you back later. Thank you, Chairman. Chow Taishu said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Big brother Chow, I asked you to stay because I want to tell you about the goose farm. You've done well in this matter. That Xiaoliuzi is a talent. Chairman, Xiaoliuzi is cultured. He likes to think about things. I can't compare to him, Chow Taishu said with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. No matter how capable he is, he's still a young man who just graduated from school. He can't be compared to you. Xia Ruofei continued, but he's been doing a great job recently. I've decided to promote him to a full-time employee in advance. Go back and inform him to come to the headquarters to handle the employment procedures. I have already spoken to President Feng about this. She will only report to the Human Resources Department. Hearing this, Chow Taishu was overjoyed and quickly said, Chairman, I thank you on behalf of Xiaoluzi. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, You're welcome. That kid is a talent. That's our company's culture. As long as you have the ability and make a contribution to the company, I will not be stingy with the rewards. Tell Xiaoluzi to run his TikTok account well. In addition, he has to continue to concentrate on raising the geese. I'm counting on him to take the lead when we start large-scale breeding next. Alright. I'll definitely tell him. Your exact words. Chow Taishu said. Xia Ruofei continued to chat with Chow Taishu about the farm. Although the farm's profits could not catch up to the factory's, it was the foundation of Xia Ruofei's fortune. He had always placed great importance on the farm business. After a few years of training, Chow Taishu had long since transformed from an illiterate uneducated man to a qualified farm manager. When he talked about the work that he was in charge of, he was also well versed in it. After the two of them talked for a while, Xia Ruofei gave Lei Hu, who was in charge of the convoy, a call and asked him to send Chow Taishu back to the farm. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei showed up at the office on time, which was a rare occasion, and took care of the backlog of work. In addition, he also took some time to go to the farm and personally inspected the manufacturing factory and the goose farm. He also gave Xiaoluzi some encouragement. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend. Ling Qingxue had already informed Ling Xiaotian that she would be going out to sea with Xia Ruofei this weekend. They would be returning on Sunday after spending a night at sea. Ling Xiaotian could not wait for Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to be together. Xia Ruofei was often not at home, and Ling Qingxue was usually very busy with work. The two of them did not spend much time together. And Ling Xiaotian was worried that their relationship would slowly fade. Therefore, he was quite supportive of it. Early Saturday morning, Xia Ruofei drove a night 15 to pick up Ling Qingxue from the Ling family villa, then headed towards the yacht club. On the way, Xia Ruofei was a little nervous. He was full of anticipation for the upcoming trip to the sea, but at the same time, he was a little nervous. This was because he had already decided that once they were out at sea, he would definitely cultivate together with Ling Qingxue. If Ling Qingshue's cultivation level broke through to refined Qi level 3, then he would begin to try to cultivate both spirit and body. Naturally, Ling Qingxue did not know about Xia Ruofei's plans. She was extremely happy and chattered non-stop. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the yacht club. The manager, Qin Lan, who had been informed by Xia Ruofei the day before, was already waiting at the club. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she immediately greeted him with a smile. "Manager Qin, this is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue," Xia Ruofei introduced. With a warm smile on his face, Qin Lan said, "Hello, President Ling. I've long heard of your great name." It was Qin Lan's compulsory course to study the client's information. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's information was quite easy to collect. One could get a lot of relevant information by asking Baidu directly. The relationship between Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue was no longer a secret on the internet. Naturally, Qin Lan could recognize Ling Qingxue at first glance. Ling Qingxue also smiled and greeted Qin Lan. Xia Ruofei asked, "Manager Qin, is the maintenance of the yacht done? And the fuel is full, right?" "Don't worry. I personally made the arrangements after I received the notice yesterday." Qin Lan smiled and said, "Your paradise is now full of health. You can set sail at any time." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei said, "Send the bill to my email. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible." "Thank you, Mr. Xia," Qin Lan said. Qin Lan personally sent Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to the exclusive berth of the Peach Source. After watching them board the ship and leave the port, she returned in her scooter. On the Paradise, Ling Qingxue could not contain her excitement. She stood in the cockpit and kept talking to Xia Ruofei. "Ruofei, this yacht is so beautiful." Even though Ling Qingxue had already experienced the yacht on the day of the trial flight, she still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xia Ruofei laughed as he steered the yacht. "You don't think I'm a prodigal now, do you? This 70 million is well worth it." After the yacht left the busy waters near the dock, it drove at full speed towards the open sea. It gradually left the land behind and came to the vast sea. 2197, Chapter 1214, Willing to Bet, Willing to Lose. 1. The two of them did not have a specific destination. Xia Ruofei simply set a location on the navigation system and turned on the autopilot system. He brought Ling Qingxue to the deck of the flying bridge. The view was the widest here, and there was also a control panel on the bridge. If anything happened, they could switch to manual control at any time. It was still a little cold in winter, especially when the yacht was traveling at high speed. The wind on the flying bridge was also very strong, but the two of them were cultivators, so this cold did not affect them at all. They really enjoyed the feeling of being able to sail freely on the sea. They were far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the vast sea was all they could see. It was as if they were the only two people in the world. This was a real world for the two of them. Ling Qingxue was also very excited. She held on to the railing of the deck and shouted at the sea, "Ah! I want freedom." Xia Ruofei also laughed and shouted along. After a long while, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Xia Ruofei put his arm around Ling Qingshua's waist and said with a smile, "Wife, let's go out to sea. When we have time in the future. Relax." N. Ling Qingxue nodded her head. After sailing for about an hour, Xia Ruofei stopped the yacht. The weather was very good today. The cloudless sky was blue, and the warm sun shone down on them, making them feel very comfortable. Ling Qingxue lazily leaned against the sofa on the deck and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, when are you going to catch a blue lobster for me to see?" "Wife, you still remember this?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "I must remember." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "I'll send you to and from work every day for a month, and I'll get a Chinese perch every day. You'll have to win the bet." Xia Ruofei laughed. Ling Qingxue shrugged her shoulders and said, "I don't see any chance of you winning this bet. Student Ruofei, why don't you just admit defeat? How about losing half of the battle if you surrender? I know. You have to go to Beijing to record a program at the end of the month. It's a little too much for you to stay at the Three Mountains for a month, you even know that?" Xia Ruofei asked. In surprise. "Sister Che told me." Ling Qingxue lifted her chin proudly and said, "How is it? Please consider my suggestion." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No need to consider. My wife, since you can't wait to lose, I can only fulfill your wish. Let's go. Let's cast the net now." "Really?" Ling Qingxue immediately sat up from the sofa. "How can it be fake? I didn't prepare many ingredients this time, so I'll be eating seafood for the next 2 days." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll go get the fishing net." Ling Qingxue immediately got up without even putting on her shoes. The deck was warm from the sun anyway, and it was very comfortable to step on it with her bare feet. After Xia Ruofei took the fishing net, he brought Ling Qingxue to the bottom of the yacht, where the last of the intimate platform was. He smiled and said, "Just wait and see." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "I don't believe you're that lucky. I'm telling you, I've also specifically checked the information. The nearby sea area is not the production area of blue lobsters at all, and the lobster's range of activity is very deep in the sea. You were able to catch one with a net last time, and you already don't know what kind of luck you have. I don't believe that such luck can come a second time." Xia Ruofei didn't argue. He tidied up the net unhurriedly and then threw it out with great ease. In fact, he had already prepared the blue lobster. In the past few days, he had specifically asked Xia Qing to get seawater, and then used the time array flag to quickly cultivate the blue lobster. In fact, he had been out at sea for more than 10 days, and the young lobsters attached to the blue lobsters he had caught had all left their mothers' bodies and settled down at the bottom of the space sea. However, Xia Ruofei had absolute control over every blade of grass and every tree in the space. With him taking action personally, the 20 to 30 young prawns naturally had nowhere to hide. He scooped up all the young prawns and raised them in a breeding box with seawater. Then, he handed it to Xia Qing and asked her to take care of the young prawns and change the seawater for them regularly. In any case, one sheep was chased, and a herd of sheep was also chased. Xia Ruofei wanted to make use of the huge difference in time flow to mature all the young lobsters. This way, he could quickly breed the rare blue lobsters in the space ocean. The time array flags, in addition to the time acceleration effect of an Archean expert, could accelerate time to a maximum of 2,000 times. Even if Xia Qing frequently removed the array and changed the seawater, these few days were enough for the young prawns to grow up. Now, the young prawns had grown to the size of their mothers. Xia Ruofei had put them back into the sea space so that they could live and reproduce freely. Xia Ruofei only needed one blue lobster today. If he wanted to, he could take it from the space sea anytime. For the first net, Xia Ruofei did not immediately take out the blue lobster. He used his spiritual power to sense a small school of fish passing by and threw the net over decisively. This net was quite a good catch. Xia Ruofei threw some smaller fish and shrimp back into the sea, leaving only a few fish that weighed 2 to 3 caddies. 2198 Chapter 12:14, Willing to bet, willing to admit defeat. 2. Ling Qingxue chuckled and said, someone seems to have a bad start. Where's the blue lobster? Xia Ruofei was tidying up the net. He said without looking up, what's the hurry? If I can get a blue lobster with the first net, wouldn't I be a god? Even if I give you 100 or 1,000 chances, you still won't be able to catch any more blue lobsters. Oh, right, Ruofei, should we set a number of times? Ling Qingxue said rudely. You can't keep casting your net without any restrictions, right? Then if we can't fish it out, when will we get it? Xia Ruofei smiled, you can't wait to win? Then, my wife. What if I lose if I can't get anything? Ling Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, it's a bit of bullying if it's too little, huh? After all, this was too difficult. How about 50 times? However, you can only play the net 25 times today. The remaining half will come back tomorrow. We're out at sea to play, not to fish, Xia Ruofei replied. Readily, sure. 25 times it is. Don't wait until tomorrow, if I can't get it today, I'll lose. That's good enough. Right? Really? Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei in disbelief. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, can I go back on my word? Let's set the limit at 25 times, and we'll decide the winner and loser today. You said it. Ling Qingxue said, let's continue. There are still 24 more, what happened just now counts as well. Xia Ruofei widened his eyes and pretended to be calculative. Of course. Ling Qingxue said. Okay, Xia Ruofei said, I'll go easy on you. With that, he cast the net out again. This time, he was serious. He didn't cast the net far. At the moment he cast the net, he connected with space and instantly locked onto a blue lobster that was leisurely blowing bubbles at the bottom of the sea. He moved it to the outside world, making it appear directly in the sea, and right under the net. The unlucky blue lobster didn't even realize that it had changed its position before it was caught by the net. Ling Qingxue leaned back and placed her hands on the affinity platform. Her long legs were still shaking when Xia Ruofei took back the net. Ling Qingxue glanced at him and said with a smile, the harvest from this net seems to be very small. Xia Ruofei did not deliberately look for fish. This kind of random casting would not yield much. However, it was enough as long as the blue lobster was there. Ling Qingxue couldn't see clearly through the net, but when Xia Ruofei poured all the fish in the net onto the AGO, her eyes were immediately fixed on the pile of small fish and prawns. The big blue lobster was so conspicuous. It was more than 40 centimeters long and bright blue in color. Even an ordinary person could tell the difference between this lobster and an ordinary lobster at a glance. Xia Ruofei also pretended to be surprised and said, "Yeah. I think I've fished it out." Ling Qingxue was dumbfounded. After a while, she muttered, "This. How is this possible?" Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and poked the blue lobster. He teased, "Wife, seeing is believing. Look at my character. You gave me 25 chances, but I only used 2. Ling Qingshue's face was filled with disbelief. After she regained her senses, she pouted and said to Xia Ruofei, "You must have cheated, right? How can there be such a coincidence?" Xia Ruofei put on an innocent expression and spread his hands. "Wife, have some conscience when you speak. How could I cheat? You saw me throw the empty net in and then you saw me bring the lobster up, right?" "I don't care," Ling Qingxue said. "This was simply impossible. There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. Ruofei, tell me honestly, how did you cheat?" Xia Ruofei blinked his eyes and said gloomily, "Wife, even if you want to go back on your word, you should at least find a better reason. Forget it. I know you're competitive, so let's call off our bet. I'll just pretend that this never happened." Ling Qingxue blushed and said, "No. Why can't I afford to lose? What's the point of calling off the bet?" Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, "Then you can't just insist that I cheated. I've already fished up the blue lobster, you can't count it as my loss, right? Then you win. Is that okay?" Ling Qingxue said reluctantly. Xia Ruofei immediately beamed with joy and said, "Of course. Wife, I remember that our agreement was that if I win, you must agree to one of my requests, right?" Ling Qingxue replied, a little embarrassed, "Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead. Do you have any requests? I'm warning you. You're not allowed to make such a dirty request." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and asked, "What do you mean by a dirty request?" "Wife, don't tell me you think I'm going to, you're not allowed to say anything." Ling Qingshue's face was red as she interrupted Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Good, good, good. I promise it's a normal request. But I can't think of what I want to ask for at the moment, so I'll just owe you." Ling Qingxue finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei placed the blue lobster into a separate bucket and picked out the other fish and prawns. He threw the small ones back into the sea and placed the slightly bigger ones into another bucket. Xia Ruofei said, "It seems like the harvest is a little lacking. It's not even enough to make lunch, right? I'll cast a few more nets." Xia Ruofei cast the net 2 more times and got a bucket of fish and a precious blue lobster. Satisfied, he stood up and put the fishing net on his body. Then, he picked up a bucket in each hand and said with a smile, "Today's lunch and dinner are settled. My wife. Let's go. Come and prepare lunch with me. Let's have a taste of the blue lobster this afternoon. Didn't you eat it last time?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He then remembered that he had told Ling Qingxue that he had eaten the blue lobster. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After all, the existence of the spirit map space was his biggest secret. Even someone as close as Ling Qingxue couldn't tell him. "I thought you've never eaten it before?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm mainly here today to let you have a taste." Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded, "Sure. Then I'll go. Help you too." The yacht had a well-equipped kitchen, and the cooking of the seafood was very simple. Most of them were boiled in water or boiled in white. The simpler the cooking, the more delicious the taste could be preserved. Soon, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. The ingredients were all from today's fish, and the most important dish was naturally the steamed blue lobster. Xia Ruofei even made a trip to the cabin and took out some wine from the medium and placed it in the wine cabinet. Then, he took a bottle of expensive sweet wine and returned to the dining room on the deck. The two of them sat in the restaurant at the stern, facing the 360-degree ocean view and a sumptuous seafood feast. They chatted while tasting the excellent white wine and seafood, and the atmosphere was quite warm and harmonious. The blue lobster's meat was very fresh and tender. Perhaps it was because it had grown up in the medium, but its taste was excellent, and it even had a faint hint of a special sweetness. The two ate with relish. Although the blue lobster had caused Ling Qingxue to lose her bet, she still couldn't help but give it a thumbs up, praising the taste of the lobster. After lunch, the couple cleaned up the table together. Xia Ruofei said while washing the dishes, "Wife, we can't just play on this trip. While no one is disturbing us on the sea, let's cultivate together in the afternoon. This time, I'll try to let you break through to refined Qi level 3 in one go." 2199 An easy breakthrough Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she said, "Why don't we cultivate at night? I still want to sunbathe in the afternoon." This was the first time that Ling Qingxue had taken the initiative to ask to postpone the time of cultivation. Usually, if she heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to cultivate together, she would definitely be very happy and agree. Of course, this was mainly because of the picturesque view of the sea. Moreover, the weather was so good today. The sun was shining brightly, and it was rare for her to come out, so she wanted to enjoy it. As for the night, the sea was dark and nothing could be seen, so cultivating in the cabin was the most suitable. "I have more important things to do tonight," Xia Ruofei chuckled. From the day he bought the yacht, Xia Ruofei had been looking forward to a boat shake. It was not easy for him to go out to sea with Ling Qingxue. How could he bear to give up such a rare opportunity? Ling Qingxue was no longer a virgin and understood Xia Ruofei's words in seconds. Her face heated up and she glared at Xia Ruofei. Your mind is filled with all sorts of weird things," Xia Ruofei chuckled. And didn't say anything. Ling Qingxue muttered to herself for a moment, then asked, shyly, "Then where shall we train? In the afternoon?" Her words indirectly agreed to Xia Ruofei's suggestion to train in the afternoon and do that at night. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and said, "Anywhere is fine. There's no one to disturb us on the sea anyway. Since you want to enjoy the sun, let's just cultivate on the deck of the flying bridge. How is it?" Yes. Ling Qingxue said as she nodded her head. "I'll go get the formation flags," Xia Ruofei said. Then he went into the cabin. After a while, he took out the time array flag from the space and came to the deck of the flying bridge. Ling Qingxue was already waiting there. Xia Ruofei skillfully set up the array, then took Ling Qingxue's hand and walked into the array. This time formation was very wondrous. Although the flow of time had changed, the sunlight from the outside world could shine in without any obstruction. It was equivalent to the time that the two of them could enjoy the sunlight being increased by dozens of times. under the warm sunlight. Xia Ruofei took out a piece of crystal and sat down cross-legged with Ling Qingxue. Their palms touched. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingxue, focus on your cultivation. Don't have any other thoughts. Just let nature take its course. When you break through." Ling Qingxue had been a little nervous at first, but after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she immediately calmed down. Ling Qingxue nodded her head. The two of them didn't say anything else. They looked at each other and started to operate the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Boundless energy gushed out from the origin crystals and circulated in their meridians and dantians. The amount of true qi in Ling Qingxue's dantian was also increasing rapidly. 2. Begin with, the efficiency of two people training together was already much higher than her training alone. Adding on the fact that origin crystals were one level higher than spirit crystals, for Ling Qingxue, who was at the second qi layer, this kind of training speed was simply like riding a rocket. The true qi in Ling Qingxue's dantian quickly became saturated. The two of them were completely unaware and were still circulating the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra at a steady pace. His dantian couldn't contain the newly added true qi, so it naturally began to compress it. As her cultivation progressed, the true qi in Ling Qingxue's dantian also became more solid. Only when there was enough quantitative change. Would there be a qualitative change? This cultivation continued for a full 5 hours, and the true qi in Ling Qingxue's dantian was finally compressed to its limit. Ling Qingxue seemed to have heard a loud bang in her body. The true qi that had been compressed to the extreme suddenly collapsed a little more. Then, it seemed that all the true qi circulation became much smoother. At that moment, Ling Qingxue's dantian seemed to have become much emptier. In fact, the size of the dantian was constant. The amount of true qi seemed to have decreased, but in reality, the degree of condensation of each wisp of true qi was several times higher than before. After 5 hours of non-stop cultivation, Ling Qingxue's cultivation finally broke through to refined qi level 3. Xia Ruofei had trained together with Ling Qingxue. Naturally, he had sensed that Ling Qingxue had broken through. Ling Qingxue seemed to be a little excited that she had successfully broken through to refined qi level 3. Even her breathing had become a little chaotic. Xia Ruofei said in a deep voice, "Qingxue, don't let your thoughts run wild. Calm down. I'll continue to consolidate my cultivation." Ling Qingxue nodded and quickly calmed down. She continued to work with Xia Ruofei to practice the Absolute Beginning Scripture. Because the cultivation of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra required both of their souls to be highly synchronized, so during the cultivation process, it would also greatly promote the spiritual power. Of course, Ling Qingxue had just broken through to the early stage of the spiritual palpitation stage, so even though her spiritual power had also improved, she could not break through to the next level. The two of them practiced together for more than 2 hours before Ling Qingxue's cultivation was completely consolidated at refined qi level 3. This breakthrough not only made Ling Qingxue's true qi more condensed, but it also widened her meridians. With the cultivation of refined qi level 3 and the cultivation of spiritual power. At the early stage of spirit palpitate, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was no longer the same as before. His spiritual power had even broken through a large realm and reached the spirit gathering realm. Xia Ruofei knew that he should be able to try the wonderful combination of spirit and body. However, he did not do so immediately. After all, Ling Qingxue had just consolidated her cultivation, and the two of them had already been cultivating for 7 to 8 hours. They were not in their best condition in all aspects. 2200 an easy breakthrough _ of course, he was still a little nervous. After all, he would have to tell Ling Qingxue everything about him and Song Wei after the spirit-body fusion cultivation. Subconsciously, he still hoped that he could delay it. After Ling Qingxue had consolidated her cultivation, the two of them stopped cultivating. Because he had only cultivated for a few hours, according to the difference in the flow of time, only a few minutes had passed outside the array. So when they left the time formation, the sun was still shining. Ling Qingxue giggled. Ruofei, I didn't expect to break through so quickly. It seems like even the heavens want me to enjoy the sun for a while longer. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Wife, you can go to the stern deck. There's no shelter there, and there's a comfortable sofa. It's perfect for sunbathing. Yes, yes. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, I'm going to take a shower. Her cultivation had just broken through, so it was natural for her body to discharge some impurities. At this moment, her body was sticky and uncomfortable. As a little sister who loved cleanliness, it was naturally unbearable for her. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, sure. You go take a shower. I'll start the yacht and find a place where the school of fish often appear. Let's play some sea fishing. It was faster to catch directly with the net, but it was not as fun as fishing. Good, good. Ling Qingxue said happily. Thus, one of them went into the cabin to take a shower, while the other went directly to the bridge and started the yacht to move forward. Actually, Xia Ruofei did not know much about the ocean currents and the habits of the fish. However, with his strong spiritual power, he could detect the activities of the fish in the water. It was not difficult for him to find an area with rich fish resources. He turned the steering wheel to control the yacht to move forward while spreading out his spiritual power. Although his spiritual power would be blocked by the sea water, it was easy for him to detect things dozens of meters below the water's surface with his spiritual power cultivation of spirit gathering realm. The underwater world appeared clearly in his mind. Soon, Xia Ruofei found an area with a lot of fish. He smiled, stopped the ship, and anchored it. Then, he got up and walked to the stern. Ling Qingxue was dressed in a pink bikini and was lying on the sofa on the open air deck at the stern. Her eyes were slightly closed and she looked like she was enjoying herself. Under the sun, her body was glistening with oil. She had obviously applied sunscreen in advance. If an ordinary person were to wear a bikini outside in this weather, they would most likely be shivering from the cold. However, Ling Qingxue, who was already at the 3rd level of the ore refining realm, didn't feel cold at all. Bathed in the sun, Ling Qingxue's beautiful figure was revealed in her bikini, especially her slender legs that were slightly bent. It was a soul-stealing temptation. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. Ling Qingxue heard the commotion and opened her eyes to look over. Her eyes met Xia Ruofei's fiery gaze. Her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. A sense of joy from the bottom of her heart spontaneously arose. Xia Ruofei didn't hide his admiration at all. What was more worth being happy than being sized up by her lover? Are you going fishing? Ling Qingxue asked. Oh. It's fine, Xia Ruofei returned to her senses and said, you can bask in the sun for a while. We're out here for leisure, not to fish. Ling Qingxue leaned back on the soft fabric sofa and said coyly, I really want to play at sea. For a few more days. This feeling of relaxation and freedom is really great, I'll definitely bring you out. More often in the future. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he lay down beside Ling Qingxue. And naturally put his arm around her round shoulders. Ling Qingxue snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms and shifted into a more comfortable position. The two of them closed their eyes and took a nap under the sun. They felt that they were far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. After coming to the vast sea, time seemed to have slowed down. After an unknown amount of time, the sun was no longer as hot as it was at noon. It was gradually setting in the west, and the golden sunlight shone on the sea, making the waves shimmer beautifully. Ling Qingxue reached out and touched Xia Ruofei's arm lightly. She said, "Let's go fishing, Ruofei. Otherwise, the sun will be setting soon." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Where did the mountain come from? Even if it does, it should fall into the sea. I meant what I said." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "If you're so picky about your words, you'll lose friends easily, you know?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're right, wife. I'll go prepare the fishing rod now." After that, he jumped up from the sofa and went to the cabin to get a fishing rod. The two of them each took a fishing rod to the affinity platform at the stern and sat down on one side. The intimate platform was the closest to the sea, and the sea was almost level with the platform. If the waves were a little bigger, the intimate platform would be wet. Moreover, this affinity platform had no guardrails. It was equivalent to a protruding piece at the end of the yacht, surrounded by water on three sides. The spot where Xia Ruofei had chosen to stop the boat had a lot of fish. The two of them started to have some harvest after a while. Although the fish she caught weren't very big, and most of them were clownfish that were very common in the sea, Ling Qingxue was still very happy. Every time she felt the fishing rod sink, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then, she quickly turned the reel and began to pull back the line. By the time the sun had completely set below the surface of the ocean and the night had started to cover the waters, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had already caught more than 10 fish. The two of them stood up to continue fishing. Although Ling Qingxue wanted to play for a while longer, the sky was already dark, and visibility was very low. On top of that, they had not had dinner yet, so they decided to end fishing for the time being. Xia Ruofei looked at the dozens of fish in the bucket. They were not very big. The biggest one was only the size of a palm, and they were all small fish from the sea. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Wife, these fish. Let's just barbecue them. Tonight's dinner will be mainly barbecue, how about it?" "I'll listen to you," Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "All right." Xia Ruofei picked up the bucket and said, "Let's have a barbecue party for two tonight." "I'll help." Ling Qingxue was also excited. The two of them walked into the small kitchen on the yacht. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Qingxue, I'll go and prepare the barbecue. You can deal with these fish first." "How should we handle this?" Ling Qingxue asked. You'll be in charge of removing their internal organs. If there's a bigger gill, remove it too, Xia Ruofei said. If there's still time, make a few cuts on the fish. That's about it. Ling Qingxue was very enthusiastic. She replied without hesitation, "All right. Leave it to me." In fact, it was best to marinate the fish before roasting it so that it would be easier for the flavor to enter. However, Xia Ruofei did not trust Ling Qingshua's skills, so he decided to do the process himself. After assigning the task to Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei went into the cabin to find the barbecue equipment. A simple barbecue grill, special charcoal for barbecue, and all kinds of seasonings were readily available on the yacht. Xia Ruofei moved them to the deck of the flying bridge. Then, he put the charcoal into the grill and started a fire. After successfully starting the fire, Xia Ruofei went to wash his hands and then went to the kitchen to help Ling Qingxue. It was not tiring for men and women to work together. Soon, the 10 or 20 fish were all processed. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue took them to the deck of the flying bridge. Then, Xia Ruofei put on disposable gloves, grabbed the seasoning that he had just prepared, and applied it on the fish. 2201 Entering the Sea of Consciousness. 1. After a while, the deck of the flying bridge was filled with a rich fragrance. After Xia Ruofei started to roast the fish, Ling Qingxue could not join in anymore. She just stood at the side and waited to eat. The fragrance started to spread, and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Are you au fait? Are you done?" "I'm so hungry," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wait a moment. It wasn't the right time yet. Haven't you heard of this saying? You can't eat hot tofu in haste." "Oh," Ling Qingxue pouted. As Xia Ruofei turned the grilled fish, he used a brush to apply some seasoning on the fish. As the oil dripped onto the charcoal, the fragrance became even stronger. Finally, Xia Ruofei put the 5 or 6 grilled fish on a plate and smiled. "Qingxue, let's go and eat first. I'll roast some more." "Yes, yes, yes." Ling Qingxue couldn't wait to take the plate. On the table not far away, Xia Ruofei had prepared some beer. He had actually bought them from the supermarket before he went out to sea. He had always kept them in his interspace. This time, he took some and put them in the wine cabinet on the yacht. Ling Qingxue brought the grilled fish over. She had long been attracted by the aroma. She didn't care that it was hot and took a bite. The steaming hot fish meat rolled in her mouth. It had the unique taste of natural sea fish and the unique fragrance of Xia Ruofei's exclusive seasoning secret. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but say vaguely, "Delicious." Xia Ruofei put the fish on the barbecue rack and turned around, smiling. "Eat slowly. Don't get scalded." Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, "I know. Are you au fait? I didn't expect you to be so good at barbecuing. This fish tastes great." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but take another big bite. The fish had been roasted just right. The skin was already a little brown, but the fish meat inside was still very fresh and tender. A bite of it had a crisp texture, soft and chewy texture, and Ling Qingxue was very satisfied with it. In the blink of an eye, the grilled fish was reduced to a pile of bones. After Ling Qingxue finished one, she took out a tissue and wiped her mouth, then picked up another grilled fish. She thought for a while and put it down. She opened a can of beer, took the grilled fish, and walked to Xia Ruofei's side. Xia Ruofei was standing in front of the barbecue rack, roasting the fish seriously. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Ruofei, thank you for your hard work." Then, she put the grilled fish in Xia Ruofei's mouth and said, "You should try your own cooking first." Xia Ruofei opened his mouth and took a bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, my wife. How is it? Is it good?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "My wife fed me personally. How can it not be good? It's so delicious that it's exploding. Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and said, "You're so glib. I think you just want to praise your cooking skills. You're going in such a big circle." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Cooking is just one aspect. There's also my wife. You've helped me boost my spirit. If you give me another one, it'll be even more different. Even roasted fish can't shut your mouth." Ling Qingshua's face turned red. Then, she leaned over with a beer and asked, "Do you want another mouthful of wine?" Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "Let's not drink for now. Qingxue, it's smoky here. Don't stay here. Go and eat first. I'll go over after I'm done with these. We'll marinate the rest and roast them later, so they'll be more flavorful." "Oh. Then hurry up," Ling Qingxue said. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had finished roasting the batch of 6 fish. He carried the plate to Ling Qingshue's side and sat down. He realized that Ling Qingxue had 3 more sets of fish bones in front of her. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Wife, let's eat here. It's freshly roasted and tastes good." "You're so good to me," Ling Qingxue said coyly. Just like that, the two of them had a grilled fish and beer for dinner on the vast sea. Cultivators had a larger appetite than the average person. Even a delicate beauty like Ling Qingxue could eat a lot if she ate without restraint. So, 10 to 20 fish were nothing to them. They were quickly devoured by the two of them. By the time Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had finished packing up the barbecue grill and other tools, the sky had already turned dark. During the day, it was a sunny and cloudless day, and the horizon could be seen at a glance on the sea. The scenery was magnificent and moving. At night, although there were still no big waves on the sea, it was dark outside. The bottomless sea was close at hand, which more or less magnified people's fear of the sea. After all, Ling Qingxue was a girl. After Xia Ruofei had finished packing, she said, "Are you Ruofei, why don't we go into the cabin? It's so dark outside, and I feel like something is staring at us from the sea." "I'm so scared," Xia Ruofei laughed. "Don't think too much. Since you're a little scared, let's go into the cabin." There was a very spacious and comfortable master bedroom on the yacht. At this time, the cabin was brightly lit. Ling Qingxue, who had been a little scared, immediately calmed down after entering the cabin. She even felt a sense of comfort. In fact, many people had the same experience. They would sleep especially well on rainy or typhoon nights. 2202 Entering the Sea of Consciousness. 2. Perhaps it was because the harsher the outside environment, the more precious the comfort of one's own home was. It was the same on the yacht. Outside was the terrifying sea shrouded in darkness, but here, there were warm lights, soft beds, and comfortable living facilities. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to take a shower separately. They had barbecued meat and drank beer. Both of them reeked of charcoal and alcohol. Xia Ruofei really wanted to take a couple's bath with Ling Qingxue. The bathroom on the yacht was very big, and even had a jacuzzi. Unfortunately, Ling Qingxue was still cheeky and stopped Xia Ruofei outside, quickly locking the door. Xia Ruofei's scheme would not succeed. However, when Xia Ruofei came out of the shower, the two of them first hugged and kissed passionately, then quickly fell onto the soft bed. A new battle began. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were few. In the vast sea, it was dark all around. A brightly lit yacht was moving up and down rhythmically. It was unknown if it was because of the waves and waves on the sea. Perhaps the moon was also shy. She sneaked behind a cloud and only revealed a small part. After an unknown period of time, the war on the yacht finally ceased, and the swaying of the yacht seemed to have reduced a lot. The two of them were very open in such an environment. Xia Ruofei let loose of his abundant energy to his heart's content. Ling Qingxue did not have as many concerns as she did on land. In the depths of their love, she even let out a hysterical cry. When the two of them called for a retreat, her voice was a little hoarse. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue took a quick shower and then fell asleep in each other's arms on the large bed in the yacht's master bedroom. The yacht swayed gently like a cradle, allowing Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to sleep soundly. Even when the sun shone through the window, the two were still in deep sleep. Ling Qingxue was lying on Xia Ruofei's arm, her delicate body pressed tightly against Xia Ruofei's. There was a satisfied smile on her face, and it was unclear if she was dreaming about last night's intimate scene. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes first. Last night's absurdity did not make his back ache. On the contrary, he felt refreshed after waking up. He was worried that he would wake Ling Qingxue up, so he didn't move after he woke up. Instead, he maintained his original position and gently hugged Ling Qingxue. After a while, Ling Qingxue's long eyelashes moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Xia Ruofei looking at her with a smile. Thinking of the crazy time they had last night, her face heated up. And she snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms again. Xia Ruofei laughed, "Lazy cat, if you're awake, then get up. It's already late in the morning." Ling Qingxue moaned and pouted, "Let me lie down for a while longer. I feel so weak that my bones are about to fall apart," although Xia Ruofei knew that a cultivator at the third level of the ore refining realm would not be unable to get out of bed just because of a night of nonsense. Ling Qingxue's words still gave him a great sense of achievement. He laughed and patted Ling Qingxue's shoulder. "Then lie down for a while. I'll go prepare breakfast." Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and nodded. I know you're the best." Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't stay in bed for too long. I still want to cultivate with you for a while after breakfast, ah?" Ling Qingxue cried out. "Still cultivating? It's not easy for us to go out to sea for 2 days. Why don't we cultivate after we go back?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "This cultivation is different from the past. I'm sure you'll like it." "What's the difference in cultivation?" Ling Qingxue asked in confusion. Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know soon. You can get up and wash up after you lie down. For a while." "You're still keeping me in suspense," Ling Qingxue muttered. However, Xia Ruofei's words had piqued her curiosity. She was not in the mood to stay in bed anymore, so she got up and put on her clothes. Ling Qingxue first tidied up the messy bed, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Girls always took a longer time to dress up. By the time she was done, Xia Ruofei had already finished preparing breakfast. Of course, he didn't make a sumptuous meal like he did on land. He used ready-made ingredients. He baked a few pieces of bread, heated 2 glasses of milk, and fried bacon and eggs. It was simple and fast, but also guaranteed nutrition. The two of them quickly finished their breakfast. Their minds were not on breakfast. Xia Ruofei was a little distracted, thinking about how to explain Song Wei's matter to Ling Qingxue. On the other hand, Ling Xia kept thinking about the different cultivation method that Xia Ruofei had mentioned. After packing up, Xia couldn't help but ask, "Are you Ruofei, how do you want to cultivate? Are you going to teach me a new technique? Isn't the Tai Chu Heart Sutra good?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's not a new technique, but it's more advanced than the previous one. You'll know in a while, let's go. I'll go set up the formation first." Xia Ruofei took out the formation flag from the cabin and brought Xia to the top deck of the flying bridge. She started to set up the time formation. The reason why he insisted on cultivating inside the formation was to save time. More importantly, due to the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the formation, Xia Ruofei and Xia, who were inside the formation, would have more time to react if there were any sudden changes outside the formation. They could calmly end their cultivation and leave the formation to deal with the danger. It was a very important guarantee for his cultivation on the sea where the weather was unpredictable. The two of them held hands as they walked into the formation. Xia Ruofei held the origin crystal in his hand and sat down cross-legged with Xia. "What do we do next?" Xia asked. "Just listen to my instructions," Xia Ruofei said. "Just start like how we usually cultivate." "Understood," Xia said. Although she did not know what kind of wonderful situation she was about to encounter, she could not help but feel a little nervous when she saw Xia Ruofei's serious expression. Xia Ruofei and Xia pressed their palms against each other and started to merge their genuine qi according to the cultivation method of the scripture of the primordium origin. The two of them were already very familiar with the practice of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. The true energy fusion, which was more dangerous at the initial stage, was not too difficult for the two of them. Soon, the two wisps of true qi gradually merged together, forming a situation where you were in me, and I was in you. The two of them took turns to control the merged true qi and began to operate it according to the Primordial Heart Sutra. After a few cycles, the two souls' frequencies gradually synchronized. 1 round, 2 rounds. Finally, the fusion of true energy almost reached the extreme, and the soul frequency of the two had basically reached the degree of complete synchronization. This was much easier than when Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were cultivating. This was mainly due to the improvement of Xia Ruofei's cultivation. His control of spiritual power was much stronger than before. This was the time, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. He said in a deep voice, "Xia, I'll take full control of what's going on down there. Don't try to control your vital energy. At the same time, let down all your defenses. My spiritual power is going to enter your sea of consciousness." If it was another cultivator, they would definitely be suspicious of Xia Ruofei's request. However, Xia had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, "Understood." At this moment, the essential qi was still under Xia Ruofei's control. When the essential qi was transferred into Xia's body, it should have been Xia's turn to take control. However, Xia Ruofei continued to control the essential qi. With his strong spiritual power, he guided the essential qi along the correct path without any mistakes. His spiritual power weaved into an impenetrable invisible net, completely wrapping that ball of true qi. His essential qi traveled upwards. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual energy had been sent to a vast and empty world. With the experience of cultivating with Song Wei, Xia Ruofei knew that this was Xia's consciousness. 2203 Joint cultivation of the spirit and body. 1. Ling Qingshua's sea of consciousness was also filled with chaotic airflow. Like a vast ocean. In this chaotic airflow, the black rock island where her soul was could be vaguely seen. Rays of golden light flickered in and out of the chaotic airflow. Xia Ruofei knew that this was Ling Qingshua's spiritual power. These golden lights formed by spiritual energy were very agile, swimming quickly in the ocean of qi flow. Like fish. However, because Ling Qingxue had completely let down her guard against Xia Ruofei, the spiritual energy did not actively attack Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was also golden in color, but it was many times stronger than Ling Qingshua's. If Ling Qingshua's spiritual power was like an agile fish, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was more like a giant shark. After all, crossing a large realm meant a qualitative leap. The spiritual power of the spirit palpitating stage and the spiritual power of the spirit gathering stage were not on the same level at all. Of course, Ling Qingshua's consciousness didn't have the pink threads formed by the peach blossom miasma, so it looked more vibrant than Song Wei's. After a short pause, Xia Ruofei controlled his spiritual power and headed straight for the Black Rock Island in the center of Ling Qingshua's sea of consciousness. Compared to the dangerous situation in Song Wei's sea of consciousness, this time, there was no danger. The chaotic airflow and the golden spiritual energy even parted to allow Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy to flow smoothly. In a short while, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had reached the Black Rock Island, the core of his sea of consciousness. The island was still protected by a transparent film of light. But Ling Qingxue had completely let down her guard. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power went through it without much effort. Just like Song Wei's sea of consciousness, the island seemed to be made up of a whole piece of black stone. The entire island was one. The black stone tablet at the edge of the island had two golden lines, one thick and one thin. Xia Ruofei knew that this meant that Ling Qingshua's spiritual power cultivation was at the early stage of the spiritual palpitations. This was much more powerful than Song Wei. When Song Wei first performed the spirit body combined cultivation with Xia Ruofei, she was only at the middle stage of the spirit movement realm. Xia Ruofei couldn't see what was happening in his sea of consciousness, so he was curious. He wondered what kind of symbol would appear on the black stone tablet with his cultivation of the spirit gathering realm. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power only stopped for a moment. Soon, it passed the black stone tablet and flew towards the center of the island. Unsurprisingly, he soon saw a small, naked person sitting cross-legged, with Ling Qingshua's face between her brows. Ling Qingshua's soul seemed to be more solid than Song Wei's. It was probably because her cultivation level was higher than Song Wei's. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was near Ling Qingshua's spiritual body, just as he had expected, the form of his spiritual power had changed. Xia Ruofei did not panic because he had experienced it before. He looked at his head, facial features, and body with great curiosity until it completely simulated the state of a spirit. Xia Ruofei even split some of his attention and said to Ling Qingshuo calmly, "Qingshuo, don't panic. From now on, you just have to cooperate with me in circulating the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. No matter what happens, you don't have to panic." Although Ling Qingshua's cultivation level was not high enough for her to see her own consciousness, she could still sense the situation inside when external spiritual power entered her consciousness. Fortunately, she was in a relationship with Xia Ruofei. Even though it was a little awkward to appear naked in front of Xia Ruofei, it was not enough to cause her to be excited. In short, this combined spirit and body cultivation was much better than the last time Xia Ruofei and Song Wei combined cultivation. Back then, he and Song Wei had cultivated together. It could be said that they were surrounded by danger, and they had finally achieved it by accident. If anything went wrong in the middle, it might be a result of eternal damnation for the two of them. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly, her face slightly red as she said, I know. The spiritual body formed by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power floated in front of Ling Qingxue's spiritual body and sat down cross-legged. He extended his hand, and Ling Qingxue's spirit body also extended its hand. When the palms of the two spirit bodies touched, the fear that came from the depths of their souls was felt again. The two people in the outside world couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was prepared and had also warned Ling Qingxue in advance. Hence, their breathing was only a little messy. Very quickly, the two of them adjusted. In a short while, the two of them continued to circulate the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra in the outside world. In Ling Qingxue's consciousness, the two spiritual bodies also began to use this technique. The only difference was that true qi circulated in their bodies, while pure mental energy circulated in the spirit body's meridians. As the cultivation progressed, on the deck of the yacht, two people closed their eyes and continued to operate their cultivation techniques. They looked solemn and had a sense of holiness. But in Ling Qingxue's consciousness, the contact between the two souls made the two of them involuntarily get closer. Ling Qingxue was Xia Ruofei's girlfriend and they were already very close to each other, so she did not even have the most basic self-restraint. Xia Ruofei knew the huge attraction and temptation of this kind of spirit-body joint cultivation. Even without the peach blossom miasma, he did not deliberately suppress himself. 2204 Joint cultivation of the spirit and body part. Because of the previous experience of cultivating with Song Wei, he was very clear that even if the two spiritual bodies carried out the most primitive and instinctive movement, it would not affect the operation of the scripture of the primogenitor. In fact, when the two spiritual bodies merged, the effect of cultivation would be better. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not suppress his human instincts. Just like that, the two people's souls were unknowingly entangled together. If the joy of the two souls touching each other when their palms touched was 1, then the joy of the souls being entangled together and starting the most primitive movement of human instinct was at least 100, or even higher. The two of them quickly immersed themselves in this boundless pleasure, to the point that they completely forgot that they were cultivating. Fortunately, even though the two of them did not control it with their consciousness, both their physical bodies and Ling Qingxue's soul, in her sea of consciousness, were still instinctively circulating the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Xia Ruofei had already experienced this before. It was like when the two spirits combined their cultivation. When their spirits started to merge and intertwine, the cultivation of the scripture of the primogenitor would enter a special state. There was no need for the two of them to control it at all, and the cultivation speed would be faster. It was the same this time. The two's mental energy blended together and circulated between the spirit bodies according to the Primordial Heart Sutra cultivation technique. In this process, their spiritual energy was also constantly growing. On the black stone tablet in Ling Qingxue's sea of consciousness, the thin golden line, beside the thick golden line, was also becoming more and more solid. This was a sign that his spiritual power was growing rapidly. At the same time, in the bodies of the two people outside, wisps of true qi were constantly being produced from their dantian. This was the ultimate mode of the absolute beginning scripture, cultivation. Under the situation of both internal and external cultivation, the cultivation efficiency was several times higher than the simple joint cultivation. In addition, there was an endless supply of origin crystals to support the energy. The two of them benefited greatly in this kind of cultivation state. In the state of selflessness, the two of them could not feel the passage of time. They could only rely on their instincts to constantly intertwine and merge. Finally, with a shiver, the two souls separated unwillingly. At this time, the two people outside were still using the absolute beginning Heart Sutra cultivation technique, but the cultivation efficiency had dropped by a lot. In fact, this was the normal efficiency of joint training. However, compared to the advanced mode just now, this efficiency seemed too low. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy, which had been condensed into a soul, gradually moved away from Ling Qingshua's soul. When he had left a certain range, his spiritual energy turned back into a thick golden light. Before leaving the Black Stone Island, Xia Ruofei scanned the black stone tablet with his spiritual power. He was delighted to find that there were 3 golden lines on it, 1 thick and 2 thin. The 2 thin golden lines were almost solid. Beside them, he could also see a faint golden line. It was obvious that Ling Qingshua's spiritual power had made a breakthrough after this round of cultivation. She had already reached the middle stage of the spirit heart realm and was only a paper window away from the late stage. Although the effect of the first combined cultivation was the strongest and might not be as good in the future, Xia Ruofei was still very happy. His spiritual power quickly passed through the ocean formed by the chaotic airflow and left Ling Qingshua's consciousness. The two of them had a high level of tacit understanding. After Xia Ruofei's spiritual power withdrew from Ling Qingshua's sea of consciousness, the two of them ended their cultivation very quickly. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to collect the time array flags. He looked at Ling Qingxua with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Ling Qingshua's pretty face was still flushed. Under Xia Ruofei's burning gaze, she could not help but glance at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and said coyly, "Hooligan." Xia Ruofei's eyes widened and he said innocently, "What did I do?" "How are you a hooligan?" Ling Qingxua said with a hint of shyness, "You can even come up with so many tricks in your cultivation, what are you, if not a hooligan?" Xia Ruofei immediately cried out, "This is the correct cultivation method of the absolute beginning scripture. Previously, it was just that your cultivation level had not reached the requirements, so you did not carry out the spirit body fusion cultivation. Qingxua, your thinking is wrong. I've been cultivating properly. Why did I become a hooligan when I'm with you?" Ling Qingxua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She said coyly, "Who created this cultivation technique? How could there be such a cultivation method?" Xia Ruofei deliberately said in a serious tone, "You can't comment on senior cultivators. To be able to create such an amazing cultivation technique and to have such a good cultivation effect, he must be a genius among geniuses." Xia Ruofei's words were not an exaggeration. He had read so many cultivation classics and understood so many cultivation techniques. The Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra was indeed the only one. It could be said to be a unique path. Without the imagination and creativity of a genius, it was absolutely impossible to create such a technique. Ling Qingxua stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, I'm wrong." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Wife," he said, "actually, there's another great benefit to this technique." What benefits? Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. Save on toilet paper. Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. Ling Qingxue was stunned at first, then her face flushed red. She could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was still smiling. Think about it. In the future, if we want to have sex, we can just cultivate. It's simply a win-win situation. And the pleasure of cultivation and the real sex. Don't say any more. Ling Qingxue interrupted Xia Ruofei's words with a red face and ears. She couldn't help but reach out and hit Xia Ruofei's body lightly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Although Ling Qingxue was shy as a girl and didn't want to talk too much about spirit and body combined cultivation, the pleasure from the direct contact on the soul level had also left a deep impression on her. She thought about Xia Ruofei's words and had to admit that this kind of spirit-body combination cultivation was indeed more comfortable than the two of them having sex in bed. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush at that thought. What kind of nonsense is this in my head? Humph. He must have been led astray by Ruofei. She could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not know what was going on and shrugged innocently. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wife, don't just be shy. Have you noticed that your cultivation has improved by a large margin after this cultivation session?" Ling Qingxue was slightly taken aback. She had been completely engrossed in the spirit-body fusion cultivation and had completely forgotten about herself. After the cultivation ended, she had really been too shy to check her own cultivation level. Thus, Ling Qingxue sensed it and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. Her delicate cherry-like mouth was wide open, and her entire person was stunned. I broke through again. Ling Qingxue was dumbfounded. After a long while, she said, Ruofei, my spiritual power has reached the middle stage of spiritual palpitations. No. I think I'm about to reach the late stage of spiritual palpitations. How? How is this possible? Xia Ruofei already knew Ling Qingxue's spiritual power cultivation. He smiled and nodded. What about your true qi cultivation? Ling Qingxue said in shock, the peak of refined qi level 3. It seemed that he could break through to refined qi level 4 at any time. I just broke through to refined qi level 3 yesterday. When did it become so easy to break through? Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, do you still think that this absolute beginning scripture is a rogue technique? Ling Qingxue still couldn't believe it. She felt like she was dreaming. You can actually cultivate like this? He had a good time in his sea of consciousness in a daze, and then his mental power cultivation and true qi cultivation rose by a large margin? When did cultivation become so simple? 2205 Confession 1. Ruofei, this new cultivation method. Is it really that powerful? If I cultivate a few more times, won't my cultivation catch up to yours? Ling Qingxue then asked, oh right, what about you? After you finished cultivating, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's not that easy for me to break through. However, it's also an obvious improvement. Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was at refined qi level 8, and his spiritual power had even reached the spirit-gathering realm. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Qingxue's, so the improvement was naturally not as obvious. Although he was about to break through to refined qi level 9, after today's practice, he had only advanced a step further from the foundation of the peak of refined qi level 8. It could be said that he had completely touched the threshold of refined Qi level 9. The only thing he was lacking was the last step. When one's cultivation base had reached this realm, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. It could be said that the amount of true Qi needed to break through from the peak of refined Qi level 8 to refined Qi level 9 was definitely more than the amount needed to break through from refined Qi level 3 to refined Qi level 4. His spiritual power cultivation had also advanced by a large realm. This time, he had only taken a big step forward from the foundation of the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm. He had not yet reached the intermediate stage of the spirit gathering realm. Of course, the efficiency was relative. Although Xia Ruofei's cultivation level did not increase as rapidly as Ling Qingshui's, compared to his usual self-cultivation or joint cultivation with Ling Qingshui, this increase was still very gratifying. If he were to rely on his usual cultivation, it would take at least 10 to 20 days for his cultivation to increase by so much. However, he had only cultivated for 2 hours. Xia Ruofei continued, Qingshui, don't expect too much from this technique. It's the first time you've come into contact with spirit-body combination cultivation. The effect will be more obvious in the future. When we do spirit-body joint cultivation, the effect will be reduced by a lot. Of course, it won't continue to decrease. In the end, it will stabilize at a certain level. No matter what, even if it decreases again, the effect will definitely be much better than the joint cultivation we used to do. I know, Ling Qingshui said. For a moment, she had not recovered from the shock of her cultivation level increasing rapidly. She even checked her own cultivation level from time to time, afraid that it was just her illusion, and then returned to reality in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, all right, there must be a limit to the spirit and body combined cultivation. In fact, it's the same for any cultivation technique. You have to do it step by step, and there are definitely no shortcuts, unless it's an evil cultivation technique. You must remember this. Ling Qingshui couldn't help but ask, are you au fait, then this absolute beginning heart sutra, will it, don't let your imagination run wild. This is an authentic Taoist cultivation method. Xia Ruofei guessed what Ling Qingshui was going to ask and answered directly. Ling Qingshui let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. That's good, he said. Xia Ruofei reached out and flicked her head affectionately. He smiled and said, what are you thinking about every day? Can I give you an evil cultivation technique? To cultivate? Ling Qingshui was a little embarrassed as she said, I was just asking. I know you're good to me. It's good that you know. Xia Ruofei said. The two of them stood up and walked out of the time formation. Xia Ruofei kept the precious time formation flags. The two of them didn't spend a long time cultivating. Only a few minutes had passed outside the array. Qingshui, you rest here for a while. I'll put away the array flags first. Xia Ruofei said. I'll be under the sun for a while. Ling Qingshui said. She had a special love for sunbathing on the sea, yesterday and today. Xia Ruofei took the time array flag and walked down the stairs to the cabin. He naturally wouldn't leave the time array flag outside. After avoiding Ling Qingshui's line of sight, he put the array flag directly into the spirit map space. However, Xia Ruofei did not go out immediately. Instead, he went to the large bathroom in the master bedroom to wash his face. He turned off the tap, put his hands on the sink, looked at himself in the mirror, and said to himself, Xia Ruofei. Running away is something only cowards do. You're a man. And it was the blood wolf that had once frightened the enemy. Pingxing hated deserters the most. A real man will take responsibility for his actions. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself like a chunibyu. It made him more determined. This was also a psychological hint. After he finished speaking, he wiped the water droplets off his face and strode out of the cabin. Ling Qingxue was still on the deck of the flying bridge, smiling as she enjoyed the sea breeze. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she smiled and said, Are you au fait? Come and enjoy the scenery with me. The vast ocean was truly magnificent. I feel like my heart has opened up a lot. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, no matter how open-minded you are, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it later. Ling Qingxue didn't notice Xia Ruofei's strange behavior. She continued to wave at Xia Ruofei and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and come up. Oh. Xia Ruofei responded and walked up the stairs to the deck of the bridge. Looking at the carefree smile on Ling Qingshue's face, he felt guilty for no reason. However, at this point, Xia Ruofei did not want to back down. He took a deep breath and stared into Ling Qingshue's eyes. Qingxue, there's something I want to tell you. Ling Qingxue, who was originally facing the sea, turned to look at Xia Ruofei. She smiled and asked, If you have something to say, just say it. Why did you suddenly become so serious? Xia Ruofei took 2 steps forward and held Ling Qingshue's hand. He brought her to the soft sofa in the middle of the deck and sat down. Seeing Xia Ruofei's serious expression, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, What's going on? Qingxue, there's something I have to tell you. Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingshue's hand tightly and said, Do you remember the time when I left the 3 mountains for a foreign land? Ling Qingxue blinked and said, You go out often. On the contrary, he didn't have much time to stay in the 3 mountains. No. What are you trying to say? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's fine if you don't remember. What I want to tell you is that I went to Shannan province. To be specific, it was an ancient tomb in Yuezhou. Ah? Ling Qingshue's eyes widened. You're not going to rob a tomb, are you? Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, That's not the point. I got the news that there are some things in the ancient tomb that are very useful for cultivators. So, I rushed over immediately. By the way, I found the spiritual crystal you used for cultivation in that tomb. Xia Ruofei's words were half true and half false. His purpose of going to the ancient tomb in Mount Yu was to find the world stone. The spiritual crystals were just an additional reward. However, the world stone was related to the secret of the spirit map scroll, so he naturally couldn't say it. Moreover, spirit crystals were also very precious treasures to ordinary cultivators. As expected, Ling Qingxue immediately exclaimed, Wah! There were spiritual crystals there. Are you au fait? It seems like you're quite lucky. Ling Qingxue was already a cultivator, so she naturally knew that without spiritual crystals, she would probably still be at level 1 qi refinement if she only relied on absorbing the spiritual qi in the air to cultivate in such a barren environment. If she was unlucky, she might not even be at the elementary level. But now, she was already at the peak of refined qi level 3 and could break through to refined qi level 4 at any time. The gap was so big that the preciousness of spirit crystals could be seen. The person who told me this news is Song Wei. Do you still remember her? Xia Ruofei nodded. Of course, she's Secretary Song's daughter. Ling Qingxue replied. Xia Ruofei felt a little awkward, but he concealed it well. He continued, Song Wei studied archaeology. She once excavated the tomb. However, due to various reasons, they gave up on the excavation halfway. The tomb was also buried again. However, she was more familiar with the situation inside. So she personally took me to Yuezhou. Oh. And then? Ling Qingxue asked. She did not know why. Xia Ruofei was telling her all this, but she felt a little uneasy. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to fire the arrow. He continued, after we arrived in Yuezhou, we found the tomb very quickly and dug a hole to enter the tomb. But the difficulty was greater than we thought. We encountered many dangers along the way. We even had a slim chance of survival. Ah? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei was standing in front of her unscathed, she could not help but feel nervous when she heard Xia Ruofei describe the trip to the tomb. Xia Ruofei then told Ling Qingxue about his experience in the ancient tomb on Mount Yu. Of course, it was impossible in the first place. He would naturally hide the parts that involved world stones. But he didn't hide anything else, and he didn't cut anything out or add anything. At first, Ling Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable with Song Wei by Xia Ruofei's side. However, as Xia Ruofei continued to talk, she couldn't help but be immersed in it. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei's experiences in the tomb were linked one after another. It made her extremely nervous, but at the same time, she felt a little excited. Ling Qingxue only heaved a sigh of relief when Xia Ruofei told her that he had successfully obtained the spiritual crystal and saved Song Wei from the ancient tomb. She could not help but ask, Ruofei, you said that Song Wei had fainted. How is she now? Are you all right now? When Ling Qingxue heard that Song Wei had taken such a huge risk to help Xia Ruofei find the spiritual crystal and that she was almost possessed by the spiritual body, she felt a little uncomfortable, but that feeling disappeared. Especially when she heard that Song Wei was unconscious, she was even more concerned from the bottom of her heart. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel even more nervous because the core issue was about to be solved. He took a deep breath and continued, Song Wei is fine now, don't worry. However, it was indeed very dangerous at that time. She was almost possessed by that spirit body, so her soul injury was more serious. What's more dangerous is that when the spirit left her body, it planted a very poisonous poison, called the peach blossom miasma. If it's not removed in time, Song Wei will become a zombie driven by her instincts. 2206, reveal everything. 1. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but turn pale. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and then asked with concern, what happened after that? Xia Ruofei said, the situation was really bad at that time. The peach blossom miasma is a poison that invades the soul. Ordinary detoxification methods can't cure it. I happen to have a spiritual medicine that can warm the soul. I gave it to Song Wei in time and the injury of her soul got better. At the same time, it temporarily suppressed the peach blossom miasma. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and looked at Ling Qingxue before he continued, however, that method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Because the peach blossom miasma had already infected her sea of consciousness, my spiritual power cultivation at that time was not much stronger than yours now, so I had no ability to expel the poison. And then? Ling Qingxue asked. You know, Using spiritual force to penetrate into another person's sea of consciousness and fighting the poison in her sea of consciousness is an extremely dangerous thing. A single mistake can cause her soul to suffer irreversible damage and even become a true living dead. Xia Ruofei said, Song Wei was poisoned because she tried to help me. I tried my best to think of a way to save her. Ling Qingxue had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She only listened quietly. Xia Ruofei continued, so I thought of the scripture of the primordial heart. I got this by chance. Its biggest feature is that during the cultivation process, it can make the soul frequency of two people gradually synchronize. Under such circumstances, the risk of entering the other person's sea of consciousness would naturally be much lower. This means Song Wei has also cultivated this technique? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I couldn't think of any other way at that time. It was almost like a life-saving straw. Luckily, Song Wei's talent for cultivation is not bad. Not long after she came into contact with this technique, she successfully completed the first step. Cultivation talent? Ling Qingxue asked, does cultivation require talent? Ruofei, what about my talent? If I were to compare myself to Song Wei, who is more talented? Xia Ruofei did not expect Ling Qingxue to interrupt him again when he was about to get to the most important point. He laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still explained patiently, the path of cultivation is a heaven-defying one, and not everyone can cultivate it. Some people are born with poor physiques, and even if they have top-tier cultivation techniques, they may not be able to enter it even after a lifetime of hard work. As for your talent, Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Ruofei, you can just tell me the truth. Ling Qingxue asked, is it because my talent is too bad? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. If it's now, your talent should be a little stronger than Song Wei's. Ling Qingxue understood the underlying meaning and immediately asked, now? Are you saying that my talent was very poor in the past? Could it be that one's talent can be changed? Since Ling Qingxue had asked this question, Xia Ruofei had no intention of hiding anything. He thought for a while and nodded. Your innate talent is indeed not very good. It should be said that you are not suitable for cultivation. Normally speaking, a person's talent is inborn, and it's difficult to change it. But there are exceptions to everything. He paused for a moment and continued, do you still remember how I gave you a lot of Chinese medicine before I officially taught you the absolute beginning scripture? I said it was for you to recuperate. Of course I remember. Ling Qingxue said, that medicine is bitter. Do you know what the ingredients in the Chinese medicine are? Xia Ruofei asked again. Ling Qingxue shook her head. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the main herb in there is called the heart concentrating grass. It's a precious spiritual herb that has a great nourishing effect on the soul. This spiritual herb is rare in the entire cultivation world. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but stick out her tongue and say, it's so precious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Song Wei's soul was injured, and she had to use the heart concentrating grass to recover. She used one of my heart concentrating grasses, and you used two of them even though you didn't have any injuries to your soul. Heavens! Ling Qingxue said, isn't this too wasteful? Even though she said that, she still felt a sense of sweetness in her heart, because she could feel how much Xia Ruofei cared about her. The more Precious the heart, concentrating herb was, the more important she was to Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei only gave Songwei a stalk of heart, concentrating grass when her soul was injured. Obviously, he was treated much better. Ling Qingxue was also very happy to see that it was even more precious now, that there was a comparison. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, after you consumed the 2 heart, concentrating herbs, your cultivation talent is already higher than Songwei's. The more you have, the better. If you continue to take it, the effect will be very limited. In addition, I don't have any more heart, concentrating grass on hand, so, Ruofei, you're already good enough to me, Ling Qingxue said, a little touched. You don't have to explain. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Let's continue talking about Songwei. She's quite talented in cultivation, and we soon began to practice the absolute beginning Heart Sutra together. You know, the efficiency of practicing it alone is very low, and the original intention of me teaching Songwei this cultivation method was to use the practice together to adjust the soul frequency of the 2 to the same state at any time. This way, I can help her suppress the peach blossom miasma in her sea of consciousness. The peach blossom miasma will definitely be destroyed in the end. 2207 Revealing everything, 2, Ling Qingxue nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei continued. Actually, the scripture of the primordium origin didn't mention the method of combining the spirit and the body. The technique only mentioned that 2 people could greatly increase the efficiency of cultivation. The reason why I discovered that the method of combining the spirit and the body was the best way to cultivate the scripture of the primordium origin was because, when Xia Ruofei said this, he hesitated for a moment. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue was very calm. Although her face was a little pale, she still calmly took the initiative to ask, this method was discovered by you and Songwei during your cultivation, right? Xia Ruofei nodded, speechless. You guys have also undergone spirit-body fusion cultivation? Ling Qingxue asked. Her voice was still very calm, but her eyes were slightly red, and her face was unable to hide the aggrieved expression. Xia Ruofei nodded and sighed. Qingxue, it was really an accident. I was in the capital doing some work and Songwei was also studying in the capital. We both wanted to get rid of the peach blossom miasma as soon as possible, so she would come to the courtyard house to cultivate with me whenever she was free, hoping to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Then, Xia Ruofei told Ling Qingxue everything that had happened during the joint training. Of course, he didn't say that Songwei insisted on taking the risk to try to get rid of the peach blossom miasma. Instead, he said that at that time they felt that their cultivation had improved a lot. In order to prevent the peach blossom miasma from mutating in the sea of consciousness, they decided to try to get rid of it in the sea of consciousness. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei looked into Ling Qingxue's eyes and said, Qingxue, I really didn't expect something like this to happen. To be honest, I don't know much about the sea of consciousness. The situation was very critical at that time. The peach blossom miasma mutated on its own and started to devour each other, becoming stronger and stronger. If I didn't make a quick decision, not only would Songwei's soul be destroyed, but I would also be severely injured. So I had no other choice but to take the risk and enter the core island in Songwei's sea of consciousness. I didn't expect, after Ling Qingxue heard these words, she fell silent for a long time. Xia Ruofei also looked at Ling Qingxue quietly. After a long time, Ling Qingxue asked, so, what do you think? To the two of us, Xia Ruofei said, Qingxue. You've also tried the soul-body fusion cultivation. You should know that the contact at the soul level is really unforgettable. I have to be honest with you, I can't give up on Songwei. What happened between us was an accident in the process of expelling the poison from her body. Even though we didn't have any intimate contact. In real life, our souls have already, you don't need to say anything. Ling Qingxue interrupted Xia Ruofei with red eyes. I don't want to hear you say this. Ruofei, I just want to know. You and her combined cultivation of spirit bodies, was it before or after you taught me how to cultivate? Xia Ruofei was silent for a while, but he still said, before. If that's the case, then why are you still teaching me? Cultivation? Ling Qingxue became a little excited. The feeling of spirit-body joint cultivation is so wonderful. It'll be great if you're with her. Why did you pull me in? Xia Ruofei's face was filled with guilt. He said, Qingxue, it was Songwei who told me to do this. She hoped that you would understand and forgive her. However, if you are not a true cultivator, you will not be able to understand the concept of spirit-body fusion cultivation. You might even think that it is a fantasy. Ling Qingxue revealed a self-deprecating smile and asked, so you want me to experience that feeling for myself? Just to make me understand you? Of course not. Xia Ruofei immediately said. Sincerely, Qingxue, of course I want you to cultivate with me. Cultivators have long lifespans. Of course, I don't want you to leave me after a few decades, while I have to live alone in this world for a few hundred years, or even longer. Don't you already have Songwei? Ling Qingxue's face had a trace of resentment. You guys are the real couple. I'm not even necessary. Xia Ruofei said anxiously, Qingxue, what are you talking about? You will forever be irreplaceable in my heart. 2 stalks of heart, concentrating grass, were enough to improve the talent of 2 cultivators by a large margin, but I used it on you without hesitation. I had also made up my mind at that time that if you still couldn't step into the cultivation threshold, I would get a 3rd stalk of heart, concentrating grass for you to consume no matter how big the price was. When Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei's words, the scene of Xia Ruofei serving her the medicinal soup appeared in her mind again. At that time, she naturally didn't know how precious the medicinal soup was. Now that she thought about it, those scenes made her heart warm again. However, Ling Qingxue's thoughts turned to Songwei. She even imagined the scene of the two of them cultivating together. She couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Ling Qingxue's face was filled with conflicting emotions. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue, his heart aching. He said, Qingxue, I'm not asking for your forgiveness and understanding, but I really hope that you won't blame Songwei. She didn't want this to happen either, it's just fate. Ling Qingxue silently stared at the deck below her feet. After a long while, she raised her head and asked, Ruofei, I just want to ask you one thing. Both her and I have combined cultivation with your spirit body. Who do you want to choose? Xia Ruofei was in a difficult position. He asked carefully, can I choose both? Ling Qingxue's eyes widened. She glared at Xia Ruofei and asked, What are you thinking? This wasn't my idea, Xia Ruofei quickly said. Could it be Songwei's idea? Ling Qingxue asked in a bad mood. She really was the one who suggested it. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. To be honest, I was really shocked at that time. However, she said that if I chose to be with her, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. If I choose you, she, who has experienced the spirit-body combined cultivation, will not be able to accept it. So, she really said that? Ling Qingxue asked in disbelief. Those were her exact words. Xia Ruofei said with certainty. Ling Qingxue had just experienced the wondrous experience of spirit and body combined cultivation, so she naturally knew how intense the thrill that came from the depths of the soul was in that state. When she thought about the experience she had just had, Ling Qingxue actually understood Song Wei a little. However, she quickly came back to her senses and snorted, how could she have such a ridiculous idea? What era was it now? How could two people be together with the same man at the same time? Xia Ruofei knew that this was the best time to act humble. He said with a pitiful face, Qingxue, what should we do? No matter which one of you, I can't give up on either of you. Well, your cultivation level has reached the standard for joint cultivation, so I immediately brought you to undergo the spirit-body joint cultivation. I hope that after you experience it personally, you can understand my and Song Wei's suggestion. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, are you Fei, you chose to tell me this when we were out at sea, because you were worried that I would leave in a fit of anger, right? In this ocean, I can't leave even if I want to, right? Isn't this a coincidence? Xia Ruofei laughed dryly. I think you've arranged this, haven't you? Ling Qingxue said with a half smile. Also, I remember that you won the bet very miraculously yesterday. The bet was for me to agree to one thing. You must have planned this in advance, right? I really didn't expect that the honest-looking you would actually be so scheming. 2208 facing _Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Qingxue was in a bad mood now, so everything seemed to be premeditated by Xia Ruofei. Qingxue, then. Can I use the condition of the bet on? He asked. With an innocent face. You can tea. Ling Qingxue did not wait for Xia Ruofei to finish his sentence and interrupted him. Do you think this is a game? Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, if I lose the bet, I'll definitely fulfill my promise. I'm a man, you said you're a man, but unfortunately, I'm a woman. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said, and she's a woman with a narrow heart, why would I? My Qingxue is the most generous. Xia Ruofei smiled apologetically. He knew that he couldn't afford to provoke Ling Qingxue, so he had to be extremely careful with his words. Unfortunately, Ling Qingxue was not moved at all. She pouted and said, you know how to flatter now? I'm just telling the truth, Xia Ruofei smiled. Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei. She did not know how to criticize Xia Ruofei and was even more furious. It was a sunny morning, and the view of the sea was quite wide. At first glance, one could see the boundless sea. However, the same view was not beautiful in Ling Qingxue's eyes at all. Many times, it didn't matter what you saw. When you were in a good mood, even if it was dark clouds, you would still find it as beautiful as a painting. Ling Qingxue did not say anything, and Xia Ruofei did not dare to provoke her. The two of them fell silent and the atmosphere became very heavy. After a long while, Ling Qingxue finally said, Are you Fei? My cultivation has already reached the peak of refined qi level 3, and I've also successfully combined cultivation with your spirit body. This is such good news. Why don't you quickly report it to Song Wei? Wasn't she the one who directed all this? Xia Ruofei looked embarrassed and said, There's no hurry. I'll let her know when I have time, I told you. To contact her now, video call her on WeChat. Ling Qingxue said, not allowing any room for discussion. Xia Ruofei explained helplessly, there's no internet at sea. I can't use WeChat. Did you forget about the equipment you introduced to me yesterday? Ling Qingxue asked with a half-smile. You told me yourself yesterday that even if there's no signal in the open sea, we can connect to the internet through satellite on this yacht. There's even Wi-Fi coverage. Xia Ruofei wanted to slap himself. Why would he show off this for no reason? This time, he couldn't even hide. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Qingxue, why did you spend so much time and effort to contact Song Wei? Don't tell me you want to talk to her? Ling Qingxue immediately replied, of course not. I just want to hear what you guys have to say. Didn't you say that Song Wei was the one who suggested this? I have to see if you're lying. So, you're not allowed to tell Song Wei that I'm by your side. Not even a hint. Otherwise, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a headache. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, was still looking at him with a burning gaze. Xia Ruofei was a little scared by Ling Qingxue's stare. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. Take out your phone, Ling Qingxue said, satisfied. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, but we have to connect to the internet first. We need to go to the cockpit, let's go together. Ling Qingxue said indifferently. Although Xia Ruofei's head was spinning, he could only nod and bring Ling Qingxue back to the cockpit. Although he dawdled for a while, he still managed to connect to the internet. Then, the two of them went to the stern of the ship. Under Ling Qingxue's watchful eyes, Xia Ruofei sent a video call request to Song Wei on WeChat. Ling Qingxue was standing behind Xia Ruofei. From this angle, she could see Xia Ruofei's phone screen, and it just so happened that he was out of the range of the camera. Before Xia Ruofei opened his WeChat, Ling Qingxue had specifically warned him not to turn his phone around on purpose and take a picture of himself. He had to keep his phone in a fixed position. Now that Xia Ruofei was in the wrong and was full of guilt towards Ling Qingxue, he naturally agreed to whatever she said. The familiar dial tone came from the phone. Xia Ruofei prayed in his heart. Please don't answer it. Please don't answer it. It's best if you don't even have your phone with you. However, things often turned out contrary to one's wishes. Soon, the dial tone stopped, and the phone showed that it was connected. Immediately after, the video call was connected. In the video, Song Wei was wearing outdoor clothes and carrying a huge backpack. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she said coyly, "Are you on the yacht? You really know how to enjoy life. I'm still suffering in the wilderness. Aren't you just drawing aggro?" Ling Qingxue was standing right behind Xia Ruofei. Hence, when Song Wei spoke to Xia Ruofei in such a coquettish tone, Xia Ruofei felt extremely embarrassed. However, he could not show it. He could only try to maintain a more natural expression and asked, "You guys haven't finished your field trip yet?" "Soon, there's still some finishing touches," Song Wei said. "Are you in Sanshan or Jing?" "I'm currently at MT3, but I'll probably be going to Beijing in about 10 days. Xia Ruofei replied, "I'm going to film a show on Xiangnan TV's life I'm looking forward to. I've already promised them. 2209 face-to-face_o. Song Wei said, then I'll go back to the capital directly after the field trip. I'll see you in Beijing then. Good, good, good. Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had been talking for a long time and did not get to the point. She could not help but frown. She went around to Xia Ruofei and quickly wrote on the paper, "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." He picked it up and showed it to Xia Ruofei with a threatening look. "Ruofei, why did you video call me today?" Song Wei asked. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "That's true. That Qingxue's cultivation has been progressing rather quickly. Recently, she has already reached the peak of refined qi level 3. Is that so?" Song Wei was pleasantly surprised. "That's really fast progress. Then, we've already tried to combine our spirit and body once." Xia Ruofei gave a definite answer. "That's great," Song Wei said happily. Then, she asked nervously, "Ruofei, then did you tell her what happened between us?" Xia Ruofei raised his head and looked at Ling Qingxue with a questioning gaze. Ling Qingxue quickly wrote a few words on it and showed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that it said, "I didn't agree. You've decided to leave me and be with her." Xia Ruofei's eyes widened and he looked at Ling Qingxue in shock. Ling Qingxue quickly gave Xia Ruofei a look and glared at him at the same time. On the other end of the video call, Song Wei had already noticed that something was wrong with Xia Ruofei. She could not help but ask, "Are you Fei? What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" Xia Ruofei quickly replied, Oh. It's fine, it's fine. I just saw a whale spraying water in the distance. It's the first time I've seen something like this. By the way, what did you just say?" Although Song Wei wanted to see the whale as well, she was more concerned about their relationship. So, she quickly asked again, "I asked you if you told Qingxue about us." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look at Ling Qingxue again. Then, he said helplessly, "I told her after I finished cultivating." Her reaction was stronger and more agitated, and she also expressed that she was determined not to agree to such a ridiculous thing. Song Wei was disappointed again. She bit her lower lip and asked, "Why? Did you not make yourself clear? Qingxue has experienced what it's like to cultivate a spirit body together, so she should be able to understand us. I've made it very clear to her." Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and said, "I've explained the entire incident in detail, but she didn't agree." Song Wei let out a long sigh and said, "Ruofei, it seems that I've thought too simply of this matter. I'm sorry. It's all my bad idea, but you didn't get it done, and instead, you're facing a difficult situation. It's all my fault." Although Xia Ruofei's heart ached when he saw Song Wei's sad look, he was secretly relieved after hearing her words. It proved that he was not lying. Song Wei was the one who suggested this. He couldn't help but look at Ling Qingxue, meaning, "I didn't lie to you." Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and pointed at the paper. Then, she made a hand gesture to Xia Ruofei to grab it. Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue's finger was pointing at the words, "decided to leave me and be with her." Only then did he realize that he had not conveyed the message that she wanted to tell Song Wei, and that had made her angry. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Wei, don't blame yourself. I've already decided. Since Qingxue is so determined, it seems that this matter is over. We can only blame it on our fate. I'll leave her and choose to be with you. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but carefully walk to the blind spot behind Xia Ruofei. She wanted to see how Song Wei would react when she heard the news. To Ling Qingshue's surprise, Song Wei didn't show any signs of joy. On the contrary, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Wei's expression changed and she said excitedly, "Are you au fait? What are you saying? You and Qingxue are a match made in heaven. You've known each other since junior high school. Was it easy for you to come this far? It's not your style to give up just like that." Xia Ruofei felt helpless. However, Ling Qingxue had already given him this setting. In order to avoid further dissatisfaction from Ling Qingxue, he could only act according to this setting. He could not take the initiative to reveal any flaws and let Song Wei find out. Otherwise, he believed that Ling Qingxue would really do as she said and ignore him forever. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "This isn't a matter of whether I want to give up or not. Wei Wei, it's Qingxue who's not willing to forgive me. She wants to break up with me. I can't hold her back and not let her go. That's just how she is. Once she has made up her mind, no one can shake her decision." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "So you don't have to talk about this anymore. Let's just forget about Qingshue's story." "I don't agree," Song Wei said agitatedly. "Ruofei, if you leave Qingxue, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. I will live in guilt for the rest of my life. There will always be a voice reminding me that I am a dishonorable third party. You two were childhood sweethearts, and then you fell in love with each other. How can you break up just like that?" Xia Ruofei could not help but glance at Ling Qingxue from the corner of his eyes. He could clearly see the tears in Song Wei's eyes in the video. It was all because of Ling Qingshue's settings. On the other side, Song Wei only paused for a moment before she took a deep breath. Her eyes revealed a determined look and said, "Are you au fait? I've thought it through. Since Qingxue can't accept me, then I'm the one who should leave. You two are a match made in heaven, and I only entered your life because of an accident. I'm the one who should leave." As Song Wei spoke, her tears fell uncontrollably. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain, and anyone who saw her would pity her. She was still sobbing as she said, "Ruofei, I hope to have the chance to explain to Qingxue face to face. If she's not willing to see me, then forget it. In short, I won't contact you again, and I hope you don't come looking for me again. Quickly go and coax Qingxue back. Put all the blame on me, and tell her that you will never look for me or contact me again. Try to get her forgiveness." Xia Ruofei's heart ached for Song Wei. Ling Qingxue, who was standing in the blind spot behind Xia Ruofei, looked at the pitiful Song Wei on her phone screen and her heart softened. Ling Qingshue's heart trembled when she heard Song Wei's words. She was the most familiar with the intense attraction and pleasure that came from the soul after the soul and body combined cultivation. She knew that Song Wei had the same experience. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not an easy decision to leave Xia Ruofei. It must have been a very difficult decision. When Ling Qingxue saw this scene, her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Just as Song Wei was about to hang up the video call with tears streaming down her face, Ling Qingxue suddenly stood beside Xia Ruofei and said loudly, "Song Wei, why are you so stupid? What's so good about Xia Ruofei that You're willing to sacrifice so much for him? In my opinion, we should both ignore him and let this greedy man go alone. 2210 meeting _ Song Wei was about to end the video call when Ling Qingxue suddenly appeared. She was stunned. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at her phone screen. She did not move an inch, as if the video call was stuck. Xia Ruofei was also stunned. Then, he said in his heart, "You're the one who exposed yourself, so you can't blame me." As he thought about it, he looked at Ling Qingxue carefully. Song Wei was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. She looked very embarrassed and did not dare to look at the screen. She bit her cherry lips and said, "Qingxue. So you're here too." Ling Qingxue could empathize with Song Wei's pain, which was why she had jumped out in a moment of impulse. Now, she was also a little regretful, because the situation was too awkward. Even though this was not a face-to-face conversation between the three of them, the atmosphere of awkwardness was very thick. Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Song Wei, I've heard about what happened between you two. I'm sorry, Qingxue." Song Wei quickly said, "This isn't your fault." Ling Qingxue sighed and said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Ruofei has already told me about it. You were poisoned because you were trying to help him. In addition, the matter of cultivation. It was purely an accident. No one can be blamed for this." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel surprised. Ling Qingxue was actually so reasonable? She wasn't like this before the video call. Once a woman threw a tantrum, who cared if it was reasonable or not? It was a huge mistake to reason with a woman. Song Wei didn't know what Ling Qingxue meant by that, so she just went along with her and said, "Qingxue, you're right. This was indeed an accident. But it's all my fault. If I wasn't so anxious, I could have waited for Ruofei and I to improve our cultivation before getting rid of the peach blossom miasma. Maybe it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Ruofei wouldn't have taken the risk and rushed into the core of my sea of consciousness. Then, there wouldn't have been those things. So, you can't blame Ruofei. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too anxious." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei unhappily and said, "Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. This guy might be secretly happy." "I didn't," Xia Ruofei immediately explained. "You shut up," Song Wei and Ling Qingxue said in unison. After saying that, the two of them felt a little embarrassed and their faces became slightly hot. Ling Qingxue said to Xia Ruofei, "You have no right to speak here. We haven't even found lunch yet. Hurry up and go fishing." "Oh. Then you guys can talk." Xia Ruofei awkwardly handed his phone to Ling Qingxue and then ran away. He knew that the best thing to do at this time was to hide far away. The two women were like gunpowder barrels now. Perhaps he would just sit there and detonate their emotions. Xia Ruofei obediently took the fishing net and came to the affinity platform at the end of the yacht. Of course, he couldn't really focus on fishing. He was just mindlessly digging and pulling in the net. It didn't matter if he got anything or not. Most of his attention was still on Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already spread out. He was carefully observing Ling Qingxue's situation, afraid that she would fall out with Song Wei again. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was much higher than Song Wei's, so his spying did not attract Ling Qingxue's attention. After Xia Ruofei left, Ling Qingxue sighed and said to Song Wei, tell me. What do you plan to do? Song Wei blushed. And said, my thoughts. Ruofei should have told you, right? At that time, I was the one who suggested. For you to come into contact with the absolute beginning Heart Sutra. Other than feeling that cultivating it would bring you countless benefits, there was another important purpose. I hoped that after you personally experience the feeling of cultivating it, you could understand us. Don't you think this suggestion is too ridiculous? Ling Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. She frowned and said, what era is it now? Which man would have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Why can men be so fickle? Qingxue, I know that you're feeling indignant. After all, Ruofei is your boyfriend. Although it was an accident, I'm still the disgraceful third party, Song Wei said awkwardly. When she said this, Song Wei could not help but lower her head in shame. However, Ling Qingxue suddenly asked, Song Wei, you've liked him even before. You combined cultivation with his spirit body, right? Song Wei was stunned when she heard that. She looked up at the screen. Ling Qingxue was also staring at the camera. From Song Wei's angle, it was as if Ling Qingxue was looking at her. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through her heart, and it made her panic. After hesitating for a while, Song Wei nodded her head. As expected, Ling Qingxue said softly. Qingxue, please don't misunderstand. Even Ruofei doesn't know about this. I've been keeping it to myself, Song Wei quickly explained. He doesn't. No? Ling Qingxue was in disbelief. Men and women are very sensitive to such things. If you have feelings for him, he can definitely feel it. Maybe he's just secretly happy. 2211 meeting _ I really didn't, Song Wei said shyly. Qingxue, I'll tell you the truth. The reason why I was so eager to get rid of the peach blossom miasma was that I had made up my mind to stay far away from Ruofei. I didn't want to destroy the relationship between you two. Ling Qingxue raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, why do you say that? Song Wei sighed and said, to be honest, I do have a good impression of Ruofei. He saved my life back then, and I was grateful to him from the start. As we interacted more and more, I unconsciously developed a good impression of him. Ling Qingxue had gradually accepted this fact, so she didn't overreact when she heard this. She only said indifferently, that's why you're so concerned about him. He's going to explore the ancient tomb, and you're going with him, despite the danger? Song Wei nodded her head in embarrassment, but she continued to explain, you know what happened after that. The main reason for the accident was that I was too eager for success. I was in a hurry to get rid of the peach blossom miasma because I wanted to cut off my relationship with Ruofei as soon as possible. I wanted to get far away from him and gradually forget him. You may not know this, but after cultivating the absolute beginning Heart Sutra for a long time, the soul frequency of the two people who practice together tend to be the same, and the resonance between the souls will be stronger. The more I stay by Ruofei's side, the stronger my feelings for him will be. At that time, you happened to go to Beijing and attend the groundbreaking ceremony of the Peach Blossom Spring Gathering with Ruofei. I also saw the photo of the two of you on Weibo, and so many netizens left comments saying that the two of you were a match made in heaven. My heart was even more tormented. After a long struggle in my mind, I decided to take the risk to remove the peach blossom miasma in advance. I didn't expect that something like that would happen. Song Wei said everything in one breath and felt much more relaxed. She looked at the screen and said sincerely, Qingxue, I didn't even tell Ruofei about this, so I won't hide anything from you today. I know that I caused all of this, and I don't expect you to. Forgive me. But please don't blame Ruofei, he really didn't know, it's all my fault. Don't worry, now that my sea of consciousness has been cleared and my body no longer has any hidden dangers, it doesn't matter whether I cultivate or not. I won't disturb you guys again in the future. I hope that in the long years to come, you will be able to help each other and be happy forever. After saying that, a trace of sadness flashed in Song Wei's eyes, and she reached for the hang-up button on the screen. At that moment, Ling Qingxue suddenly called out, "Wait." Song Wei's hand stopped at the top of the screen. She looked at Ling Qingxue on the screen and waited for her to continue. Ling Qingxue bit her lower lip and said coldly after a long while, "Some things can't be clearly explained over the phone. Let's find a time to talk face to face. Can you come to the Three Mountains?" Song Wei was stunned for a moment before she nodded. "Good. I'll try my best to follow, that's it then, goodbye." Ling Qingxue didn't wait for Song Wei to finish her sentence. She said this coldly and hung up the video call. Yunnan Province. At the foot of a barren mountain. There were several large tents set up here, and staff members came in and out from time to time. A half-collapsed tomb had been found not long ago. It should have been dug by grave robbers in the early stage. Later, the rain continued to erode, causing the collapse of the tomb. The archaeological team had been at the site for some time. Their main task was to carry out a rescue excavation of the tomb. Now, the work was in the final stage. Song Wei was one of the members of this team. Her job was to be an assistant to her postgraduate tutor, sorting out pictures and text materials. It was also because she had almost lost her life in the ancient tomb of Mount Yu that the teacher rarely asked her to go to the scene in person. She spent most of her time working in the tent. Song Wei had video, called Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue on a ridge not far from the tent. After Ling Qingxue hung up the video call, Song Wei didn't know what to do. She didn't know what Ling Qingxue's attitude was. However, since Ling Qingxue wanted to talk to her face to face, she would definitely go and meet her. Not only did he want to meet her, but the sooner the better. Therefore, after Song Wei put away her phone, she immediately went to the biggest tent in the camp. Many staff members were busy in the tent. An old man with reading glasses was talking to several staff members. The old man was Professor Zhao, Song Wei's postgraduate tutor. "Professor." Song Wei walked up to Professor Zhao and greeted him respectfully. "Song Wei is here." Professor Zhao greeted him with a pleasant smile. "Professor, I need to talk to you about something," Song Wei said. "Oh," Professor Zhao smiled. "Let's talk outside." He could tell that Song Wei was trying to avoid the staff. The two of them walked out of the tent side by side. Before Professor Zhao could ask, Song Wei said, "Professor, I have something urgent to attend to at home. I was thinking, can I take a few days off?" "That's it," Professor Zhao replied readily. "No problem. Anyway, the work here is almost done, so you can go first. You can just meet us at school." 2212 appointment _ Thank you, Professor. Song Wei said gratefully. "I'm so sorry. I haven't finished my work here, so I'm fine. Professor Zhao waved his hand and said with a smile, "There's only some finishing touches left. You're mainly responsible for the entry work. Just leave it to your junior brothers and sisters." For this trip, Professor Zhao not only brought a few of his graduate students, but also a few undergraduate students who performed well. Song Wei's job this time was not very technical. She mainly needed to be serious and meticulous, so it was not a problem to leave it to the undergraduate students. All right. Song Wei replied. Thank you, Professor. I'll hand over the work. Yeah. Professor Zhao smiled and nodded. You can go back to school after you've settled the things at home. Don't worry. The study time of graduate students was generally flexible, especially when they followed the professor to do research. A few days of leave was just a word from the professor. All right. Song Wei said. Professor Zhao thought for a moment and said, we have a car going to the county to buy things in the afternoon. You should hurry up and hand over your work to Xiao Qian. It'll be just in time to follow the car in the afternoon. We'll be able to board the plane in the provincial capital tonight. Understood, thank you. Professor Song Wei said sincerely. Professor Zhao called out the undergraduate student, Little Qian. After giving a few instructions, he had Song Wei take Little Qian to hand over the work at hand. In the afternoon, Song Wei left the campsite with the archaeological team and took a bus to the provincial capital. She had already booked a plane ticket. On the way, as soon as she arrived at the provincial city station, she immediately took a taxi and went straight to the airport. At around 8 p.m., Song Wei boarded the plane to Sanshan. Before she turned off her phone, Song Wei sent Ling Qingxue a WeChat message. The plane will land at around 10:30 p.m. Shall we meet tomorrow? Before Song Wei could turn off her phone, Ling Qingxue's WeChat message came in. Let's do it today. I'll pick you up at the airport. Song Wei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ling Qingxue to be in such a hurry. However, this was exactly what she wanted. The longer this matter dragged on, the more uncomfortable it would be. She would have to face it sooner or later anyway, so it was better to solve it earlier. Hence, she replied with an okay and turned off her phone without waiting for Ling Qingxue to reply. In reality, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had already returned to land. They were no longer in the mood to play on the sea. After lunch, Ling Qingxue asked Xia Ruofei to drive the yacht back. The two of them didn't talk much along the way, and the atmosphere was very dull. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei sent WeChat messages, Xia Ruofei did not look at them, but he used his spiritual power to spy on them clearly. He was also a little nervous. He didn't know what would happen after the two women met. Now he felt like a prisoner waiting for his sentence, and his heart was very tormented. However, Xia Ruofei could not say anything. Since Ling Qingxue had no intention of telling him, he could only pretend that he did not know. Now, Xia Ruofei had let go of his worries. Anyway, he had said what he needed to say. As for the specific outcome, he would leave it to fate. Xia Ruofei was driving the Night 15 off-road vehicle towards the riverside villa area. Ling Qingxue put away her phone and said lightly, "Send me to the company." "Ah? You're back at the company. So late?" Xia Ruofei asked in surprise. Ling Qingxue didn't say anything. She just leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and said, "All right then." After saying that, he turned the car around and drove in the direction of the Lingji restaurant headquarters. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already guessed. Ling Qingshua's intentions. Recently, Xia Ruofei had been the one who picked Ling Qingxue up and sent her to work. Ling Qingshua's own car had always been parked in the underground parking lot of the company's headquarters. Now that Ling Qingxue was going to the company, it was obvious that she was going to get her car. Wasn't she going to the airport to meet Song Wei? Naturally, Xia Ruofei could only pretend that he did not know anything. He sent Ling Qingxue back to the Ling GF and B headquarters and watched her enter the building. Then, he smiled bitterly and drove back to the Riverside Villa area. 2213 Empathizing 1. Xia Ruofei returned home feeling uneasy. Now, he regretted peeking at Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's conversation on the yacht. If he didn't know that Song Wei had come to the Three Mountains to meet Ling Qingxue, he wouldn't be so troubled. Xia Ruofei was also having an internal struggle. Should he rush to the airport to take a look? Would these two girls fight? One of them was at refined Qi level 4, while the other was at refined Qi level 3. Their spiritual power cultivation was about the same. If they really had a conflict, the destructive power would not be small. Besides, he would feel heartache no matter who he hurt. Xia Ruofei was confident that even though the two girls were cultivators, he would not be discovered if he were to monitor them without anyone knowing. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he gave up. Xia Ruofei made up his mind. Do whatever you want. Anyway, things had already come to this. Now, it was equivalent to playing cards openly. As for the final result, he would let them discuss it among themselves. After thinking it through, Xia Ruofei decided to throw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind. He went to the master bedroom upstairs and filled the bathtub with water. He took off his clothes and stepped in, deciding to take a bath first. After soaking in the bathtub with a massage function for more than half an hour, Xia Ruofei finally got up and wiped the water off his body. Then, he changed into a comfortable coral fleece bathrobe and went to the bedroom in his slippers. He threw himself onto the bed and couldn't help but look out of the dark window again. He let out a long sigh. Usually, at this time, Xia Ruofei would have already gone to bed if there were no special circumstances. Although he had left the army, he still maintained a regular routine. However, he had something on his mind today, so he didn't feel sleepy at all. She leaned on the bed in boredom and read the news for a long time until there were no more new articles on the front page. Then, she threw her phone aside and closed her eyes in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Xia Ruofei seemed to have heard a knock on the villa door. The vigilance he had maintained for many years made him sober up at once. He didn't move, but he instantly released his spiritual force. His spiritual power had reached the level of spirit gathering, so he could easily cover the entire villa with his spiritual power. The next moment, Xia Ruofei's mouth was wide open in shock as he examined the situation. Ling Qingshua's car slowly drove in, and the doors on both sides opened almost at the same time. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei stepped out of the car together. What's the situation? Xia Ruofei had a question in his mind. Why did they come back together? Do you want to lay your cards on the table? Downstairs, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had already entered the villa one after another. The sound of footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Xia Ruofei realized that they had gone upstairs. At this moment, Xia Ruofei quickly made a decision and pretended to be asleep. It would be so awkward to see the two of them at this time. Xia Ruofei did not know what to say. He had imagined all sorts of scenarios where Ling Qingxue and Song Wei would meet, including the two of them getting into a fight over a disagreement, or one of them deciding to leave him, or even the worst-case scenario where the two of them would never talk to him again. However, he did not expect that these two girls, who were not as incompatible as fire and water, would come to his house together. One had to know that it was already the middle of the night. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and listened to their footsteps as they walked towards the master bedroom. This guy must be sleeping, Ling Qingshua's voice could be heard clearly. We're both heartbroken, but he's acting like nothing has happened. I'm so angry. I don't think so, Song Wei replied weakly. His cultivation is much higher than ours, so how could he not hear us? Could it be he's pretending to be asleep? Ling Qingxue said immediately. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sweat. Indeed, women shouldn't be together. How long had they been together? His IQ had obviously increased by a few %. He knew he couldn't pretend anymore. Even if he didn't get up now, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei would definitely come in. Rather than that, it was better to take the initiative. Xia Ruofei sat up on the bed. Outside the door, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei looked at each other. Then, Ling Qingxue took a step forward and was about to turn the doorknob to open the door. At this moment, the ball lock on the door turned on its own, and the door opened gently without any wind. The two of them looked into the room and saw Xia Ruofei sitting at the head of the bed in his sleeping robe. He had an awkward but polite smile on his face. After seeing the two of them, Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and waved his hand at them. Good evening. The moment Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei, her face turned red and her eyes turned red. Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "What's so good about it?" "I'm very bad." Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's all my fault." Song Wei's head was slightly lowered. When she heard Xia Ruofei's voice, she quickly looked up at him and lowered her head again, with a red face. Ling Qingxue looked straight at Xia Ruofei and said, "Hey. The guests are already at the door. Is this how you treat them? You didn't even get off the bed to welcome us, nor did you invite us in. Are you just going to let us stand at the door and talk?" 2214 Feeling the same, too, only then did Xia Ruofei come back to his senses. He quickly lifted the blanket and got out of bed. He didn't even put on his slippers and walked to the door. He smiled and said, "Two beautiful ladies, please come in." After his shower, he had just casually put on a sleeping robe. He had gotten out of bed earlier, so the belt had long been loosened. His chest was exposed, and his strong pecs and well-defined 8-pack abs were all exposed in front of the two. Song Wei was already embarrassed. Seeing Xia Ruofei like this, she turned her face away. Ling Qingxue was even angrier and said, "Please, can you put on your clothes properly?" Xia Ruofei quickly tidied up his sleeping bag and carefully tied the ribbon around himself. He wrapped himself up tightly and then made an inviting gesture. "Is it okay now? Let's talk inside." Ling Qingxue gave Xia Ruofei a sidelong glance before she walked into the room. Song Wei followed closely behind Ling Qingxue. She did not even dare to look at Xia Ruofei as she walked in hurriedly. Seeing Song Wei acting like a little wife, Xia Ruofei felt pity for her. This was not an ordinary girl. She was the daughter of the top leader of San Shan and had connections with the Song family. She was one of the top figures in the Circle of the second generation in Beijing. She had a prominent family background, good upbringing, good looks, and a hot body. She was definitely a proud daughter of heaven. It could be said that she had a large number of young masters pursuing her. But now, she had to put herself in such a low position. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart, what did I do to deserve this? To be able to make a proud daughter of heaven like Song Wei fall for him. Ling Qingxue did not stand on ceremony, and sat down on the edge of Xia Ruofei's bed. Then, she pointed at the lazy sofa beside the bed and said to Song Wei, Wei, you can sit here. Then, Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei, who was about to sit down on the bed, and said, you just stand there. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This was the rhythm of a joint trial of 3 halls. However, he also knew that he had to lower his attitude. Today, this was a hurdle. If he could get over it, he would naturally have a bright future. If he couldn't get over this, he would lose one of them or even both. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not take it to heart. He straightened his back and stood aside obediently. However, Song Wei's heart ached when she saw this. She said in a low voice, Qingxue, let him sit down and talk. I'm still not used to him standing so tall. Ling Qingxue then turned to Xia Ruofei and said, since Wei interceded, then you should sit down. It saves us the trouble of having to look up and talk to you. Thank you. Thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled apologetically and sat down at the end of the bed. He continued, then. Why did you guys come here together? Isn't Wei out of town doing field research? Although Xia Ruofei already knew that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had arranged to meet, he still had to put on an act. If he did not act surprised, Ling Qingxue would be suspicious. When Ling Qingxue heard how Xia Ruofei addressed Song Wei so intimately, she could not help but feel a little sour. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and said, aren't you the one who provoked them? Wei rushed back day and night, and has been on the road since this afternoon. Oh. Thank you for your hard work, Xia Ruofei said. He placed his hands on his knees, like an obedient child. He looked at Ling Qingxue, then at Song Wei, and said hesitantly, then. You're here to be honest, it would be a lie if she wasn't nervous. However, the 3 of them had already met and Xia Ruofei couldn't pretend to be confused. He had to ask. Ling Qingxue looked at Song Wei and said, Wei, why don't you say it? Song Wei blushed and quickly said, it's better if you say it. That's good, Ling Qingxue did not decline. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, I met with Wei tonight and we have come to an agreement. I'm here to let you know. Even though Xia Ruofei was mentally strong, he could not help but feel his heart beat faster at this moment. He took a deep breath and said, you say it. I'm all ears. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and asked, are you au fait? What do you hope to be the result? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, isn't that asking the obvious? My great aunt, don't keep me in suspense. Can you just tell me if you're dead or alive? Ling Qingxue and Song Wei looked at each other, and a hint of a smile appeared in their eyes. So our overbearing chairman can also be nervous sometimes. Concern makes you confused. Xia Ruofei said shamelessly, this shows that I care about you. This was supposed to be a good word, but the word you sounded a little harsh. To Ling Qingxue, she felt a burst of anger and bitterness. She bit her lower lip and then said indifferently, then I'll be direct. Ruofei, after discussing with Wei Wei, we've decided to. At this point, Ling Qingxue paused slightly and glanced at Xia Ruofei, who was obviously nervous. Then, she continued, neither of us will be with you. We'll let you. You greedy ghost, get nothing. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt a buzz in his head, and an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. Even though he was already mentally prepared for such an outcome, when Ling Qingxue said it herself, Xia Ruofei still felt a stab of pain in his heart. The pain was hard to describe in words, but it was deeply engraved in his heart. He tried his best to control his emotions, not wanting to show his weak side in front of the two. After a long while, Xia Ruofei finally squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said with difficulty, "Oh. This is indeed my fault. I will respect your decision. I also wish you happiness in the future." Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei quietly. Although Xia Ruofei did not cry or look as if he had lost his parents, she could clearly feel the pain hidden in his seemingly calm expression. Especially when his eyes suddenly lost their light, it made her heart hurt. I can't feel bad for him. Ling Qingxue said to herself, I have to let this greedy bastard feel the pain. Otherwise, things will get out of hand in the future. Therefore, not only did Ling Qingxue not say anything, but she also used her eyes to stop Song Wei from speaking. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. Then, he said calmly, So, you're here to say goodbye to me tonight? Ling Qingxue's white and neat teeth bit her lower lip lightly. She looked straight at Xia Ruofei and only spoke after a long while. Isn't this feeling uncomfortable? But do you know how I felt when I heard you personally tell me that there was another woman who wanted to share a man with me? My cultivation just broke through and I was still immersed in great joy, but your words made all the joy disappear. My mood was even worse than riding a roller coaster. Qingxue, don't say any more. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and frowned. I know it's all my fault. So, today's outcome is my own fault. Since you've decided, I'll definitely respect it. Perhaps I need time to adapt, perhaps this wound will never heal, but don't worry, I definitely won't pester or disturb you. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered something and quickly said, That's right, your foundations are quite good, and your cultivation is also quite good. It's not easy to embark on the path of cultivation, so it's a pity to give up halfway. However, the absolute beginning Heart Sutra wasn't suitable for individual cultivation. The efficiency would be too low. I'll try to find a suitable cultivation technique for you as soon as possible and teach it to you. I'll also prepare enough cultivation resources for you. This is the last thing I can do for you. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's eyes turned red when they heard Xia Ruofei's words. Song Wei's tears started to fall. Ling Qingxue's heart trembled. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xia Ruofei viciously. What good things are you thinking about? It wasn't easy for us to get to where we are today, and you actually want to wash your hands of this? He even wants us to choose a new cultivation technique and start from the beginning? Don't even think about it. Who told you to lure us onto the path of cultivation? You have to take full responsibility. Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked weakly, then, what do you mean by that? 2215 A subtle relationship. 1. What do you mean? Ling Qingxue's face reddened slightly as she replied, Of course I mean what I said. Xia Ruofei was still confused. At this moment, Song Wei could not stand it anymore. She suppressed her embarrassment and said with a red face, "Are you au fait? It's like this. I've discussed it with Qingxue. We'll only be friends with you for the time being, but we'll continue to cultivate the absolute beginning heart sutra with you." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. After he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but look at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue nodded unhappily, confirming Song Wei's words. Xia Ruofei swallowed his saliva and asked, "Continue to cultivate the absolute beginning heart sutra? Then, is it only normal joint training, or does it include spirit-body joint cultivation?" The two girls' faces heated up at the same time, like ripe apples. Even Ling Qingxue, who had been full of aura just now, suddenly became bashful. The room was suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. Xia Ruofei also realized that he had asked a stupid question. He laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment and said, "I understand. I understand." Ling Qingxue spat and said, "You know nothing. It's not good for a girl to use vulgarities." Xia Ruofei said immediately, "I already said, none of your business." Ling Qingxue said unreasonably, "You're so evil. You only know how to bully us." As expected, it was a stupid thing to reason with a woman. Xia Ruofei wisely shut his mouth, but after a while, he couldn't help but mutter, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Who would buy a top-tier computer with an i7 processor and still want to use an antique 386? In fact, the extreme pleasure of the spirit-body joint cultivation process was as big as the difference between a top computer and an antique computer from 10 or 20 years ago when compared with the sex in reality. This was the result of Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's discussion. Naturally, Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. However, he had forgotten one thing. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were also cultivators. Even though his voice was very soft, the two of them could hear him clearly. In reality, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's agreement was a little self-deceiving, or perhaps she just wanted to give herself a reason to convince herself. Hence, after hearing Xia Ruofei's mumbling, the two of them could not help but feel embarrassed and angry. Even Song Wei could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, "Qingxue, you're right. This person is really too evil." Ling Qingxue nodded in agreement and said, "You're just too soft-hearted. If it were up to me, we should just leave him hanging for 10 days to half a month. Let's see if he still dares to be so fickle in love in the future." Song Wei's face heated up. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and lowered her head without saying a word. If Song Wei had not taken the initiative to tell Xia Ruofei about the results of their discussion, Ling Qingxue would not have revealed it so easily. Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Isn't that good? It's fine as long as we make things clear." "Qingxue, Wei, thank you." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wei, look, this guy is so proud." "Forget it, didn't we agree on this?" Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Ruofei looked embarrassed. Whatever he said was wrong anyway. The two of them were probably still angry. Ling Qingxue, in particular, must have felt uncomfortable. He could only slowly comfort her in the future. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "All right, we came to inform you of this. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Go? Where are you going this late at night? Just stay here." "What are you thinking?" Ling Qingxue said, could it be that you want to take advantage of the night to plot something? I wouldn't dare, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. My house isn't far away, Ling Qingxue replied. Of course, she was going home. In order to prevent you from bullying Wei Wei when I'm not around, I've decided to bring her to my house. Song Wei quickly nodded. She had to make her stand clear at this time. Otherwise, what if Ling Qingxue was overthinking things? Their agreement was to maintain a superficial balance, especially when they were together with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, oh. Then I'll send you there. The neighborhood might not be safe at this hour. Wait a minute. I'll change my clothes. Xia Ruofei, you look like you can't wait for us to leave, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Xia Ruofei replied innocently, no way. Didn't you say that you wanted to leave? It didn't seem right. I can't live like this, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Ling Qingxue sat beside Xia Ruofei's bed and said, I suddenly feel that this bedroom is not bad. Wei Wei and I will be staying here tonight. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei happily said, that's great. Just you wait. I'll go look for a blanket. This bed is big enough for 3 people. What good things are you thinking of? Ling Qingxue and Song Wei said in unison. Don't play dumb, Ruofei. Song Wei chuckled. What Qingxue means is that we're commandeering this room, so you can find your own room to sleep in. 2216 A subtle relationship. 2. Xia Ruofei shrunk his neck and said, oh. I thought you guys wanted to cultivate with me. Alright then. Rest early. I'll sleep in the guest room next door. Oh right, there are new toiletries in the cabinet under the sink. You can see them when you open the cabinet door. Then you guys should rest early. Good night. With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the door. Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei's words and said, wait. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, you really reminded me. It seems that you and Wei Wei haven't cultivated for a long time. Why don't you cooperate with her and cultivate today? Song Wei blushed and said, Qingxue, forget it. It's already so late. Let's talk about it another day, there's no better day than the present. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, furthermore, this guy has the time array flag. You guys won't take much time to cultivate, right? In fact, Song Wei wanted to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. Not only was the efficiency of the spirit body combined cultivation very high, but the extreme feeling was also very enjoyable. However, to cultivate with Xia Ruofei in front of Ling Qingxue was a huge psychological barrier for her. After all, although the two of them were sitting upright and still, the scene in their sea of consciousness was actually very embarrassing. Moreover, Ling Qingxue had also experienced it before, so she naturally knew what kind of scene the two of them were in during the process of cultivation. How could Song Wei pull her face down? I don't think so, Song Wei said in a low voice. Wei Wei, since we've already made our decision, you don't have to think too much about it, and don't worry about me overthinking it, Ling Qingxue said. If he couldn't even overcome the psychological barrier, then he still had a long way to go. Could it be that he would never cultivate again? Then what's the point of us discussing this for so long? After Ling Qingxue finished speaking, she saw that Song Wei was still looking down and not saying anything. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, don't you think so? Xia Ruofei was more shameless than Song Wei. He shrugged and said, I'm fine with anything. As long as you have a need, I will do my best to cooperate. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said, You're making it seem like you've done more work than I have. You should be so happy. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and didn't say anything. Ling Qingxue held Song Wei's hand and said, It's decided then. Ruofei, what are you doing? Go get the formation flags. Oh. Xia Ruofei said, Wait. I'll bring it over immediately. With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the door of the room. Of course, he could not take anything out of the spirit map space in front of Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, so he could only pretend that the array flags were in another room. As soon as Xia Ruofei left, Song Wei said to Ling Qingxue nervously, Qingxue, do I really have to cultivate here with Ruofei? Of course. Ling Qingxue said. But I feel weird, Song Wei blushed and said. Do you want me to leave? Ling Qingxue asked with a faint smile. Don't misunderstand. Song Wei said, I'm not saying that you're in the way. I'm just, Ling Qingxue laughed and said, Wei, you don't have to explain so much. I understand. How about this? I'm just about to take a bath, so I'll go to the bathroom after you enter the array. According to the flow of time, I estimate that by the time I'm done with my bath, you'll have finished your cultivation. Song Wei felt a little more at ease after hearing this. If she had to cultivate with Xia Ruofei under Ling Qingxue's observation, it would be a little unbearable. Although all the embarrassing process happened in her sea of consciousness, her physical body would also show a satisfied expression. Every time she finished cultivating, her face would be flushed red. If Ling Qingxue were to see this, she would be too embarrassed. Song Wei lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she nodded gently and immediately said, All right. But after I'm done with Ruofei, you'll have to do the same with him. This time, it was Ling Qingxue's turn to be embarrassed. She looked at Song Wei unnaturally and said, I'll pass. I just cultivated with him, this won't do. We must be fair. Song Wei said, only absolute fairness can make our relationship last. Didn't we agree on this? Of course, Xia Ruofei did not go far. He went to the room next door and took out the array flags from the medium before returning to the master bedroom. Therefore, he had heard about 70 to 80% of the conversation between Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in with the array flag. He laughed bitterly in his heart. In the end, this brother had become a resource for their cultivation. And to maintain absolute fairness, however, Xia Ruofei did not reject such alluring labor at all. As he skillfully set up the array flags, he smiled and said, I think Wei's right. Qingxue, I'll cooperate with Wei's cultivation first. After that, it'll be your turn. Can you do it? Ling Qingxue's words made Xia Ruofei feel insulted. He glared at her and said, Can you please remove his word? Whether I can do it or not. Aren't you the one who knows best? Xia Ruofei smiled evilly and continued, whether it's the spirit-body combination cultivation or in reality, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei couldn't help but blush. Women were always at a disadvantage when talking about dirty topics with men. Ling Qingxue glared at Xia Ruofei and said, If you want to cultivate, then cultivate. What's the point of talking so much? Since you're not afraid of overusing your spiritual energy, what should I be afraid of? It's decided. Then, Ling Xia turned to Song Wei and said, Wei Wei, I'm going to take a shower first. You and Ruofei should focus on your cultivation. Xia found her home clothes in the closet and gave Song Wei an encouraging smile. Before walking into the bathroom, only Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were left in the master bedroom. Song Wei seemed to be nervous and shy. She did not even dare to look at Xia Ruofei in the eye. Xia Ruofei held Song Wei's hand gently and said, Wei Wei, thank you. Song Wei looked up and said seriously, you should thank Xia. Don't be fooled by her unforgiving words. She actually cares a lot about you, you two have to thank me. Xia Ruofei said, but are we going to cultivate in the array first? Otherwise, Xia will be out soon. Oh. Song Wei said nervously. Xia Ruofei held Song Wei's hand and walked into the time formation. In the bathroom, the shower head was spraying warm water, but Xia was still standing outside the shower room, completely undressed. She stared blankly at her own reflection in the mirror, her expression complicated, and didn't move for a long time. In fact, she had already extended her spiritual power out and sensed that Xia Ruofei and Song Wei had already entered the time formation. Xia knew exactly what was going to happen in Song Wei's consciousness. Therefore, she was feeling rather complicated at the moment. There was a faint sorrow, but at the same time, she felt relieved. No matter what, since he had decided, then he would walk down this path bravely. Xia said to herself. Then she took off her clothes and walked into the shower room. In the time formation, Song Wei, who had not cultivated with Xia Ruofei for a long time, finally calmed down after a long time. Xia Ruofei took out the crystals and the two of them started to cultivate. Once the heart technique of the scripture of the primordium was activated, Song Wei had no other distracting thoughts. The two of them focused on controlling the true qi to form and flow in their meridians. After a few cycles, Xia Ruofei took control of the qi. A stream of mental energy followed the qi and entered Song Wei's consciousness without any obstacles. 22:17 Fairness and Justice. 1. After 2 hours, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei opened their eyes. Song Wei was still shy. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and quickly lowered her head. It was not her first time cultivating with Xia Ruofei's spirit body. However, today's situation was special. Although she was focused during cultivation, she could not suppress the shyness in her heart when they finished their cultivation. After all, Xia was in the bathroom just a wall away. In reality, the two of them had only been cultivating for 2 hours, which was only a few minutes. In the outside world, Xia definitely couldn't have come out so quickly, but that different kind of stimulation was still very strong. Song Wei felt her legs go soft. Of course, this was all a psychological effect. In fact, after the spirit body combined cultivation, her cultivation had improved again. Moreover, her body was not involved in any exercise, so she naturally did not feel tired. Song Wei quickly stood up and said with a hint of panic and shyness, Ruofei, let's go out. Wei Wei, why do I feel like I'm guilty? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Song Wei blushed and said, don't say any more. Xia should be out soon, let's go out. Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, I need to rest for a while. I'm so tired just now, no way. Song Wei glared at Xia Ruofei and said, I see that you're full of energy. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I like this description. What a sense of accomplishment. Song Wei blurted out and blushed again. She pinched Xia Ruofei's arm and said, "Are you going out or not?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I really need to recover my mental strength. You're done with your cultivation, but I still have to serve student Qingxue later. You don't want any accidents to happen to us while we're cultivating, do you?" "Don't think that I don't understand," Song Wei said in a low voice. "Your spiritual power is much stronger than ours, why would you need to recover?" Then, she pulled Xia Ruofei up and pushed him out of the time formation. Xia Ruofei kept the time array flag with a smile and pointed at the bathroom where the sound of water came from. "Did you see? Qingxue would definitely not be that fast. What's the hurry?" Song Wei's face was red as she walked to the bed and sat down. Xia Ruofei also sat down on the sofa at the head of the bed and sank into it without any care for his image. "Wei Wei," he said, "you rushed back from Yunnan. It must have been a hard journey, right? Isn't this for our sake?" Song Wei said faintly. "No matter how hard it is, I have to get it." Xia Ruofei's seat was a little low. He looked up at Song Wei and could not help but reach out to grab her hand. "It's been hard on you," Song Wei retracted her hand in a panic and said, "Ruofei, I promised Qingxue. We can't." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "I understand. I will respect your opinions." "What the hell is this?" Xia Ruofei said in his heart. When he was cultivating with the spirit bodies in his sea of consciousness, he had experienced all kinds of madness. Now that he was back in reality, he couldn't even hold hands. Wasn't this self-deception? The two of them were silent for a while. Xia Ruofei took the initiative to ask, "By the way, you haven't gone home yet, have you?" Qingxue came to the airport to pick me up. After we chatted for a while, she came straight to your place." Song Wei said, "But it's fine. My parents don't know that I'm back. I'll just go back tomorrow and give them a surprise." Xia Ruofei nodded. "That's fine. It's already so late. We'll disturb their rest if we go back." The two of them chatted for a while until the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After a while, Ling Qingxue came out in cotton home clothes, drying her hair with a bath towel. She saw the two of them sitting by the bed and chatting. She asked nonchalantly, "You're done with your cultivation so quickly?" Song Wei immediately stood up and said, "Qingxue, it's your turn to cultivate with Ruofei. I'll find a room to sleep in and won't disturb you guys," he said. "Don T," Ling Qingxue quickly said. "You can't leave. I still have to go rest with you later." "It's fine, you can rest here with Ruofei." Song Wei was stunned for a moment. "I'll sleep in the guest room alone." Ling Qingxue said seriously, "Wei Wei, our agreement doesn't only apply to you. It also applies to me. Of course I can't stay overnight. Not only that, you have to be there to supervise me." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "That's not right. Didn't we use this room? Where are you going?" "It's that guy who should be leaving later." As Ling Qingxue spoke, she pointed at Xia Ruofei, who had an innocent expression on his face. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I should be the one leaving." "Wei Wei, why don't you go take a shower too? I'll be able to rest in a while." But Song Wei hesitated. and said, "My clothes are still in the suitcase. I left the suitcase in the car. I'll go get a change of clothes." 2218 Fair and just, 2, don't bother, we have the same figure, you can wear mine. Ling Qingxue said, "I'll help you find one." Even though Ling Qingxue did not live here often, she still kept a few sets of home clothes with Xia Ruofei. She quickly found a set of home clothes and passed it to Song Wei. She squinted her eyes and said in a low voice, "I've already wrapped your undergarments inside, so our sizes shouldn't be too different. Just make do with it. I'm going to take it off when I go to sleep anyway." Song Wei blushed and quickly took the clothes from Ling Qingxue. She said in a low voice, "I know, this time." It was Ling Qingxue's turn to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. Meanwhile, Song Wei hid in the bathroom. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Qingxue, don't you feel awkward?" Ling Qingxue replied nonchalantly, "It's awkward. But what can we do? Am I really going to ignore you, you womanizer? That's why. Even if it's awkward, you'll have to slowly get used to it. Maybe you won't be awkward in the future." After Xia Ruofei heard this, he felt the softest part of his heart being touched. He couldn't help but reach out and pull Ling Qingxue into his arms. However, before he could say anything, Ling Qingxue pushed him away gently and said, "What are you doing?" What was he doing? "Don't even think about touching me." Wei Wei, and I have an agreement." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was this stupid agreement again. "But you're my wife." "No, my girlfriend," Xia Ruofei said. "That was in the past." Ling Qingxue said, "From today onwards, I'm not your girlfriend." What happened? Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. "You still want to find another boyfriend?" "That's hard to say," Ling Qingxue said, blinking. "Then what am I?" Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. "They can barely be considered as cultivation partners." Ling Qingxue said indifferently, "The reason why Wei Wei and I are cultivating with you is mainly to improve our cultivation. Don't think too much about it." Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and said seriously, "All right, all right, all right. I promise I won't think too much. Daughter-in-law. That. Qingxue, should we start cultivating? Otherwise, Wei Wei will be done with her bath soon. Humph, humph. I'll let you have a taste of my power when we cultivate together," Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Ling Qingxue, who had been going against Xia Ruofei the whole night, did not object this time. After all, Song Wei had already cultivated with Xia Ruofei once. It was reasonable for her to cultivate with Xia Ruofei. Thus, the two of them walked into the time formation hand in hand. After another 2 hours of cultivation, Ling Qingxue's face was flushed red as she exited her cultivation state. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "When you cultivate with Wei Wei, will it be the same as just now? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Xia Ruofei said with a strange expression. "Forget it, I don't want to hear it." Ling Qingxue said dejectedly, "I don't feel good hearing the truth, but if it's a lie, even I don't believe it. Let's go. Let's go out." "All right then," Xia Ruofei said. After the two of them left the array, Xia Ruofei quickly kept the time array flag. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei and raised her eyebrows. "Why are you still standing there?" "Ah?" Xia Ruofei didn't react immediately. He asked tentatively, "Then I should." "You're done cultivating, shouldn't you go back to your room to rest? Don't forget that Wei Wei and I have already taken over this room, Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was really killing the donkey when the grinding was done. Putting on his pants and not giving any face. No. Where were the pants? The spirit-body joint cultivation was always open to each other. Just as Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts, Ling Qingxue asked with a faint smile, "Don't tell me you're waiting to admire the beauty coming out of the bath?" Xia Ruofei quickly replied, "No. I'm just afraid that you'll be bored, so I want to talk to you. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You guys should rest early." Too, with that, Xia Ruofei hugged the time array flag and left the master bedroom that no longer belonged to him. He randomly chose a room on the second floor. After entering the room, he first put the time array flag into the spirit map space. Then, he opened the cabinet, took out a clean bed sheet and bedding, and started to make the bed. Before Ling Qingxue and Song Wei came to the house, Xia Ruofei had already dozed off for a while. Now that they were in the house, he was completely awake. She wondered how they were getting along in the house. What would they talk about? Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with all sorts of weird thoughts. She tossed and turned for a long time, unable to fall asleep. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged, took out a crystal from the space, and started to cultivate the Great Tao technique. In the past 2 days, he had already combined his spirit and body 3 times. 2 of them were with Ling Qingxue, and 1 was with Song Wei. Although the effect of the combined cultivation of the spirit and body was more obvious for Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, it was also quite helpful for Xia Ruofei. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough. So he planned to increase his cultivation in the near future and strive to break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to refine Qi level 9. Xia Ruofei's cultivation lasted until the next morning. A hint of white appeared in the east, and the light of the sky shone in through the window. Xia Ruofei, who had been sitting cross-legged the entire night, opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and stretched. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. As expected, it was not easy to break through from the 8th level to the 9th level. However, the amount of spiritual energy required was probably more than the previous levels combined. After a night of cultivation, Xia Ruofei could feel that he was getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. However, he might need to work hard for a few more days before he could reach the critical point of a breakthrough. Of course, Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He did not feel dejected because of this. He simply washed up, changed his clothes, and went downstairs. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei did not wake up. Xia Ruofei felt guilty towards the 2 girls, so he came down early to prepare breakfast. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei got up and washed up, they went downstairs together. Xia Ruofei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Thick rice porridge was kept warm in an electric pressure cooker. Heart-shaped poached eggs, delicious side dishes, crispy toasted bread, butter, milk. It could be said that everything was available here. Whether they wanted to eat Chinese or Western food, they could have it. After the spirit-body joint cultivation last night, the atmosphere between the 3 of them didn't seem as awkward as when they first met. They finished their breakfast while talking and laughing. Song Wei had to return to the provincial hospital in the morning to meet her parents. Xia Ruofei wanted to drive Song Wei home and then send Ling Qingxue to work, but was rejected by both of them. Ling Qingxue said that she would send Song Wei home before going to the company. She also told Xia Ruofei that they would no longer be a couple, so she did not need Xia Ruofei to send her to and from work. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still expressed his respect for their opinions. Since he didn't need to send them off, he was happy to be free. After the two left, he took a short break and drove to the Taoyuan building. Xia Ruofei received a call from Feng Jing not long after he arrived at the office. Sister Che, how did you know that I was in the company? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You just got on the elevator, and all the female employees in the company were already talking about you, Feng Jing said. Are you Ruofei, don't you know how popular you are? I didn't expect the employees to support me so much. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Get this straight, it's a female employee, okay? Feng Jing laughed. Your popularity right now is almost on par with that of Mr. Wang's national husband. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Right, let's talk about serious business. What's the matter? If you didn't come to the company today, I would have called you. There's really something. Feng Jing said, it's like this, Director Gao from Shannan Satellite TV is going to visit you at Sanshan. His flight will be tomorrow. So I have to report to you first. 2219 Assistant Dong's team _Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, Director Gao? Didn't we agree to meet in Beijing in a few days? Besides, he's the deputy station head, and he's going to be personally involved in the recording of a show? Feng Rao laughed, this means that they value you. There was no need for the stage to personally attend to the usual guests. Moreover, wouldn't paying a personal visit make it seem as if he's of higher importance? With Shannan TV's status in the entertainment industry, even if it was a top star, there was no need for a leader at the level of the deputy director to personally contact them. However, Xia Ruofei's identity was not just a popular star. Even though his popularity was indeed very high, the most popular company in China in the past year was definitely Paradise Corporation. Perhaps Paradise Corporation's scale was not very large, and its profitability was not worth mentioning compared to those giant companies, but it was extremely popular on the internet. No other company could compare to it. Every product was a hit, and their fame had long reached overseas. They were also quite a hot topic. How could such a company not be popular? As a young entrepreneur, Xia Ruofei was in charge of a company that was famous and had endless potential. How could his status be compared to that of an ordinary celebrity? Moreover, Xia Ruofei's personal relationship with Ho Liang and his status in the circle of the second generation in Beijing were enough for Shannan TV to take him seriously. Alright, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Since he wants to come, we can't stop him. Let's do our job of receiving him. Alright. Feng Jing replied crisply, can I arrange for you two to meet tomorrow afternoon? No problem. Xia Ruofei asked, at the office or the hotel? Gao Tai said that he wants to visit the company. Let's arrange the meeting place to be the guest room on the top floor. Feng Jing said, you don't have to show up during the interview. You can just show up during the meeting. Okay. Xia Ruofei said. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he picked up some documents that he needed to sign. Paradise Corporation's working model was already very mature. Feng Jing could directly make decisions for most things, but she had always been cautious with her duties. For some relatively sensitive matters, such as financial and human resources problems, even if Xia Ruofei was not in the company, she would often call to ask for instructions and report She would only carry out the work after getting Xia Ruofei's approval. These work procedures also required Xia Ruofei's signature and approval. Hence, every time he returned to the company, there would be a pile of documents waiting for him to sign. After dealing with some work, Xia Ruofei stood up and stretched. He walked to the window and looked at the scenery to relax his eyes. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Xia Ruofei walked back to his desk and sat down. He called out, "Please enter." The office door was pushed open, and Feng Jing walked in with a female office worker. This white-collar woman had short hair and was wearing a black professional suit. She looked valiant and heroic. "Chairman." Feng Rao greeted him with a smile. The office lady beside her also bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and said, "Good day, Chairman." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Is there something you need, President Feng? Let's sit down and talk." Feng Jing sat down in front of Xia Ruofei's desk with the office lady and smiled. "Chairman, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yanan from the administration department. She just got promoted to the M5 manager level in the year-end evaluation. The Peach Blossom Company's personnel grading system had been very smooth since the implementation. After the first personnel grading and the comprehensive assessment at the end of the year, everyone's rank was basically in a stable state. The future career advancement path had also become very clear. Whether it was a technical position or a management position, as long as one had the ability, there would be enough room for promotion. The M series were all management positions. For Qin Yanan to be able to get an M5, it meant that she was quite capable. One should know that an M6 was basically the level of a department's deputy director. Therefore, this M5 manager should be a middle-ranking reserve that Feng Jing valued. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Qin Yanan. He could tell that Qin Yanan was a little nervous in front of him, so he said gently, "Hello, Manager Qin." Qin Yanan quickly stood up and said, "Good day, Chairman." Xia Ruofei didn't expect Qin Yanan to be even more nervous when he wanted her to relax. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Then, he turned to Feng Jing for an inquiry. Feng Jing laughed. "Chairman, it's like this. The company has formed a small team in the administrative department. Of course, the staff will be transferred from the marketing department, public relations department, and even finance department. The administrative department is in charge of managing and coordinating, while this team is in charge of your personal affairs, including social account maintenance, crisis public relations, and some external activities. In short, it's like your secretary team. Manager Qin is the person in charge of this team, so I brought her here to meet you today. If you have any work in the future, you can directly give her instructions." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned and said, "CEO Feng, is this necessary? You also know that I'm a lazy person, and I rarely come to the company. Isn't it a waste of resources to raise a team to serve me?" 2220 Assistant Dong's team _ When Qin Yanan heard this, she couldn't help but feel nervous. This team had an extraordinary position in the company. Although it was managed by the administration department, it was actually the chairman's direct team. They usually handled all matters related to the chairman, such as the maintenance of social accounts. It could be said that they were the most direct of the direct subordinates. Being able to be in charge of such a team was quite good for her development prospects in the company. If this newly formed team was disbanded because of Xia Ruofei's words, Wouldn't she want to cry but have no tears? However, Qin Yanan also knew that as a small manager of M5, he had no place to speak in front of the chairman and the president. He could only be anxious. Fortunately, Feng Jing was the one who personally pushed for this project. Logically speaking, Feng Jing wouldn't compromise so easily. Everyone in the company knew that she was CEO Xia's most trusted subordinate, so her words carried a lot of weight. As expected, Feng Jing smiled. Chairman, it's necessary to set up this team. Let's not talk about other things. Just. Based on your social media account, how can you guarantee that you'll keep getting exposure and popularity if you don't update it once every few days? Also, as the company's reputation and scale get bigger and bigger, there will naturally be more and more matters related to you. All of these will require a professional team to handle. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, all right. Then I'll listen to you. The company's profitability was shocking, and Xia Ruofei was not a petty person. Naturally, he would not reject Feng Jing's decision just to save costs and hire fewer employees. In the company, Xia Ruofei was still very concerned about maintaining Feng Jing's prestige. After all, he couldn't be tied down by the position of chairman for a long time. Feng Jing was responsible for most of the daily operations of the company. Qin Yanan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. She thought that President Feng's position in the chairman's heart was indeed important. He was convinced with just a few words. Feng Ra chuckled, Chairman, have a chat with Qin Yanan. I'll go back to the office first. If you have any instructions, you can tell her directly. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, okay. Boss Feng, you've worked hard. Feng Jing waved her hand with a smile and walked out of the office. Xia Ruofei and Qin Yanan were the only two people left in the office, and Qin Yanan looked even more uneasy. When Xia Ruofei got up, Qin Yanan stood up subconsciously as well. Now, she stood there helplessly. In fact, Qin Yanan was a standard elite white-collar worker. She studied in a famous university for her bachelor's degree and even obtained a postgraduate degree in the United States. At the beginning of the year, when the Paradise Company expanded its scale, she gave up many opportunities to work at a class company, and resolutely came to the Paradise Company, which she thought had endless potential. Even in front of Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and other company executives, Qin Yanan could maintain a calm and appropriate response. However, when it came to Xia Ruofei, she always felt a sense of nervousness for no reason. Even though Xia Ruofei always had a gentle smile on his face, he seemed to have a faint majestic aura that made Qin Yanan a little timid in front of him. Xia Ruofei smiled at Qin Yanan. Manager Qin, don't just stand there, sit down and talk. Chairman, you can just call me Little Qin or Yanan, Qin Yanan quickly said. This team was Xia Ruofei's personal service team. Qin Yanan was also trying to get closer to Xia Ruofei. The way she addressed him as Manager Qin made them seem a little distant. Xia Ruofei smiled as he looked at the resume that Feng Jing had left behind. Qin Yanan was about the same age as him, so he couldn't bring himself to call her Little Qin. Hence, he smiled and said, all right. Then I'll call you Yanan. Qin Yanan revealed a look of joy and sat down opposite Xia Ruofei's desk. Chairman, I'll report to you about our team's situation first. Xia Ruofei nodded. Qin Yanan said, there are a total of 6 people in the whole team now, 2 of whom are responsible for operating your social media account. At this stage, it's mainly your Weibo account. In view of your international popularity is also rising, especially in Australia. You are even a well-known figure, so we suggest that you open Facebook, Ins, and other overseas mainstream social media accounts in the future. By then, we expect the operation team to increase to about 4 people. Xia Ruofei nodded. Sure. You can handle this. Oh, by the way, is it convenient for Facebook, Twitter, and Ins to operate in China? For reasons that everyone knew, some overseas social media platforms could not be used directly in China. Qin Yanan smiled and said, "We've conducted an investigation in the beginning, and there's no problem at all. All he had to do was to purchase a VPN. In addition, regarding the issue of the platform's account being banned, for a well-known public figure like you, even if the big data hit you, the platform generally wouldn't ban your account knowing that you logged in China, so there's definitely no problem." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Just work according to your ideas." "Yes, Chairman." Qin Yanan said, "Currently, the remaining 3 people in the team are responsible for public affairs, logistics support, and some other work. Of course, this division of labor is not absolute. I will coordinate the strength of the tasks that are more important." Qin Yanan looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Chairman, I'm the person in charge of your service team and your work assistant, so I hope you can approve of me moving to the secretary's desk at the entrance from today onwards." Although the workstation was in front of Xia Ruofei's office, most of the area on the top floor was Xia Ruofei's office area. It was only connected to Feng Jing's president's office by a single passage. The 2 offices were relatively independent, so the workstation in front of Xia Ruofei's office was actually a separate office. It was only connected to the chairman's office's exclusive elevator and was the only way for guests to reach Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei raised her eyebrows and said, "You're the person in charge of the team. You don't have to personally do this kind of specific work, right?" "Chairman, it's our team's important mission to serve you. As the team's leader, of course I have to be the closest to you. That way, I can get first-hand information. As for the team's work, I'll be working on this floor, so I can make arrangements for it as well." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Okay. If you think it's appropriate, then do it. But I'm not in the office most of the time." Qin Yanan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Whether you're here or not, we still need someone to take care of this place. Someone has to do the sending and receiving of documents." Ordinary employees were not allowed to enter the chairman's office at will, including this floor. When Xia Ruofei was not around, Feng Jing or Dong Yun would personally deliver the documents that required his signature to his desk. If he had an assistant, he could indeed sort out a lot of work relationships. "All right. Then," Xia Ruofei said after some thought. "Thank you for your support, Chairman." Qin Yanan happily said. "Then I'll bring the things over in a while." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Qin Yanan then flipped open the book in her hand and said, "Chairman, regarding Xiangnan TV's Deputy Director Gao Jun's visit to the company and his meeting with you, we've contacted Xiangnan TV. I'd like to communicate with you about the specific schedule." "Okay, go ahead." Xia Ruofei nodded. "It's like this. Station head Gao and his group of 4 will be taking the 8:30 a.m. flight tomorrow and will arrive at Sanshan at around 11 a.m. The other party said that the Southeast Radio and Television Station will be responsible for receiving them and making hotel arrangements. They don't need our guarantee. Qin Yanan said, President Gao's initial plan is to arrive at the Taoyuan building at around 3 p.m. The vehicle will be protected by the Southeast radio and television station. President Feng will personally receive President Gao and his group and take them on a tour of the company's headquarters. At around 3:30 p.m., Director Gao and his men will meet you in the guest room on the top floor. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, what's the main purpose of their visit? Qin Yanan reached out to tuck her hair behind her ears and said, Chairman, we've already communicated with the people from Xiangnan TV. The main purpose of this trip is to discuss the recording of the first episode of the third season of Life You Yearn for. There might also be some other cooperation intentions that need to be communicated. 2221 The Good Boss of Huaxia, 1, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, all right. There are a few things you need to remember. First, clean up the reception room in advance tomorrow and prepare the fruits that should be prepared in advance. Second, even though the Southeast SARFT is responsible for food and accommodation, station head Gao is here to inspect our company, so we can't just treat it as nothing. We have to send someone to pick him up. Since Gao Jun had put so much importance on this, Xia Ruofei could not be too reserved. After all, he was representing the government, while the Paradise Corporation was just a private enterprise. As the saying went, everyone would give face to a person with high status. If others gave Xia Ruofei face, Xia Ruofei would always give them the respect they deserved. All right. Qin Yanan asked as she recorded, Chairman, then. What level of leader should we send to pick them up? Gao Jun was the deputy director of Xiangnan TV, and his administrative level was equivalent to the deputy director level. If the person who went to pick them up was of a lower level, it was better not to go. Maybe it would be easier to make the other person feel bad if he went, so Qin Yanan naturally had to ask clearly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, go and report to President Feng. If she's free, ask her to work hard. If she's busy with work and can't leave, then I'll have to trouble President Dong to make a trip. All right. Qin Yanan quickly jotted it down, then asked, Chairman, do you have any other instructions? No, go do your work. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, all right. Yes, Qin Yanan replied crisply and bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei. He left Xia Ruofei's office with light footsteps and closed the office door gently. After Qin Yanan left, Xia Ruofei continued to read the documents. About half an hour later, Qin Yanan knocked on the door and walked in. She came to Xia Ruofei's desk and bowed. Chairman, I've already reported to CEO Feng. She said that she'll personally pick us up tomorrow morning. She'll probably attend the Southeast radio and television station's welcome luncheon for the high platform before returning to the company. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, I understand. Qin Yanan smiled and said, Chairman, I'll report to you. I've already moved all my office supplies here. From now on, if you have any instructions, you can directly contact me through the internal line. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. You're pretty quick. I don't have many things. Qin Yanan pursed her lips and smiled. Your service and guarantee work are the most important. You've worked hard. Xia Ruofei said, you can go down first. Oh, right. If there's nothing else, I won't be coming in the afternoon. I might not be coming tomorrow morning, but I'll definitely be there before 3:30 in the afternoon. If you need anything, just call me directly. Understood. Qin Yanan said. Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't have any other instructions, Qin Yanan filled Xia Ruofei's cup with hot water and left the office quietly. Xia Ruofei stayed in the office until noon before he picked up his handbag and left. Qin Yanan, who was at the door, saw Xia Ruofei coming out and immediately stood up. He pressed the elevator button for Xia Ruofei first and then bowed slightly to him. Take care, Chairman. Xia Ruofei smiled at Qin Yanan and nodded, then walked into the elevator. Xia Ruofei was in a good mood as the elevator went down. Although Xia Ruofei did not think much of Feng Jing's arrangement for him to have a service team, he felt that it was a good idea now. With such a team, he could save a lot of trouble. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor. Ding! The elevator door opened and Xia Ruofei walked out. In the lobby on the first floor, this side was the dedicated elevator to the top floor, and the opposite side was the general elevator to the other floors. Xia Ruofei saw a few delivery men in yellow or blue coats, holding a few bags of food in their hands, waiting for the elevator. He couldn't help but take a few more glances, deep in thought. Currently, no other company had settled in the Paradise building. All of them were employees of the Paradise Corporation. According to Xia Ruofei's thoughts, he would rather leave the remaining floors empty than rent them. After all, the company would definitely be in a stage of rapid development in the past few years. The scale of the company would definitely expand rapidly, and the demand for office space would gradually increase. He didn't want to rent out his office building just to earn more rent. If that happened when the company needed more office space in the future, he would have to clear out the tenants first and then renovate it again, which would add a lot of trouble. It was lunch break, and it seemed that many employees had ordered takeaway. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while. As he walked out, he took out his phone and gave Feng Jing a call. Ruofei, what's the matter? Feng Jing answered the call and asked in a relaxed tone. When there were no outsiders around, Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei would not show a clear superior-subordinate relationship and would address each other more casually. Sister Ran, I suddenly have an idea that I want to discuss with you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Rao laughed, based on my experience, your new ideas are usually golden. Every time, it would bring huge benefits to the company. To be honest, I'm quite interested in it. What are you thinking? 2222, China's good boss, too, Xia Ruofei laughed. You're wrong this time. Not only can I not make money for the company, but I might even have to spend a lot of money. Ah? What exactly is going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Feng Rao said with a smile. It's like this. When I just came out, I saw a lot of delivery men delivering food upstairs. Xia Ruofei said, it's not a long-term solution for our employees to order takeaway every day. On one hand, it was a waste of money. On the other hand, their health might not be guaranteed. After all, the hygiene conditions of many take-out businesses were worrying. It would be troublesome if they got food poisoning from eating. Besides, the employees are working hard for the company, so we have to keep up with the logistics. I've also noticed the problem you mentioned. Feng Jing replied, but I haven't thought of a good solution yet. In fact, many companies are in the same situation now, and we're not the only one. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and then continued, Sister Che, this is what I'm thinking. In the short term, we can sign an agreement with a branded food and beverage company and ask them to customize healthy meals for us every day. Then, we'll count the number of people who need to eat every day and report it to them in advance. In this way, we can pay the other party monthly, and I plan to have the company provide a certain percentage of meal allowance for each employee who eats. This way, the employees can eat delicious and healthy meals, and we can save on expenses. That's not a bad idea, Feng Jing said, but the company might have to increase its fixed expenses. There's no need to save on this kind of money, Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. All right. Since the boss has spoken, I'll ask President Dong to bring out a constitution. Feng Jing smiled and said, once you've taken a look and there are no problems, we'll start implementing it. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. This matter could not be delayed. The earlier this was resolved, the earlier the employees could enjoy this benefit. In addition, I think Lingji restaurant is not bad. They're a civilian restaurant, and they're also a well-known enterprise in the province. Their hygiene conditions are definitely up to standard, so we don't have to worry too much about food safety. Most importantly, Lingji F&B has a close relationship with our chairman, so it's naturally easier to talk about cooperation. Feng Rao laughed. I understand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Sister Che, I've said it just now. This is just a temporary solution. In the long run, it was imperative to set up a staff cafeteria in the Peach Blossom Mansion. I see that we have a lot of vacant floors now, so we might as well take half of the floor and plan it as a staff cafeteria. Swish! Feng Rao exclaimed, Ruofei. You're really generous. If you rent half of this building, the monthly rent is not a small amount. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I never thought of using the empty floor for rent. I think it's necessary to set up an employee cafeteria. The company should also provide food subsidies. For example, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, an individual only needs to pay 5 yuan or 8 yuan to eat 3 meals, and the rest of the money will be subsidized by the company. I think we should introduce the credit card system in the college cafeteria. It can only deduct the cost of the meal once a day. That way, the staff can swipe the card for every meal, but the fee will only be charged the first time they swipe the card. It doesn't matter if he eats 1, 2, or 3 meals a day. The deduction will be the same. I understand what you're trying to say, Feng Rao said. Since you have such an idea, I certainly won't object. I'll put your instructions on paper as soon as possible, and then try to implement them as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this isn't really an instruction. You executives can also study and see if my proposal is feasible. In addition, let the finance department estimate how much money we need to spend every month to subsidize the food. In short, we have to do enough preparation work. Understood, Feng Rao replied. Xia Ruofei said, these 2 plans must be implemented as soon as possible. Also, once you've decided, inform all the employees on the company's intranet so that everyone can be happy. All right. Feng Rao smiled and said, Ruofei, it's rare to see a good boss like you. Don't flatter me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh right. Don't waste the other half of the floor. Since there's a canteen on this floor, it's unlikely that we'll turn the other half into an office space in the future. I think we should just make an activity room. Purchase some fitness equipment. If there is enough space, get a badminton court and 2 table tennis and pool tables. Nowadays, the white-collar workers in the company sit in the office and often don't move for a long time after sitting down. The young ones either have problems with their cervical vertebra or their shoulders and neck, and they also have scapulohumeral periarthritis. We should encourage employees to exercise more after work. After the construction of this activity room, it will be open to employees for free. Not only can they exercise during their rest time, but there will also be a 20 to 30-minute break in the morning and afternoon. For example, at 10 a.m., everyone has been working for more than an hour. He could go down and exercise, and then come back to work until the lunch break. Set a break time between 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon and stay there until you get off work. You're really thoughtful. Feng Jing laughed. If the employees knew about this, they'd definitely praise you too. The heavens! You're exaggerating. I hope that the employees can have a sense of belonging to the company. They had put in so much effort and energy for the company, and the company would definitely not treat them badly. Sister Ran, I'll have to trouble you to plan these things first. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh right, thank you for picking me up at the airport tomorrow. Why are you being so polite? It's part of my job." Feng Rao laughed. After ending the call with Feng Jing, Xia Ruofei had already walked out of the Peach Blossom mansion. At this time, he remembered that his car was parked in the underground parking lot. He couldn't help but pat his forehead, then turned around and walked in with a bitter smile. He glanced at the security guard on duty at the entrance of the building and found that it was a veteran he knew, so he simply threw the car key over and said, "Xiao Bin, please help me drive the car up from the underground parking lot." "All right. President Xia. Please wait a moment." Xiao Bin quickly said, then ran into the building, from the stairs to the underground parking lot. After a while, Xiao Bin drove Xia Ruofei's Night 15 SUV to the ground. Xia Ruofei thanked Xiao Bin, who had jumped out of the car, then got into the car and left, returning to the villa area by the river. The house was quiet. It seemed like Ling Qingxue didn't come back in the afternoon. Song Wei went back to the provincial party committee's family courtyard. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. He did not know what kind of situation he was in right now. Speaking of which, the two of them had already tacitly acknowledged the existence of this relationship, but it was as if he did not have a girlfriend. On the contrary, even Ling Qingxue had deliberately distanced herself from him. Xia Ruofei knew that it would take some time. Since the matter had been made clear, he could not rush it. He could only take it slow. He went to the kitchen and made himself a simple lunch. He didn't go out in the afternoon. He had a short lunch break, then got up to clean the house. Then he went to the living room on the first floor to watch TV for a while. As the sky gradually darkened, Xia Ruofei started to look forward to it. However, neither Ling Qingxue nor Song Wei appeared. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and opened WeChat a few times, wanting to ask if the two of them would come over to cultivate tonight. However, in the end, he did not send anything and exited WeChat. He shook his head with a bitter smile and went to the kitchen to make himself a bowl of noodles to finish his dinner. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up early and cultivated for a while. He did not go to the company in the morning. Instead, he chose to make tea at home and read a book. It was a rare moment of leisure. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei, who had taken a short nap, got up and washed up. He changed into a tailored suit and went downstairs to drive straight to the Peach Garden building. 22-23 A win-win situation. 1. When they arrived at the Peach Garden building, Xia Ruofei took the special elevator from the underground parking lot to the top floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Qin Yanan, who was at her desk facing the elevator, looked up and immediately stood up. She bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and said, "Good day, Chairman." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Qin Yanan. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to ask, Qin Yanan took the initiative to report. Chairman, Director Gao, from Shangnan TV arrived at the Taoyuan building about 10 minutes ago. He should be visiting the E-Commerce Department at this time. President Feng and President Dong are with him. Then, Qin Yanan quickly looked at her watch and said, "Your meeting with him will be in about 20 minutes. The reception room is ready." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." With that, Xia Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Qin Yanan quickly followed him in and swiftly made Xia Ruofei some tea. Then, he handed Xia Ruofei a few documents that had been submitted since yesterday. Xia Ruofei glanced at the documents. They were arranged according to time and urgency. He nodded and said, "All right, leave it here first. I'll read it later." That. When Director Gao comes up, please remind me in advance. "All right." Qin Yanan said, "Chairman, I'll go out first." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, looking at Qin Yanan's back as he left, then at the steaming teacup in front of him and the neat work desk. Xia Ruofei felt that it was not bad to have a capable assistant. Xia Ruofei was reading some documents when Qin Yanan knocked on the door. She stood at the door and said, "Chairman, the administration department said that Director Gao and his men are already waiting for the elevator. They're ready to come up." "All right," he said. Xia Ruofei said as he stood up. He passed through the spacious office and went straight to the elevator. At this time, the elevator had just reached this floor. The elevator door opened with a ding. Dong Yun, who was dressed professionally, walked out of the elevator first and reached out to block the elevator door. Then, Gao Jun, the deputy director of Shangnan Satellite TV, who Xia Ruofei had met a few times, walked out. When Gao Jun saw Xia Ruofei standing not far from the elevator, he quickly walked over with a warm smile on his face. He reached out his hands and said, "President Xia." "Hello, hello." Xia Ruofei shook Gao Jun's hand and smiled. "Director Gao, welcome, welcome." The two of them exchanged a few words, and Qin Yanan led the group to a small reception room on the side just in time. Everyone took their seats according to the host and guest. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Director Gao, it's just recording an episode of the program. It's not a big deal. Why did you personally come to the Three Mountains?" Gao Jun said humbly, "President Xia is our important guest. I'm afraid that the people below will neglect you. It's better to communicate with you in person." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're too kind, Director Gao. I'll do my best to cooperate with the festival group." "Thank you. Thank you," Gao Jun quickly said. Even the son of Chief Ho of the headquarters was with Xia Ruofei, so Gao Jun naturally did not dare to neglect him. "Director Xia, do you have a certain level of understanding about our show?" Gao Jun asked. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I've actually watched a few episodes. That's why I know the basic structure of the show. Of course, that's on the premise that you guys don't make too many changes this season." "That's good," Gao Jun said. There were definitely some adjustments to the details. But the overall shape did not change much. President Xia, I'll go through the process with you first. All right. Xia Ruofei said readily. First of all, our photographer followed you throughout the entire process. I heard from Mr. Ho that you have a very good sehiyuan in Beijing, and it's very unique. Gao Jun said, if you don't mind, we hope to start shooting from the sehiyuan. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, no problem, but try not to involve too many private things. Of course. Of course. Gao Jun quickly said, after the final editing of the show is done, we'll let you review it first. If you feel that there's anything that's not suitable, we can make changes at any time. There won't be any problems. That's good. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gao Jun said, President Xia. How about this? According to the usual practice, our guests will call to order food before going to the filming location. Let's finish this order in the sehiyuan. Sure. Xia Ruofei said. Then the next step is to head to the mushroom house of the Paradise Society. Gao Jun said, we arranged for a car provided by the sponsor to come out of the courtyard house. There will be a photographer accompanying the car to take some highlights, Gao Jun then explained the general process of the shooting to Xia Ruofei. In fact, the framework of this season's show was similar to the previous 2 seasons. There were 4 permanent guests, and each episode would have a flying guest. Before the guests of the previous episode finished their journey, the guests of the next episode would have arrived. This way, it seemed that every episode was seamlessly linked. The main theme of the program was naturally the leisurely life in the village. According to Gao Jun's introduction, this season's permanent guest lineup was basically the same. It was still too old and too new. The too old were the male host of Xiangnan TV, He Jiong, and the famous actor, Huang Lei. The too new were Peng Cheng and Zhang Xing, who had become more popular in the past 2 years. 22-24 win, 2. The only difference between this lineup and the previous season was that the Chinese music youngster, Lu Xianhua, could not participate in the recording due to his schedule, so he was replaced by Zhang Xing. For this kind of slow variety show that focused on a leisurely atmosphere, the entire recording process was not very tight. It was just to experience the leisurely village life with the guests. For the sake of the program's effect, a certain amount of work would be arranged. There was also cooking, drinking tea, chatting, and so on. They arrived at the mushroom house in the morning, stayed there for a night, and left after lunch the next day. The task of being a guest for the first episode was completed. The guests for the second episode would arrive the next morning, and the recording would continue. Xiangnan Satellite TV considered the fact that Xia Ruofei was different from the other celebrities. To show their respect for him, he was the only flying guest in the first episode. Usually, there would be several guests in each episode. Xia Ruofei didn't have the bad habits of some big stars. After Gao Jun introduced the program in detail, he even took the initiative to ask Xia Ruofei if he had any requirements, or if there were any taboos in his life or diet. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Director Gao, I'm not that particular. I came from a poor life, and what kind of hardship did I not suffer when I was a soldier? Just tell the festival group to do what they need to do. There's no need to give me any special treatment. Gao Jun said happily, thank you. Thank you. President Xia, I'm really grateful. The reason why Gao Jun had come personally was that he was worried that Xia Ruofei would be difficult to get close to. He was worried that the festival group would be careless and neglect her. In his opinion, a young rich man like Xia Ruofei, who had such a strong network in the capital, would definitely not be easy to get close to. It was normal for him to be arrogant. In fact, during the groundbreaking ceremony of the capital's Peach Blossom Society, Gao Jun also felt that Xia Ruofei was a little unreasonable through his short contact with him. At that time, Gao Jun had offered to use the Paradise Gatherings venue to film the third season of Life I Yearn For together. This was supposed to be a good promotion for the Paradise Gathering, but Xia Ruofei had flatly refused and was very determined. If it wasn't for Zhao Yongjun and the others' support, this would have been over. Gao Jun didn't expect that Xia Ruofei was completely different from what he had imagined. She didn't put on any airs at all and was very easy going. She was simply too easy to talk to. President Xia, there's something else that we hope to receive your company's full support, Gao Jun continued. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're too kind, Director Gao. If there's anything we can help you with, just tell us." "Thank you," Gao Jun said. "President Xia, it's like this. When we were planning the show, we designed a vegetable field. The quality of your company's vegetables is well known, so we have a presumptuous request. Can your company provide us with some high-quality vegetables and help us transplant them to the vegetable field next to the mushroom house? The Life You Yearn For was a variety show, so it was naturally impossible to plant the seedlings like a real vegetable garden in a village. After all, the program's recording cycle was only so long. If you started planting from the beginning, the vegetables might not be ripe by the time the program finished recording. In fact, in the first season of the show, the vegetable field was directly filled with mature corn. The guests picking corn in exchange for ingredients even became a big selling point of that episode. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought. President Xia, if it's for confidentiality or other reasons, just forget it. You don't have to feel embarrassed, Gao Jun quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Director Gao, you've misunderstood. It's just a small matter. It's not difficult. I'm just thinking about which vegetables are suitable to be provided. After all, the north and south are different. Moreover, the weather in the north is still very cold. We still need to consider whether the vegetables can survive after being transplanted. Director Xia, we've already built a greenhouse for the vegetables in advance, Gao Jun said quickly. There's no problem with normal planting. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, That's good. I agree to this. Chief Feng, you can talk to factory manager Chao and let him coordinate the specific things. You must cooperate with him and choose the best vegetables. Also, take the survival rate into consideration and prepare more vegetables. Feng Rao was also in the reception room. She immediately said, Yes, Chairman. Thank you, President Xia. Gao Jun was overjoyed. You've been a great help to me. With this batch of vegetables, the entire program would be promoted to a higher level. Your company only needs to provide the vegetables that are about to ripen. As for the other matters, including the transportation, we will take care of it ourselves. All right, this matter can't be delayed. Send someone to the farm today and communicate with factory manager Chao. Xia Ruofei smiled. The program would start recording in a week, so the garden had to be prepared in advance. Yes, 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 Gao Jun said. Then he turned to one of his subordinates and said, Xiao Lu, follow up on this matter. Make sure the garden Is built before the shooting? Yes, station head. Xiao Lu quickly stood up and answered. Then, Gao Jun put forward some specific requirements, including using the Taoyuan de Hong Pao to serve the guests in the show, putting the jaded skin cream in the bathroom for the guests to use, and also preparing a small amount of Taoyuan brand iron, maple and cordyceps. These requests were not so much a request for the Paradise Company's support, but rather an advertisement for the Paradise Company. When the show was broadcasted, the products from Paradise brand that could be seen everywhere would appear on the screen from time to time. The host would also randomly insert advertisements. For example, when he was making tea with the guests, he would definitely say that this was Paradise de Hong Pao. When they washed up in the morning, the guests had to use some jaded skin cream and internet, famous makeup. After all, celebrities paid great attention to their skin. In addition, there was also the vegetable greenhouse named after the Paradise Company. When the guests went to the greenhouse to plant and pick vegetables, they naturally had to thank the Paradise Company for their friendly sponsorship. Moreover, Paradise Vegetables was now popular all over the country. Just its appearance alone could attract countless fans. When the time came, the festival group's HD cameras would naturally take beautiful pictures of the vegetables. This was excellent publicity. In fact, this treatment was second only to the main sponsor in the show. The main sponsor not only had a variety of fixed advertisements, but also a large number of embedded advertisements. In addition, it was estimated that the Peach Blossom Company's products had the highest exposure rate. More importantly, all of this was free. When Feng Rao heard this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions and almost cheered out loud. No matter how well Xiangnan Satellite TV's reputation was, their influence in the entertainment industry was undoubted. Besides, a life to look forward to had already gone through the market test and had a large fixed audience base. The advertising effect was undeniable. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had personally participated in the first episode's recording. He would immediately become a hot topic. As long as the show did not seek trouble, the third season would definitely be a hot topic again. With regards to Xiangnan TV's request, Xia Ruofei naturally agreed without hesitation. He even instructed Feng Jing on the spot to provide them with sufficient products according to Xiangnan TV's needs. Of course, to Xiangnan Satellite TV, it was not an investment without any returns. Xia Ruofei's popularity was enough to increase the show's popularity by a large margin. Although they had sacrificed a lot of advertising spots, the revenue from the hard advertisements during the show's broadcast time could increase by a lot. Besides the profits, he could expand the influence of the TV station in the entertainment industry and, more importantly, gain Xia Ruofei's friendship. To Xiangnan TV and Gao Jun, these were all worthwhile returns. So, this was definitely a win-win cooperation. 22:25 Departure 1. The meeting ended in a very pleasant atmosphere. Xia Ruofei and Gao Jun agreed to go to the capital in a week. At that time, Gao Jun would also go to the capital to personally supervise the recording of the first episode. After the meeting, Gao Jun stood up and said with a smile, "President Xia, we've prepared some wine tonight. I hope that you and President Feng can give me a chance to express my gratitude." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Director Gao, you're a guest since you've come to the Three Mountains. How can I let you be the host? We should be the hosts. I've already booked the place for tonight, how about it?" "Director Gao, do me a favor? Gao Jun was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "You're too kind, President Xia." Then, "I'll do as you say." Director Gao is very straightforward, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. There was still some time before dinner, so Xia Ruofei invited Gao Jun to his office. The two of them made tea and chatted. As for Gao Jun's accompanying staff, Feng Jing and the others naturally took care of them. It just so happened that there were some specific matters that needed further confirmation from both sides. After all, the leader was only holding the general direction. That little Lu from earlier had even gone directly to Taoyuan Farm to discuss with Chow Tai-shu about the matter of transplanting the vegetables. Gao Jun chatted with Xia Ruofei for a while and felt closer to him. Xia Ruofei never put on airs. If others gave him enough respect, he would naturally give them enough respect. Gao Jun didn't feel the arrogance of a rich playboy from Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, he felt like a spring breeze. When it was about 5:30 p.m., the two of them left the office together. They called Feng Jing, Dong Yun, Xiao Chang, and Gao Jun's entourage to head to Ling Ji's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing already had a high level of tacit understanding. Just now in the reception room, she already understood Xia Ruofei's gaze. So when Xia Ruofei returned to the office with Gao Jun, Feng Jing called the Ling Ji private kitchen as soon as possible. When the private restaurant heard that Xia Ruofei was going to entertain the guests, they did not say anything. The backyard was not open to the public, so Xia Ruofei could use it any time he wanted. When Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at Ling Ji private kitchen, the private room was already prepared. It was a quiet courtyard and the private room had an antique feel to it. One look and one could tell that it was of high quality. Xia Ruofei had prepared Ling Ji's signature dishes, Buddha jumps over the wall, Long River Chinese perch, exquisite drunken Eight Immortals wine, and space, aged semillon for the guests who had come from afar. Gao Jun could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but he was still convinced by the delicious food tonight. Especially when he found out that many of the ingredients tonight were produced by the Paradise Corporation, he could not help but give a thumbs up. The banquet was naturally filled with both guests and hosts. After they finished eating, a Buick GL8 commercial car was in charge of sending Gao Jun and the others back to the hotel. Xia Ruofei personally sent them to the entrance of the private restaurant. Gao Jun shook hands with Xia Ruofei and said, "President Xia, thank you for your hospitality." "Director Gao, you're too kind," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The electric car door opened slowly. Before Gao Jun got into the car, he turned around and said, "By the way, Director Xia, I would like to use some photos or videos for our meeting today to hype up life you yearn for. Is that okay?" Gao Jun had brought two accompanying reporters with him this time. They had taken a lot of videos and photos of the whole meeting and uploaded them to the TV station. There was no shortage of talents in this area. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Isn't this a spoiler? Speaking of which, you guys should be trying to be as mysterious as possible before the show starts broadcasting." Gao Jun laughed and said, "There's no absolute. From the perspective of the law of communication, at least it's better for the news of President Xia joining our show to be released earlier. Of course, if you mind, you can forget about it." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Why would I mind? As long as you think it's suitable, feel free to use it." Gao Jun was very happy. "That's great. Thank you, President Xia." "You're welcome. You're too polite." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. President Xia, I'll take my leave then. Gao Jun said, let's meet in Beijing. See you in the capital. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Gao Jun got into the Buick minivan. Xia Ruofei stood at the side and waved at Gao Jun and the others in the car, watching the car leave Ling Ji's private kitchen. Since the guests had left, Feng Jing and the others naturally arranged for the remaining MPV to send Xia Ruofei home first. Ying had just arrived with Xia Ruofei's company car, so the night 15 off-road vehicle was left in the underground parking lot of the Peach Blossom Mansion. Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony. However, he asked everyone to get into the car together and asked the chauffeur to send them back separately. Along the way, Feng Jing and Dong Yun were extremely excited. Although the show had not started recording yet, they could already foresee that Xia Ruofei would definitely gain a huge number of fans when the show aired. The reputation of Paradise Corporation would also reach a new high. Xiaonan TV would be hyping up the show before the show even aired. By then, the netizens would know that the only flying guest in the first episode was Xia Ruofei. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to take Feng Jing and Dong Yun home first as ladies first. However, they had rejected him firmly. Moreover, the Jiangbin Villa district was the closest to Ling Ji private kitchen, so he decided to take Xia Ruofei home first. The car drove all the way to the entrance of the villa. Xia Ruofei reminded the driver to be careful. Then, he waved goodbye to Feng Jing and the others and walked briskly into the courtyard. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei's life became very regular. As he had to go to the capital in a few days, Xia Ruofei felt embarrassed to be a boss who did nothing. Even if he could not guarantee that he would get to work on time, he could at least go to the company every day. With Qin Yanan and the team she led, Xia Ruofei didn't have to worry about work. Qin Yanan was able to arrange his schedule well. Of course, he didn't have much to do. He left all the work that needed to be done on behalf of the company to Feng Jing. He enjoyed the feeling of being in charge behind the scenes. In the past few days, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei did not avoid Xia Ruofei. They either did not come at all or came together. Moreover, every time they cultivated together, the two of them would just avoid each other a little to avoid being embarrassed in front of each other. In terms of the number of times they cultivated, they strictly followed the principle of equality. One for you and one for me. Neither of them was at an advantage. Xia Ruofei smiled wryly in his heart when he saw the situation. They were not giving him any chance at all. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. In fact, when he was performing the soul-body fusion cultivation, the pleasure from the soul level far exceeded the physical contact. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had already completed their spirit-body fusion many times, so they were well aware of this. They just couldn't bring themselves to do it. This rather strange and subtle state continued for a few days, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to set off for the capital. Originally, Song Wei was going back to school as well. Xia Ruofei wanted to bring her along to the capital city as it would be more convenient with his private jet. However, perhaps Song Wei wanted to avoid suspicion and Ling Qingxu was overthinking, so she took a plane back to Beijing a day in advance. After Song Wei returned to the capital, Ling Qingxue consciously did not come looking for Xia Ruofei again. Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Early in the morning, after Xia Ruofei had breakfast alone in the villa, the car sent by the company arrived at the entrance of the villa very quickly. Xia Ruofei sent a WeChat message to Ling Qingxue. Then left the house with his small suitcase. Qin Yanan quickly came up to him. The veteran who was the driver immediately took Xia Ruofei's suitcase and put it in the trunk of the car. This time, Xia Ruofei brought Qin Yanan and another girl in her team who was in charge of external communications with the capital. The car set off quickly. The girl named Yu sat in the front passenger seat, while Qin Yanan and Xia Ruofei sat side by side in the middle row. Qin Yanan and Yu both knew that they were taking the Gulfstream business plane this time. They were both a little excited, but they did not show it in front of Xia Ruofei. After more than half an hour of driving, the car arrived at the Chongqing International Airport. There was a slightly lower building next to the terminal, which was commonly known as the private plane building. If one took a private plane, they would enter the tarmac through the security passage of this building. This Gulfstream G650 had always been paired with two pilots. The two pilots, Luan and Xing Daming, were both experienced pilots. They had received the flight mission a few days ago and had already applied for the route and the parking space at the Beijing airport. This was because Xia Ruofei had said that they might be staying in Beijing for a few days. After going through a simple security check, Xia Ruofei and the other two saw the captain of the flight, Lu, and waiting at the security checkpoint with the crew. President Xia. Good morning. Luan greeted Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, Captain Lu, I'll have to trouble you again this time. You're welcome. This is our job. Luan replied, President Xia, this way please. A flight attendant had already taken Xia Ruofei's small suitcase. The group walked through a long corridor and entered the tarmac through a small door. The Gulfstream G650 was quietly parked on the tarmac. Although they were already mentally prepared, Qin Yanan and Yu were still amazed when they saw the luxurious private jet named Paradise. Especially when they saw the distinctive vegetable and fruit coating on the body of the plane and the big logo of Paradise Company on the tail, a sense of pride welled up in their hearts. 2226, back to the capital. 1. Surrounded by the flight crew, Xia Ruofei was the first to board the plane, followed by Qin Yanan and the rest. The luxurious facilities in the cabin naturally made Qin Yanan and Yu secretly speechless. However, they were more professional and did not look around after boarding the plane. Instead, they each found a seat behind Xia Ruofei and sat down. After the flight crew boarded the plane, Captain Xing Daming, who was the co-pilot, went straight to the cockpit to prepare for the flight. The flight attendants also carried out their duties, while Captain Luan came to Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, Director Xia, let me report to you. Today's flight will be about 2 hours. The current weather conditions and traffic at the destination, Beijing Airport, are within the normal range. We're expected to land before 11 o'clock. The overall weather on the route is good. There may be slight bumps during the take-off and landing, but it will not cause discomfort. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work. You can have a good rest for a few days after we arrive in the capital. You're too kind, Director Xia. If there are no other instructions, I'll go to the cockpit to prepare. Luan said, We expect to be granted permission to take off in 10 minutes. All right. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei and the others fastened their seat belts. A few minutes later, the Gulfstream business plane was allowed to be pushed out. After inspection and confirmation, the plane slowly began to glide. After a Sichuan Airlines Airbus landed, the Gulfstream G650 bus that Xia Ruofei and the others were in was allowed to enter the runway. The plane made a 90-degree turn at the end of the runway. After adjusting the body of the plane, it stopped for a short while and began to taxi at high speed on the runway. Just as he experienced the obvious feeling of being pushed back, the plane quickly leaped into the sky. After a series of pulling and turning operations, the Gulfstream business jet gradually entered the cruising altitude. As soon as the seat belt indicator light went off, the flight attendant came over to serve them with a smile. Although it wasn't mealtime during the flight, the private plane still had a variety of drinks, fine wine, and exquisite meals prepared. Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seat belt and waved his hand. "I'm going to take a nap at the back. You can see what Yanan and the others need to eat." "Yes, President Xia." The flight attendant smiled and nodded. Xia Ruofei strode towards the private bedroom in the back cabin. After 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to Qin Yanan with a smile. "Yanan, do you want to take a look at the cockpit? That'll be a unique experience." "Can I?" Qin Yanan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Even though she was used to flying, she had never been to the mysterious cockpit. Xia Ruofei's suggestion naturally piqued her curiosity. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to the flight attendant, "Go and ask Captain Liu. I'm sure he'll be happy to fulfill the wishes of the 2 beautiful ladies as long as it doesn't affect the safety of the flight." "All right." The flight attendant smiled and nodded before walking toward the cockpit. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Enjoy your journey. I'm going to sleep for a while. You can ask the flight attendant to wake me up when the plane is about to land." "Okay, thank you, President Xia," Qin Yanan said. Xia Ruofei walked straight to the private bedroom in the back cabin and lay on the bed to take a nap. Since Xia Ruofei had personally spoken, Luan naturally would not reject Qin Yanan and he used visit to the cockpit. The 2 of them entered the cockpit with a trace of excitement under the guidance of the flight attendant. The cockpit was known as the world's most beautiful office. The view of the sky from the cockpit was naturally completely different from the view through the porthole in the passenger cabin. This was indeed a very fresh and special experience for Qin Yanan and Hiyu. While they were looking around the cockpit, Xia Ruofei had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. It was only after more than an hour when the plane started to descend that the flight attendant knocked on the door to wake him up. Half an hour later, the Gulfstream G650 plane landed smoothly on the runway of Beijing Airport. Xia Ruofei brought Qin Yanan and Hiyu out through the special passageway. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Xia Ruofei saw Wu Chang, who had been waiting for him. After getting into the Land Rover that Wu Chang drove, Xia Ruofei said to Qin Yanan, "Yanan, let's go to my house in Beijing for dinner first. Then, if you want to stay in a hotel, you can go to a hotel. It's not a problem to stay at my house. There are many rooms there." Qin Yanan pursed her lips and smiled. "President Xia, let's save some travel expenses for the company. We'll just stay at your place, it'll be more convenient for us to work." This time, she was going to Beijing with Xia Ruofei because she had a lot of work to do. In the afternoon, she had to meet with Shangnan Satellite TV. According to the arrangement, the film crew would arrive at Xia Ruofei's courtyard house the day after tomorrow and begin the preliminary filming, followed by the recording of the show. Although Qin Yanan and Hiyu would definitely not appear on camera, they would definitely accompany Xia Ruofei to the recording. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, I'll do whatever is convenient. The company doesn't lack the money for travel expenses. If you're not used to staying here, you can find a hotel to stay in. They chatted along the way. And the car soon arrived at Dishan Gate Street and turned into Luhai Lane. Although they already knew that Xia Ruofei's house in the capital was a courtyard house, Qin Yanan and He were still shocked when they saw the magnificent, three-door courtyard. Their impression of Sihiyuan was mostly from movies and TV shows. It was the kind of so-called Sihiyuan with many families living together and randomly built. More accurately, it should be called a large courtyard. Xia Ruofei's courtyard house, which was located in the center of the capital and had more than 10 rooms, had completely overturned their stereotypes. In such a large territory and in such a prime location, the value of this Sihiyuan could be imagined. What's more, the two owners of this Sihiyuan had carried out quite a professional antique restoration of the courtyard. On the basis of ensuring the comfort of life, they restored the original appearance of the Bale mansion of the former Qing dynasty to the greatest extent, which naturally looked quite magnificent. Qin Yanan couldn't help but say, President Xia, this place is great. Even if you chase us away, we won't leave. What hotel can be better than this? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. If you like it, you can stay here. There are many guest rooms here, you can choose whatever you want. Naturally, Qin Yanan and He were too embarrassed to stay in the courtyard in the middle with Xia Ruofei. In the end, they chose 2 adjacent guest rooms in the front courtyard. During this period of time, Wu Chang had recruited 2 old comrades according to Xia Ruofei's request. They were in charge of the security of the entire Sihiyuan and they lived in the front courtyard. Qin Yanan and He lived in the front, so they weren't afraid of the house being too big and there weren't many people. Wu Chang, his sister-in-law, Wu Shouchuan, and Xia Xiaolan, who had already become his girlfriend, still lived in the backyard. The few of them had cleaned up Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. After putting down his luggage, Xia Ruofei rested for a while, before calling Qin Yanan and He to the dining room in the backyard for dinner. There were more staff members in the courtyard house now. Although Xia Ruofei had a mild temperament and never put on any airs, Wu Chang felt that it was not appropriate for them to eat with Xia Ruofei. Therefore, he specially cleaned a small dining room next to the kitchen for the staff to eat. The original restaurant was reserved for Xia Ruofei and his customers. In this way, only Xia Ruofei and the other 2 were eating in the main dining hall. Wu Shoujuan knew that Xia Ruofei was going back to the capital yesterday and had made full preparations early. She had made a sumptuous lunch for them. Xia Ruofei did not think much of Wu Chang's arrangement for the staff to eat in a small restaurant. However, since it had already been arranged, he did not say anything. However, he still pulled Wu Chang over to have a meal with him and asked about the situation here. Because Qin Yanan and He still had work to do, they didn't drink at noon, and they finished their lunch very quickly. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to drive Qin Yanan to the hotel where the film crew was staying while he went back to the master's yard to rest. When he saw Wu Chang and the other 2 leaving the Sihiyuan in the Land Rover, he was slightly moved. This car was certainly very convenient for home use, and it had good mobility, but if it was for business activities, it seemed a little inappropriate. For example, in today's situation, it could only be regarded as a temporary measure. The courtyard house was very spacious. There were several garages and parking spaces in the front yard. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to buy another car. It would be best if it was a 7-seater business car to meet the needs of different situations. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about cars. He had also specifically told Wu Chong not to reveal his whereabouts so that his friends in the capital wouldn't pick him up again. Hence, Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't know that he had come to the capital. Now that he had returned home, it was reasonable for him to contact them and ask about buying a car. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Song Rui's number. He felt that Song Rui should be more experienced in buying a car. The call went through very quickly. Hey. Are you Ruofei? Song Rui said casually, why? Did you suddenly think of calling me? Could it be that he found his conscience? Do you feel bad that we're working so hard in Beijing while you're enjoying life in the Three Mountains? Go to hell. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, I've worked hard for our club too, okay? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? How could he even say such words? Don't you feel red? Song Rui said. Stop joking. I don't want to argue with you today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, didn't you say that I don't care about the club? You've really wronged me. Aren't you here today? What? You're in the capital? Song Rui was stunned for a moment and said, why didn't I know? When did you get here? 2227 Internet Celebrity MPV _Xia Ruofei smiled. I just got home. Didn't I call you as soon as I got home? Kid. Why didn't you tell me before you came? Song Rui said, alright. I still have something to do here, so I'll call Brother June and the others over in the afternoon. We haven't gathered for a long time, so we should have a few drinks. You must be thinking about the good wine in my wine cellar. Xia Ruofei scolded jokingly. Is this how you view your good brother? Song Rui cried out in injustice. Don't tell me that our brotherhood can't compare to a few bottles of wine? Song Rui chuckled and said, of course, the wine you've stored is not bad. I knew you were up to no good. Xia Ruofei laughed. Then tell me the truth. Song Rui chuckled and said, all right. Everyone. Xia Ruofei replied readily, there's enough good wine. If you're not drunk, you're not allowed to leave the table. You said it yourself. Song Rui was overjoyed. I'll call them one by one later. Yes. You can come and inform everyone. I won't be calling. Xia Ruofei said. By the way, what's the matter with you coming back to the capital? Song Rui asked. Didn't I tell you? It's for our club. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, didn't you guys say that you wanted to collaborate with Shannon TV for a show? You even helped me to agree to help me record an episode of the show. Aren't I here to pay off my debt? Is the program recording about to start? Song Rui said, I was wondering why there were so many more workers in the mushroom house these few days. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask, speaking of this, I'm a little worried. Will their recording affect the construction of our club? Don't lose more than you gain. To be honest, the cooperation with Shannon TV this time was mainly beneficial to Taoyuan Company. For the club, of course, it had a promotional effect. But the large number of ordinary TV viewers were not the club's target customers, so the promotional effect was basically negligible. If the filming of the show affected the construction of the club, Xia Ruofei would be sorry for his brother. After all, the recording of the show could not be completed in a day or two. Xia Ruofei only Recorded one episode, but the guests changed every episode. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to finish recording a season of the show. Song Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. These problems were considered during the planning and design. The mushroom house was given priority. Now, the clubhouse and the mushroom house were separated to ensure that they wouldn't affect each other." "That's good," Xia Ruofei said. "By the way, Xia Ruofei, I have something I need your help with. If there's anything, just say it." Song Ruofei said readily. "I want to buy another car." Xia Ruofei went straight to the point. "There's only a Land Rover in the capital right now. It's not appropriate to drive that car on some occasions." "I agree," Song Ruofei said immediately. "To be honest, the Land Rover is a good vehicle, but it won't be good for high-end occasions." Ruofei, leave this to me. Oldlies. Xiao Si had been specialized in reversing cars for the past few years. He had a lot of good stuff there. Whatever brand of car you like, just say the word and I'll get it within a month. And it's even cheaper than the market. Lamborghini, Ferrari, stop. Stop. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Why would I do that? It's so expensive, and the base is so low, it's not practical at all." Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Ah? I thought you were going to buy a luxury car." "I was mistaken." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have a lot of money to burn. Why would he buy a luxury car? You need to change your mindset." Song Ruofei said, "You're a billionaire after all. You can't always be a loser in terms of spending. Even if you have money, it's hard-earned, not blown by the wind." Xia Ruofei said in a bad mood. "Fine. Fine. Fine." Song Ruofei quickly said, "I won't persuade you." "Then tell me. What car do you want to buy?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'm thinking that a car with good performance should be more comfortable. It's mainly because I don't know much about cars. Can you give me some advice?" "I see." Song Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Ruofei, why don't you buy a Toyota Alpha? The comfort of this car is unparalleled. It's a little similar to the celebrity nanny cars, and it has a lot of space. This car has been very popular recently." Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "The Japanese's car?" He had an instinctive aversion to Wei Nation cars. Song Ruofei laughed and said, "Yo. I didn't expect our big boss Xia to be such a nationalistic young man." "Not really," Xia Ruofei said. "But the Japanese's car doesn't seem to be very safe. Do you have any other recommendations?" Song Ruofei said seriously, "In all fairness, there's no problem with the safety performance of this car. Ruofei, I didn't like the Japanese either, but objectively speaking, the cost-performance ratio of several business cars of the same grade is still quite good." Xia Ruofei wasn't against buying Wei Nation's products. If they were really such nationalistic youths, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. This was an era of globalization. The parts of a car or an electronic product might be produced in many countries. For example, many domestic mobile phones had chips provided by foreign manufacturers. Even the Huawei mobile phones, which developed their own chips, also had many parts, including the screen and other parts. They were all foreign manufacturers. 2228 Internet celebrity MPV_. Therefore, after listening to Song Ruofei's words, he pondered for a while and said, "All right then. I believe in your judgment, so I'll buy an Alpha." "Aren't you going to ask about the price?" Song Ruofei asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei replied nonchalantly, it's just a business car. How expensive can it be? Go ahead. How much is it? The official price is about 800,000 yuan. Song Ruofei said. The price of the car. 800,000 was nothing to Xia Ruofei. He said without thinking, I can accept this price. And didn't you say it already? Is the overall price performance ratio of this car not bad? So, it's decided, Song Ruofei asked with a smile. I've decided. Xia Ruofei said, I believe in your judgment. It's rare for me to be praised. Song Ruofei smiled and asked, how are you going to buy it? Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned and said, how else can I buy a car? Go to a 4S shop. Don't tell me there's no Toyota 4S shop in the capital? Of course, there's a Toyota 4S shop. Song Ruofei smiled and said, but if you go directly to a 4S store to buy it, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it. Don't keep me in suspense, what's going on? Xia Ruofei asked. I'll put it this way. This car is very popular in China, and many local tycoons are scrambling for it. Moreover, the Japanese are deliberately doing hunger marketing. Song Ruofei said, do you know how much quota the Toyota headquarters gives to the entire Greater China region every month? How much? Xia Ruofei asked. 800 units. Song Ruofei said, be careful. This is the quota for the entire Greater China region, including Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. So little? Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. Things are precious when they are rare. Don't many local bosses like this? Song Ruofei smiled and said, I can't deny that the comfort of this car is absolutely first class. It's also very good looking and has a sense of future. However, the Japanese's hunger marketing is indeed quite disgusting. Song Ruofei paused and said, the effect of this hunger marketing is that if you go directly to a 4S store to buy a car, there will definitely be no new car. This model of car was now being sold at a higher price, and it was a large price increase. And even if we increase the price, we'll have to wait for at least a month. A large increase in the price? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, what's the extent? Let's put it this way. This car is purely imported, and the price of the top version in Wei Nation is about 400,000 Chinese dollars. Because of tariffs, the price in our country is about $800,000. Song Ruofei said, but in fact, the top-end version would have to be at least 400,000 or even 600,000 more. Including the purchase tax, insurance, and other expenses, it'll cost at least 1.6 million. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard this. After a long while, he said, a 400,000 yuan car is going to be sold for 1.6 million yuan in our country? 4 times more? What do you think? Song Ruofei smiled and said, this is it. You might not be able to buy it. You'll still have to wait in line for the bus. That's crazy. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Who would be such a spendthrift? You don't say. There are quite a lot of rich people nowadays who are silly. Song Ruofei smiled and said, you know that they are doing hunger marketing, but you still want to buy it even if you have to pay more. It's just because this car will make you look good. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, if that's the case, then I'll change the brand. I think Buick has a pretty good business car. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1.6 million yuan. To him, this amount of money was really just a drop in the ocean. It was just that he felt that this money was not worth it at all. Moreover, if he drove this car out in the future, it would be easy for people to misunderstand him as a rich man. It was not good to think about it. Don't mind me, Song Ruofei said, didn't I just say it? Objectively speaking, it was a very good car model. Besides, not all the nouveau riche would buy this car. Many big entrepreneurs like this car. I just don't think it's necessary, Xia Ruofei said. Spending 1.6 million to buy a car that's only sold for 400,000 in Wei Nation, of course it's not necessary, only an idiot would buy it. Song Ruofei said with a smile, but since I recommended this car to you, I won't let you be a fool. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized and smiled. I understand. Does our young master Song have a way to get a cheap car? Not only is it cheap, but you don't have to wait too long. Song Ruofei laughed. Oh? Xia Ruofei was also tempted. I told you just now, Song Ruofei said. The Li family's Xia Ruofei specialized in reversing cars. He had a way to get the original car from the Wei Nation. And, Song Ruofei lowered his voice and said, you can even save on tariffs. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. Xia Ruofei, it's just a car. There's no need to do all this. What if something happens? Don't you worry. Song Ruofei smiled and said, although they are not imported through legal channels, Xia Ruofei's cars are all fully processed and absolutely legal. I won't go into the details with you. But all in all, every cat has its own way. This is what he does for a living, and most of his customers are people in the circle. If there was a problem with the car, would he dare to sell it? The Li family's old master had passed away early, so the family had been on the decline in recent years. Their influence had also declined year by year. The Li family could not be compared with the Song family, which was a rich and powerful family. In the entire capital, they could only be considered a second-rate family. Li Shaoxi was selling imported cars to people in the industry, so he definitely didn't dare to make any mistakes in the procedures, otherwise, it would be easy to offend people. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, how much would it cost to buy it from him? Song Ruofei said proudly, it's definitely not that cheap for others, but if I ask, I should be able to get it for 500,000. This car costs 400,000 yuan in the Wei Nation, and there's also the transportation cost, including opening up some joints, so 500,000 yuan is basically a guaranteed cost price. All right. Xia Ruofei said, help me understand this situation first. If there's one, I'll order one. All right. Song Ruofei smiled and said, even if he doesn't have an existing car, he can transfer the goods at the last minute. If I were to step in, he would definitely do his best to send the car to you in the shortest time possible. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Xia Ruofei said, then smiled and asked, we're done with the business. Now, it's time to care about your personal issues. How have you been with Shui recently? Did you make any progress? The last time Shui came to Sihiyuan, Xia Ruofei had even helped Song Ruofei find out more about her. He felt that Shui did not hate Song Ruofei and had some feelings for him. However, Song Ruofei's family background had given her a lot of pressure and made her more apprehensive. Hence, Xia Ruofei had also counseled Shui. However, he didn't know if Shui had actually taken his words to heart. Song Ruofei chuckled and said, look at what you're saying. How can I fail when I'm taking action? I have a name. He's known as the jade-faced playboy in the pugilistic world. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with a mere Shui? Woof. You've become so arrogant. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it sounds like you've won it. It's a must. Song Ruwei said triumphantly, the lack of progress before was my strategy. If I were to launch an all-out attack, how could she resist my romantic attack? 22-29 The final result, 1. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, I really regret not recording your pathetic state back then. Others might not know, but I do. Why are you acting in front of me? I don't like what you just said. Song Ruwei said, I told you. It's called strategy. Strategy, understand? Screw you. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, you're a little too arrogant. Don't you know your own worth? You won't have any friends if you keep talking like that. Song Ruwei said gloomily. You're the one who didn't understand the situation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I guess you didn't ask Shui why she suddenly accepted you, right? What other reason could there be? Song Ruwei grinned and said, of course, he was charmed by my personal charm. Of course, she was also moved by my meticulous care. Oh. Xia Ruofei said, without my help, would you have done this? Last time at my house, you had too much to drink. I've done a lot of thinking for you. What? Song Ruwei couldn't help but be confused. He was stunned for a while before he asked, you're helping me persuade Yi? How come I didn't know about it? Brother is a living lei feng. Do good deeds, without leaving your name. Xia Ruofei said unhappily, if you weren't so arrogant today, I wouldn't even have bothered to say anything. Song Ruwei knew that Xia Ruofei was probably telling the truth. The change in Shui's attitude towards him seemed to have happened after the gathering at Xia Ruofei's courtyard house. He had thought that it was because of her sincerity that could break through metal and stone. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. Song Ruwei laughed dryly and said, it's a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. I really don't know about this. I'll ask later, don't be so silly as to really ask Xia. Xia Ruofei quickly said, girls are thin-skinned, be careful of her embarrassment turning into anger. You two are together anyway, so why bother with these things? That makes sense. That makes sense. Song Ruwei quickly said, thank you, Ruofei. We're all brothers, don't say that. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Ruwei was thanking him so seriously that he was too embarrassed to continue teasing him. Alright, I'll hang up now. Gather the rest of us. Also, if Shui is free, ask her to come over too. Alright. Song Ruwei said, see you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei called Qin Yanan first. She and you were still on their way to the hotel. Xia Ruofei told her to finish her work early and go home for dinner. Anyway, there was still one day left tomorrow. Most of the issues that needed to be communicated had already been settled by Xia Ruofei and Gaojun Qin. Yanan was only responsible for the routine correspondence of the procedures. Then, Xia Ruofei found Song Wei's number. He hesitated for a while, but still dialed it. After a few rings, he heard a voice message on a call. He was stunned. Don't tell me he won't even pick up the phone? Even if he wanted to avoid suspicion, there was no need to be so ruthless, right? He could not help but smile bitterly. If that was the case, then he had two girlfriends in name, but in reality, he was not even as good as a single dog. As long as Song Wei and Ling Qingxue weren't together, he wouldn't be able to see any of them. It seemed that he had a long way to go. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Just as he was letting his thoughts run wild, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei picked it up and saw that it was from Song Wei. He quickly picked it up. Are you Ruofei? I'm sorry. I was in the library just now, so, Song Wei said. Shyly. Xia Ruofei was relieved. He had misunderstood. At least the situation was not as bad as he had thought. He laughed and said, It's fine. It's fine. By the way, why are you still in the library at this hour? Have you had lunch? I finished eating and came over. Song Wei could feel Xia Ruofei's concern for her. She smiled and said, I'm going to finish the previous topic. I'm going to the library to find some information. But you still have to rest. Xia Ruofei said, If I don't sleep in the afternoon, I'll break down in the afternoon. You're exaggerating. Song Wei chuckled. So what if you didn't have a lunch break for 1 or 2 days? Not to mention that I'm a cultivator. How could he be that weak? I'm just concerned about you, Xia Ruofei chuckled. You're so talkative. You're in the capital? Song Wei asked, shyly. She knew that Xia Ruofei was going back to the capital today. So she had returned to school 2 days earlier. Now that Xia Ruofei had called her, she could guess that he had already arrived in the capital. Xia Ruofei said, Well, I just settled down and called you to invite you over for dinner. Song Wei's heart was filled with sweetness, but she still said, I have something on tonight. We'll talk about it later. You didn't mention anything about not meeting Qingxue alone in your agreement, did you? Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. That's not the reason. Song Wei quickly said, Don't think too much. I really have something to do. Actually, no matter how busy Song Wei was, she would still have time to have a meal with Xia Ruofei. She did have some concerns and did not want Ling Qingxue to misunderstand. Xia Ruofei was well aware of this, but he could only smile bitterly in his heart. He said unwillingly, Wei, big brother Zhao, Song Ruofei. And the others will be coming over tonight. Oh, and your classmate, Zhuyi, too. Are you really not free? 22:30, the final result, too. I'm sorry, Song Wei said apologetically. Are you Ruofei? It doesn't matter. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Song Wei to finish her sentence. He smiled and said, Go do your work. We'll meet again when we have time. Song Wei heaved a sigh of relief and said, Take care of your body too. Xia Ruofei hung up the phone with a bitter smile. He sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and smoked a cigarette. Then, he stood up and walked towards the backyard. Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan were cleaning the kitchen. They stopped what they were doing and greeted Xia Ruofei when they saw him. Xia Ruofei smiled gently. Sister-in-law, some of my friends will be coming over for dinner tonight. I'll have to trouble you. Okay. Wu Shoujuan quickly replied. Boss, it's not hard to cook. By the way, how many people will there be tonight? I'll be able to make some preparations. 7 or 8. Xia Ruofei said, You don't have to worry about the ingredients. I'll go out and prepare. Xia Ruofei wanted to take out some ingredients from his interspace. If he let Wu Shoujuan purchase the ingredients, he would not have the chance to take them out. All right. Wu Shoujuan said. Then you guys Go ahead. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll go and buy some groceries first. With that, Xia Ruofei left the courtyard house through the door in the backyard. Since Wu Chang had driven the car to send Qin Yanan and you off, Xia Ruofei could only walk to the entrance of the alley to get a taxi. He also had a deeper understanding of the necessity of having another car. Xia Ruofei stopped a taxi at the entrance of the alley and went straight to the nearby Walmart. He bought some ingredients from the supermarket, mainly meat. He bought a lot of organic mountain black pork, ribs, beef tenderloin, and so on. When it was time to pay, Xia Ruofei specially bought a few more plastic bags. After paying the bill, Xia Ruofei took the ingredients he had bought from the supermarket and took a taxi back to the courtyard house. This time, he walked through the main entrance on the side of Luhai Lane. After passing through the front yard, Xia Ruofei first packed the ingredients back into the master bedroom in the master's yard in the middle. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he took out a lot of vegetables from the space and caught 2 fish. He packed them all in Walmart's shopping bag and then carried the bag to the backyard. Xia Ruofei handed the ingredients to Wu Shoujuan and Xia Xiaolan to handle. Then, he went to the wine cellar in the basement and took out a few bottles of aged, drunken 8 immortals and expensive rot wine. He found a box and put them away. In order to prevent the wine from running out, he took out some from the medium and placed them on the shelf in the wine cellar. This way, he could ask Wu Chang to come and collect them at any time during dinner at night. And he would not have to make a trip personally. Xia Ruofei carried the box full of wine to the ground and asked the veteran in charge of security to help move the box of wine to the dining room in the backyard. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei finally took a break. Then, he went to the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower, changed into a set of clean clothes, and lay on the bed to take a short nap. It was almost 3 o'clock when he fell asleep, and he woke up around 4 o'clock. After a simple wash, he went to the yard for a walk, then laid on the recliner and smoked a cigarette. Xia Ruofei was spending a rare moment of leisure time in the courtyard. When it was almost 5 o'clock, the communication panel set in the master's courtyard in the middle gave out a notification. Xia Ruofei didn't stand up. Instead, he picked up the tablet on the stone table and tapped on it a few times. Suddenly, the camera at the door of the backyard appeared on the screen of the tablet. This tablet was also the control terminal of the entire Sihiyuan's smart home. Through the Wi-Fi connection, it could easily control equipment such as access control, air conditioning, LED lights, and so on. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Ruwei was grinning at the camera and couldn't help but laugh. He pressed the microphone symbol on the control screen and said, "Come in." With that, Xia Ruofei opened the control panel on his tablet and opened the door to the backyard. At the same time, he stood up and walked towards the backyard. When he arrived at the backyard, Song Ruwei and the others had already driven in. Then Song Ruwei and Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang, Lu Jian, Su Zixuan, Wei Jun, and the others all rushed over. 2. Jian Jia now felt that Xia Ruofei had become the core figure in their circle. Of course, Zhui Yi also followed Song Ruwei over. Although it was not time to get off work yet, the natural sciences department where she worked had always been very free. Moreover, with her relationship with Song Ruwei, it was not a problem for her to take 2 hours of leave early. Xia Ruofei welcomed him happily and called out, "Big brother Zhao. Monkey, Zi Xian. I've missed you to death." Xia Ruofei hugged his good friends from the capital one by one and finally walked to Zhuyi. Song Ruwei said nervously, "Hey. It's fine if the men hug her, but you're not allowed to hug her." Zhao Yongjun and the others couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Zhuyi glared at Song Ruwei in disdain, then smiled and reached out her hand to Xia Ruofei. "Ruofei, we meet again." Xia Ruofei politely shook hands with Zhuyi and smiled. I want to congratulate you and Xiao Ruwei. It had finally come to fruition. This was not easy. We brothers are all anxious. Zhao Yongjun also teased, "Isn't that so? We can't wait to help Xiao Ruwei. That kid is too cowardly." Su Zixuan and the others burst out laughing again. Even Zhuyi was laughing, with her face red. Song Ruwei couldn't keep his face straight. He snorted and said, "This is called being gentlemanly." What did he mean by cowardly? It's romantic to be nice to the woman you love. You boorish people don't understand. Zhuyi shot Song Ruwei a glance, and he immediately shut his mouth. Xia Ruofei shook his head in his heart. It seemed like this kid was going to become his wife's slave. His future status in the family was worrying. Seeing that Song Ruwei had shut his mouth, Zhuyi then said to Xia Ruofei, "Student Ruofei, you're congratulating me a little too early. We're just trying to get together, it's still too early for us to achieve anything." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No matter what, we're happy that you guys are together. There's no need to worry about the future, there's always a way out." When Song Ruwei heard this, he looked at Xia Ruofei thoughtfully, but did not say anything. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Ruofei invited everyone to the master's courtyard in the middle to sit down and have some tea. It was still a little early after dinner. Wu Shoujuan was still busy in the kitchen, and Wu Chang, Qin Yanan, and He Yu had not returned yet. As the weather was still rather cold, Xia Ruofei welcomed everyone into the master suite with floor heating. On the east side of the suite was a spacious and bright master bedroom and bathroom. On the west side was a study room, and in the middle was a living room for guests. Xia Ruofei was personally in charge of making tea. He used the tea set with ease and familiarity while chatting with Zhao Yongjun and the others about the club's recent situation. The club's planning and construction efficiency were very high. According to the current progress of the construction, it would be open for business in May. The recruitment was already in progress, and the club needed a lot of people. Fortunately, Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others often went to various high-end events, so they knew many talents in this area. They had poached a few management staff from some hot spring clubs and private restaurants, and also recruited a group of ordinary staff. Although the club had not been built yet, the staff had already begun their on-duty training. When Zhao Yongjun heard that Xia Ruofei was here to record the third season of The Life I Yearn for, he was very happy. After all, he was the one who made it happen in the first place. He also knew that this cooperation would be a good publicity opportunity for Paradise Corporation. Everyone chatted until about 6 o'clock. Before they got up and walked to the dining room in the backyard. 2231 A happy gathering. 1. Coincidentally, when Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at the backyard, Wu Chang had also driven Qin Yanan and He Yu back to the Sihiyuan. Xia Ruofei smiled and called Qin Yanan over, then introduced her to Zhao Yongjun and the others. "This is our company's manager, Qin. He's currently the head of my assistant team." Then he introduced Zhao Yongjun and the others to Qin Yanan one by one. Of course, he didn't tell them who they were and only said that they were his good friends. Qin Yanan graciously nodded at Zhao Yongjun and the others. Then, the group walked to the dining room. Song Ruofei poked Xia Ruofei's waist. Xia Ruofei slowed down and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Song Ruofei pointed at Qin Yanan and said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that your little girlfriend will be jealous if you keep a beautiful assistant by your side?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "What the hell is this? Yanan is my work assistant. Also, which little girlfriend are you talking about?" Song Ruofei was suddenly angry and said, "You can't beat people down like this. It's a good thing I already have you now, or else I'd be angered to death by you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go eat." The two of them walked into the dining room, and Zhuyi asked with a smile, "Song Ruofei, what are you and Ruofei whispering about?" Song Ruofei was stunned. Xia Ruofei immediately smiled and said, "Xia Ruofei was showing off to me, saying that he's going to show off his affection to us tonight." Zhuyi's pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at Song Ruofei and said, "You only know how to talk nonsense." "I didn't," Song Ruofei explained helplessly. However, Zhuyi obviously believed Xia Ruofei's words more. She glanced at him unhappily, then walked over to sit between Qin Yanan and Yu. Song Ruofei couldn't help but be startled. His girlfriend wasn't sitting with him? What the hell is this? He couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei, who was smiling evilly. Fortunately, Yu was more observant and took the initiative to give her seat to Song Ruofei. Zhuyi naturally wouldn't change seats. A couple could throw a tantrum to please them, but it was also not too much. Otherwise, it would be considered unreasonable. After all, she knew that it was just a joke. After everyone had taken their seats, Wu Shoujuan and Xiao Xiaolan began to serve the dishes. Wu Chang and the others went to the staff cafeteria to eat. Xia Ruofei saw that there were many people today, and it would be crowded if he called them over. They would also feel uncomfortable, so he acquiesced. Zhao Yongjun arranged for everyone to pour wine. The men all drank white wine, while the three women drank expensive rotten wine. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei, say a few words. You're the master today." Xia Ruofei stood up with a glass of wine in his hand and said with a smile, "There's nothing much to say. We're all good friends, and we haven't gathered together in a long time. Yanan and Yu, you've worked hard, so I'll just say one thing. Everyone, have a good meal tonight. There will be enough food and wine. Come on. Let's have a drink together. All right. Cheers. Cheers." The white wine was held in a small glass, so Xia Ruofei and the rest naturally toasted to it. Qin Yanan, Zhuyi, and Yu also took a big gulp. Satisfying. Xia Ruofei showed the bottom of his cup and said, "Come, come, come, let's eat. Everyone, try Auntie Wu's cooking." Everyone drank and ate while chatting, and the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Zhao Yongjun sighed, "Ruofei, your wine is still the most authentic. And this dish today? Are you using the ingredients from your paradise corporation?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Most of them are. But I also bought it at Walmart. Now that our company's production capacity is gradually increasing, the major superpowers still have sufficient stock, so they can basically buy everything. That's because your vegetables are too expensive." Song Ruofei said, "It's at least a few times or even more than 10 times that." of ordinary vegetables. Most people's families wouldn't be willing to buy it to eat easily. You get what you pay for, you know. Xia Ruofei chuckled. The quality of our products is there for all to see. Su Zixian smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with Ruofei's words. The ingredients of Paradise Corporation, whether its appearance or taste, are indeed much better than ordinary vegetables. They're not even on the same level. Did you see? It's still Zixian who has good eyes. Xia Ruofei said proudly. Zhao Yongjun smiled. It's really a pleasure every time I come to eat at your house. But there's one bad thing about it. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei asked curiously. What else? We've been raised to be picky with our mouths. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, every time I come back from your place, I feel like I've been eating for a few days. Wine is even more so, any kind of wine would feel as bland as water in the mouth. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Brother Zhao, you can't praise people like this. I'll be proud. Qin Yanan saw that Xia Ruofei was chatting happily with Zhao Yongjun and the others. He wanted to give a simple report on work, but didn't want to disturb them. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was worried that he was giving the two of them the cold shoulder. After all, it was their first day meeting Zhao Yongjun and the others, so it was inevitable that they would feel reserved. Hence, Xia Ruofei took the initiative to raise his glass to Qin Yanan and said, Yanan, you've all worked hard today. Let's have a drink. 2232, a happy gathering. 2. Qin Yanan quickly stood up and held the wine glass with both hands. Chairman, I should be the one to respect you. I'll drink first as a form of respect. After she finished speaking, she raised her head and drank the remaining half of the glass of noble wrought wine in the quilt. Xia Ruofei quickly replied, I'm fine. It's fine. Yanan, drink slowly. We're not forcing them to drink, so we'll drink as much as we can. After that, Xia Ruofei also finished the glass of liquor. Qin Yanan wiped her mouth with a tissue and said with a smile, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Chairman. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, oh right, the meeting with Xiangnan TV this afternoon, did it go smoothly? It's going quite smoothly. Qin Yanan nodded. They've attached great importance to the chairman's participation in the program's recording this time, and they've ensured and coordinated everything in place. We'll continue to communicate the specific details tomorrow, and I'll give you a detailed report tomorrow afternoon. The production team will start the full recording the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei nodded. All right. I'll leave it to you. I'm very assured. Thank you for your affirmation, Chairman. Qin Yanan pursed her lips and smiled. By the way, I also learned today that the first batch of supplies we promised to provide to the program group has all been delivered. The vegetable greenhouse attached to the mushroom house has also been successfully transplanted. After long-distance transportation, our vegetables still have a high survival rate. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, come. He-Yu, I also propose a toast to you. He-Yu quickly stood up and said, somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, Chairman, a toast to you. When Xia Ruofei was talking to Qin Yanan and He-Yu, Zhao Yongjun and the others had lowered their voices as well, so they could hear the contents of their conversation clearly. After Xia Ruofei and He-Yu finished drinking, Ho Liang could not help but ask, Brother Xia, why are you guys providing free supplies to the festival group? Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's just some vegetable seedlings. There's also our Dahongpo tea leaves, Yusher cream, and so on. They're all our own products. They're also advertising for us. How could Gao Jun do this? Ho Liang frowned and said, how can he take your things for free? Furthermore, didn't he know how valuable the jade skin cream and Dahong Pao were? It wasn't like the festival group didn't have money, so these things should be bought with money. I'll give him a call later. When Qin Yanan heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned. There's such an operation? Xiaonan TV used your product to advertise for you. It's already unprecedented that they didn't charge you for your advertising fees, yet you still want to charge them? Qin Yanan felt that the skinny young man in front of him probably didn't understand the situation, so he made such a joke. However, when she thought about it, she felt that something was amiss. Just now, Ho Liang had mentioned Gao Jun's name and even said that he would call him to scold him. This meant that Ho Liang knew Gao Jun and their relationship was obviously not ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have said such things. However, she still found it unbelievable and couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei. Originally, Qin Yanan thought that Xia Ruofei would explain to Ho Liang what it meant to plant an advertisement. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, monkey. Don't make things difficult for station head Gao. These products were only expensive, but in reality, the production cost was not that high. It did not cost much. You didn't want me to be stingy, did you? You should know that you're the one who pulled the strings for this matter. Our Paradise Corporation is so stingy, isn't that embarrassing for you? Brother Xia, how much is my monkey face worth? Ho Liang said, Gao Jun didn't handle this matter properly. This is not giving you any face. Song Ruwei was also someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. He immediately echoed, monkey, that makes sense. That station head Gao dared to use Ruofei's things for free, that's not giving us face. I say. Find a chance to talk to your old man? When the time was right, he would make room for this guy. Xiaonan Satellite TV's deputy director in charge of entertainment is a lucrative position. Qin Yanan felt as if his brain was about to crash. These young people were actually so boastful. A deputy station head of a provincial station could be changed just like that? He didn't even drink a few glasses of wine. He was this drunk? However, Qin Yanan quickly realized that he was wrong. Xia Ruofei was not joking at all. He was serious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no, no, no. Don't you guys get on the hook. I have a good relationship with the high platform. Don't add to the mess. I'm doing pretty well, why should I change for no reason? 2. Be honest, Gao Jun was indeed a good person. He had lowered his attitude to the extreme. However, he probably never thought that he would be remembered by Song Ruwei, Ho Liang, and the other playboys just because the Paradise Corporation provided some products for free. If that was the case, he would be too wronged. How much were those things worth? How could it compare to the huge advertising effect? Zhao Yongjun cleared his throat and said, Ruofei is right. Xiao Ruwei, monkey, don't shout about killing for no reason. You guys don't understand the situation, so just do as Ruofei says. Zhao Yongjun had absolute authority in their small circle. Ho Liang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Jun bro, I know. Me too. Wasn't I the one who pulled the strings? I just think that things weren't done well enough. Xia Ruofei quickly smiled and said, I'm fine. He was fine. That's good enough. Monkey. Thank you. Come, let us brothers have a drink. Qin Yanan's heart trembled. From Xia Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun. And the other's words, she could guess that the people at this table today probably had terrifying backgrounds. Of course. In addition to the shock, she also felt extremely at ease that the chairman of Xuanji was brothers with these second-generation heirs who had a lot of power in Beijing. Then, the resistance in the company's development process would definitely be much less. At this moment, Shui gently touched Qin Yanan's arm, leaned over, and whispered, Yanan, Ruofei. Didn't tell you who these people are, did he? No. Qin Yanan shook her head slightly. Shui smiled and said, I knew it just by looking at your expression. If I didn't know them, I would also think that these people are definitely boasting and flattering each other. So you're saying it's not? Qin Yanan asked with a smile. It really isn't. Shui said, do you know what that monkey over there is for? What are you doing? Qin Yanan asked. It doesn't matter what he did. Shui smiled and said, but his father is the executive deputy chief of the state radio, film, and television. Qin Yanan suddenly understood. No wonder Ho Liang was so confident. So, it was because of this layer of relationship. Shui smiled. Since Ruofei didn't tell you, I won't tell you. The rest one by one. If you're interested, you can go ask your chairman yourself. Thank you, Sister Yi. Qin Yanan said in a low voice. On the other side, Xia Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun's conversation topic had shifted to some anecdote in the circle of the capital. Although Qin Yanan and he were not in this circle, Xia Ruofei still trusted them, so everyone did not avoid them. By the way, Xia Ruofei, don't tell your old master about my return for now. Xia Ruofei said, I'm about to start recording the show. I'll pay him a visit after I'm done. I know. Song Ruofei said lazily, I don't usually go back. Speaking of which, have you guys heard? It seems that the Liu family's young lady is not in good health, Song Ruofei added. Which Liu family? Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously, then immediately came back to his senses. You mean that old man from Liu Haofan's family? 2233, The Crisis of the Liu Family, 1, Song Ruofei chuckled and said, of course. The entire Liu family is. Xia Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun suddenly interrupted Song Ruofei, don't speak without thinking. Song Ruofei also came back to his senses. He was actually just a little drunk, and it just happened that they were talking about it, so he blurted it out. Once Zhao Yongjun reminded him, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Although the people present today were not outsiders, there were still 2 employees from Xia Ruofei's company. Besides, even if they were people from their small circle, they could not say anything without restraint. Just like Ho Liang and Wei Jun, their families were not that powerful. Yet, there were some things that could not be said in front of them. Otherwise, if word got out, it would have a negative impact on the Song family. Xia Ruofei smiled and changed the topic. Come on. Everyone, try this fish. It was very fresh when I bought it. This dinner was a joyous one, and everyone was a little tipsy. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't regard Xia Ruofei as an outsider, so they stayed in the courtyard house since there were many rooms here anyway. Shui went to the front yard to keep Qin Yanan and Hiyu company, while Zhao Yongjun and the others went to the middle yard to find a few guest rooms. After Xia Ruofei returned to the master suite, he sat on the sofa in the living room and smoked a cigarette. Then, he stood up to wash up. Just then, there was a light knock on the door. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruei pushing the door open and walking in side by side. "Brother Zhao, you haven't gone to rest?" Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile. "I can't sleep, so I came over to chat with you." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "I ran into Xiao Ruei the moment I went out." "Ha ha ha. Then come over and sit." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It just so happens that this tea has just been brewed. Let's drink some tea to help with the alcohol." "All right." Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruei walked over and took their seats. Xia Ruofei leaned over and poured tea for the two of them. Then, he smiled at them. Zhao Yongjun laughed. "Xiao Ruei almost let it slip when we were eating. It's about the Lu family's elder." "Hee hee," Song Ruei scratched his head and said, "I'm a little loose-lipped after drinking, hee hee." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother Zhao. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I won't go out and talk about it. Qin Yanan and they don't know anything about the circle in Beijing, and they don't know anything about the Lu and Zhao families. I'll talk to them later, and they'll definitely keep their mouths shut." "You're mistaken, Ruofei," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "It's not appropriate to talk about this at the table. After all, there are too many people, so I stopped Xiao Ruei in time." "But you're different. Is there anything I can't tell you?" Xia Ruofei finally understood Zhao Yongjun's intention. He was worried that he would be unhappy, so he came over to explain. He smiled. "Brother Zhao, I'm not interested in these things. I'm just listening to it for fun. I don't care. I can't not care." Song Ruei said, "Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. "Related to me? Other than having some disputes with their good-for-nothing grandson, I don't have any dealings with the Lu family at all. I've never even seen old man Lu before. He can't blame me for his illness, can he?" In fact, Xia Ruofei had a history with the two good-for-nothing grandsons of the Lu family. They had even had a direct confrontation. However, the impact of him dealing with Lu Haojuan was too great, so he could not even tell Zhao Yongjun and the others. Of course, this was also for their own good. Not knowing was the best situation for them. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Look at you, Ruofei, this is the general situation." Then, Zhao Yongjun told Xia Ruofei about the Lu family. It turned out that the old man of the Lu family used to be quite strong, but the younger generation had been disappointing recently. They had been facing problems one after another, especially Lu Haojuan, whom he had high hopes for. His career was basically ruined because of such a stupid problem. It was said that when he heard the news of Lu Haojuan's accident, old Master Lu shut himself in for 3 days, and his entire person looked dejected. It was normal for an old man to have a weak body, but old man Lu's condition was different. The routine physical examination not long ago had found that his body was not just aging. During the physical examination, they discovered that there were a few abnormalities in his physical indicators. After further examination, they discovered that it was actually pancreatic cancer, which was the most dangerous disease. This was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue for the Lu family, pancreatic cancer, and it was even in the late stage. This was basically a countdown to his life. Even if it was one of the Largest families in China, it could not escape the laws of nature. Not to mention in China, even in the world, there was no treatment for such a highly malignant cancer. It was difficult to even delay the symptoms. It could be said that old man Lu didn't have much time left after the disease was discovered, and the process would be very fast. Xia Ruofei was still a little confused. He said, I understand a little, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. 2234, the crisis of the Lu family, too, he thought to himself, could it be that the Lu family has already found out that I directed Lu Haojuan's incident? Even if that's the case, you can't say that I'm related to old Master Lu's illness, right? Even if he was angry, could he get pancreatic cancer? Moreover, the Lu family had just gone through a huge change. They were busy preparing for all kinds of rainy arrangements, so how could they have the time to pursue who was responsible? Of course, Elder Lu's illness has nothing to do with you, Zhao Yongjun said, chuckling. But he's just thinking about your medical skills. Xia Ruofei suddenly understood. Back then, Elder Song was on the verge of death, but Xia Ruofei saved him. Not only did he recover, but his body was also much better than before. He looked better and his white hair was much less. It was no exaggeration to say that with Elder Song's current condition, he could live for more than 100 years. Although this matter was strictly confidential, it was not without any clues. With the Lu family's ability, it was possible to find out Xia Ruofei's role in this matter. Song Ruwei said from the side, Ruofei, the Lu family is also anxious now. You can't say that. They're desperate. They're treating you as their last hope anyway. Yesterday, Uncle Lu went to visit my grandfather in hopes of getting you to treat old man Lu. Then what did Grandpa Song say? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. The old man definitely won't agree to it so easily. And he didn't even admit that you were the one who cured him. Song Ruwei said with a smile, we have to ask for your opinion on this matter. If you don't agree, even the Lu family can't force you. Yeah. Zhao Yongjun also laughed. With the Song family as your strong backing, no one can force you to do something you don't want to do. Besides, if anything happens to old Master Lu, the Lu family won't dare to act rashly. There are many people watching them. Xia Ruofei nodded, deep in thought. The Lu family had visited Elder Song yesterday, but no one had called him until now. This meant that Elder Song had suppressed the matter, and even the Lu family did not dare to disturb him. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not want to get involved in this matter. He could not understand the complicated relationships in the 4-9 cities, and he did not want to understand them. This kind of thing would affect the whole situation. If he really saved old Master Lu, he might offend many people without him knowing. Xia Ruofei, what's Grandpa Song's stance on this? He asked after some thought. I don't know. Song Ruofei smiled and said, aren't you going to visit him in a few days? Let's see if he'll mention this when the time comes. Anyway, if he doesn't mention it, you can just pretend you don't know. In my opinion, why should we help for no reason? Song Ruofei didn't have a good impression of the Lu family. The younger generation of the two families often fought with each other. The two families didn't have the same political ideas. Competition in various fields was normal. It was normal for him to have such thoughts. But Zhao Yongjun said seriously, Xia Ruofei, you can't say such things. Moreover, you can't think about things so simply. You have to remember that the Lu family is the Lu family, and Old Master Liu is Old Master Liu. No matter what happened to the Liu family, Old Master Liu has made great contributions to our country. Whether it was during the war or during the construction period, he had made outstanding contributions. Zhao Yongjun then looked at Xia Ruofei and smiled. Of course, I'm not trying to influence your judgment. Ruofei, just. As Xiao Ruofei said earlier, if Elder Song didn't mention this to you, just pretend that you don't know. But if the old man asks, and asks for your opinion, I suggest you consider it more maturely before answering. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Zhao. Zhao Yongjun laughed and stood up. All right, we've drunk the tea and said what we needed to say. We should go back and sleep. We're leaving. Just like this? Song Ruofei asked. If you don't leave, do you still want to stay here for the night? Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, Xiao Ruofei, is it because he isn't with you and you're so lonely that you can't sleep? Do you want Ruofei to sleep with you? Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei suddenly felt a chill. Song Ruofei quickly stood up and said, Big Brother Zhao, can you not speak in such a disgusting manner in the future? Let's go. Let's go now, ha ha ha. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei sent the two of them to the door and turned around to go back into the house. He sat on the sofa in the living room and thought for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a final decision, so he simply gave up. After all, this matter involved a lot of people. In addition to the fact that it might affect the interests of many parties, there was also a very important point. His medical skills would be known by more people. At that time, if these powerful elderly people in Beijing came to him for a headache, he would have a big head. It's not appropriate to go or not. If I don't go, I'll definitely offend people. Why are you treating the Song and Liu families, but not me? However, if he went, there would be more and more such things in the future, and he would eventually be unable to bear the disturbance. Since no one could find him now, he might as well wait until the recording was over. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei got up and took a shower. Then, he sat on the bed and cultivated the Great Tao formula for a while before he fell asleep. The next morning, Zhao Yongjun and the others had breakfast in the courtyard and left one after another. The construction of the Xuanji Paradise gathering was in full swing. They all had their own responsibilities and had been busy recently. Qin Yanan and Hiyu also left the Sihiyuan in Wu Chang's car and continued to head to the hotel, where the festival group was located to discuss some details of the recording of the program. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was idle. In the middle courtyard, he lay on the recliner, reading, drinking tea, and enjoying the rare slow time. Of course, he only had a leisurely morning. After lunch, Xia Ruofei took a short nap. Not long after he woke up, Qin Yanan and Hiyu returned. Gao Jun, the deputy director of Xiangnan Satellite TV, also came to the courtyard with them. As soon as he entered, Gao Jun greeted him with a smile. President Xia, I'm here uninvited. You won't not welcome me, will you? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled gently and said, Gao Tai, you must be joking. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Gao Jun's eyes widened exaggeratedly, and he said, President Xia, can I take this as your fancy way of showing off your wealth? If the central area of the capital, the big Sihiyuan with 3 entrances to the front and back, is a pung pung pung, then the place where people like us live is simply a cave of primitive people. Ha ha ha. Gao Tai, you're exaggerating. Xia Ruofei said, come on. Please come in. Xia Ruofei let Gao Jun into the courtyard. The few of them went to the master's courtyard in the middle and sat down around the stone table. Qin Yanan immediately started preparing the tea. Xia Ruofei saw that Qin Yanan's movements were quite skilled and handed this task to her with ease. Station Head Gao, when did you arrive in Beijing? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I just arrived this morning. Gao Jun said, after I got off the plane, I went to the hotel to check on the preparation work of the festival team. I happened to see manager Qin coming over to take over the work, so I followed the two beautiful ladies and came to visit directly. So Director Gao only arrived today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it would be great if it was yesterday. Some of my good friends were having dinner at my house. That's right, that Brat Ho Liang is also here. Gao Jun couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If only he had come a day earlier. It was only natural for him to visit Xia Ruofei. Then, wouldn't he have been able to get closer to young Master Ho? 22:35 Start of recording _ Gao Jun and Xia Ruofei had a good conversation. Of course, his visit was just to show his attitude. He did not talk about the details with Xia Ruofei. After chatting for about an hour, he got up and left. He did not stay for dinner. Director Gao, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I'll invite you over. After the show is over. I should be the one treating you. Gao Jun quickly said. The station is very grateful for your selfless support for the festival group. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart. Because of this selfless support, Gao Jun almost had a connection with Ho Liang. Although Ho Liang's father couldn't just leave Gao Jun alone, it would have a great impact on Gao Jun if he left a bad impression on the leader. This possibility was very high. After all, Ho Liang was considered a younger brother in Xia Ruofei's small circle, including Wei Jun's. Their families were much weaker than Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, Lu Jian, and Su Zixuan. Ho Liang's family was very happy that they could follow Xia Ruofei and his group. If Ho Liang really went back to get some fresh air, his father would definitely pay a lot of attention when he found out that it was because of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't tell Gao Jun about yesterday's incident. He just smiled and said, we're all friends, so it doesn't matter who's treating who. Yes, yes, yes. We're friends. Gao Jun said happily, President Xia, please wait. Please wait. Xia Ruofei smiled. All right then. Director Gao, I won't see you off. Yanan, help me see Director Gao off. Yes, Chairman. Qin Yanan said. Then, she smiled at Gao Jun and said, Director Gao, this way please. After Gao Jun left, Qin Yanan and he went to Xia Ruofei's room and reported to him about the progress of the docking in the past 2 days. Xia Ruofei listened attentively. After all, the details were related to the filming of the show. He was not like some celebrities who were arrogant. Since he had promised to record an episode of the show, he would do his best to cooperate. After all, it was not easy for the festival team. It was very hard to coordinate so many things. In the end, Qin Yanan said, Chairman, that's the general situation. As for the details, if there are any problems during the recording process, we'll deal with it at the last minute. When you're recording the program, you and I will be accompanying you the entire time. Alright, you've all worked hard. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Oh. By the way, the TV station said that the production crew might be coming Earlier tomorrow morning. Qin Yanan said, but they said that you should just follow your normal daily routine. It's best to pretend that they don't exist. That way, it'll be the most natural for the photos to be filmed. Many people's hearts would more or less change when they were in front of the camera. Whether it was the tone of their speech, their expressions, or their actions, they would be different from usual. When it was broadcasted on television, it did not look natural. Professional actors would not have such a problem. After all, they had been specially trained. They were only afraid of guests like Xia Ruofei who had never learned how to act but could not be offended. If they could not get any useful material, the post-editing would be troublesome. After all, they did not dare to ask Xia Ruofei to cooperate and re-record. Xia Ruofei laughed, understood. It was like the camera did not exist. No problem. His mental fortitude had been specially trained by the army, and with his business growing in the past few years, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. How could he have stage fright in front of a camera? As they were about to participate in a day and a half of filming, Xia Ruofei and the others had a simple chat about the filming tomorrow after dinner. Then, Qin Yanan and he diligently helped Xia Ruofei clean up his originally clean room before returning to the front yard to rest. The next day, Qin Yanan and he woke up very early, because the Xiongnan TV crew would be arriving very early. They had to start filming from the morning until Xia Ruofei arrived at the mushroom house. Very quickly, a business car from Xiongnan TV arrived at Luhai Lane. Who was waiting at the entrance, led the car to the front yard and parked it. Qin Yanan stood in the courtyard, greeting the editors and photographers of Xiongnan TV. These past 2 days, she and Yu had gone to the hotel to work with the program team, so they were already very familiar with these staff. The head of the team, Lu Yan, smiled and said, "Manager Qin, let's start work right away." "No problem." Qin Yanan smiled. "President Xia has already instructed that you can shoot as many photos as you want today. Come, teachers, this way please." President Xia is staying in the second courtyard. Qin Yanan led Lu Yan and the others to the master's courtyard in the middle. A few cameramen had already started recording with their cameras. The courtyard in the early morning was very quiet. Although it was in the city center, it was more than 100 meters away from the main street of Dishan Gate, which was full of traffic. Moreover, the courtyard was very deep, so the noise from the outside world couldn't reach here at all. It was really quiet. In the midst of chaos, when Lu Yan and the others arrived at the master's courtyard, they couldn't help but tread lightly. The door to Xia Ruofei's suite was tightly shut. Qin Yanan and the others thought that Xia Ruofei was still sleeping. After all, the crew had arrived too early. 22:36 Start of recording. 2, however, when everyone passed through the courtyard and arrived at the door, Xia Ruofei, who was neatly dressed, opened the door and walked out with a smile. "Welcome, teachers from Xiongnan TV," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei's appearance made Lu Yan and the others' eyes light up. Even Qin Yanan and Yu's eyes were slightly stunned. Today, Xia Ruofei was wearing a set of handmade casual clothes from Ferragamo. He had a dark blue plaid long jacket on the top and a denim shirt on the inside. He matched it with loose gray breeches and a pair of yellow marten boots. Ferragamo's custom-made clothes were cut very exquisitely, and the materials used were of the highest quality. At the same time, they did not have a very conspicuous logo. Unless one was very familiar with the brand and could recognize it at a glance, it would feel like ordinary casual clothes, but overall, it gave people a feeling of quite a high class. To put it simply, it was low-key luxury. This set of clothes was specially commissioned by Ling Qingshua's friend in Hong Kong to get a designer from Ferragamo to tailor, make for Xia Ruofei. There were several sets of clothes at once, both formal and casual. This time, Xia Ruofei considered that he was going for an outdoor leisure activity, and it would not be right to dress too formally. Besides, in the show, the guests often had to do some work within their ability, such as chopping firewood, starting a fire, picking vegetables, and so on. This set of casual clothes happened to be loose, so Xia Ruofei chose this set without much consideration. It was also Qin Yanan's first time seeing her boss wearing clothes of this style. The moment they saw Xia Ruofei, all the girls, including her, could not help but feel their hearts beat faster. This set of clothes almost perfectly complemented Xia Ruofei's calm and composed temperament. Xia Ruofei's body was well built but did not give off the feeling of a muscular man. It was the kind that was well proportioned and often had a gentle smile on his face. He gave off the image of a gentle and modest gentleman. The style of this dress was casual with a hint of casualness, which suited Xia Ruofei's temperament very well. At the same time, the marten boots and the denim shirt brought a slight contrast, making Xia Ruofei have a unique masculine charm. Lu Yan was also stunned for a moment, then she quickly stepped forward and said, "Hello, President Xia. Sorry for disturbing you." Before they came, Gao Jun had repeatedly reminded Lu Yan, who was leading the team, to give Xia Ruofei the greatest respect. As the director of the entertainment channel all these years, Lu Yan had seen countless big stars. But this was the first time the station had come to the filming location personally and had even repeatedly reminded her, so how could Lu Yan dare to slight him? "I'm not disturbing you, not disturbing you." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Everyone, come in and take a seat." Several cameras were filming Xia Ruofei from different angles, but he was not affected at all. He acted very naturally, which made Lu Yan feel a little relieved. The group of people followed Xia Ruofei into the house and sat down in the living room. Qin Yanan came up to Xia Ruofei and introduced Lu Yan and the others. "Mr. Lu, how should I cooperate with you for the next shoot?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "President Xia, I'm not a teacher," Lu Yan quickly said. "You can just call me Little Lu." Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yan and estimated that she should be older than him. He smiled and said, "That's not appropriate. How about I call you Scenarist Lu?" "Yes, I can," Lu Yan quickly said. She continued, "President Xia, just do your best. Wash up and eat. If you have anything to say to the audience, just say it to the camera. After you have your breakfast, we have a segment where you can call the Mushroom House to order. After recording, we'll take a short break and then head to the Mushroom House." Qin Yanan had already told Xia Ruofei about this yesterday, and Xia Ruofei had a plan in mind. For example, during the phone call segment, only He Jiong knew Xia Ruofei's identity in advance. After all, as the main star, Yu Yu had to do some preparation work in advance, while the other three did not know who the guests for this episode were. So, during the ordering segment, one of the other three permanent guests had to answer the phone. What Xia Ruofei had to do was to make sure that they did not guess his identity. He could change his voice, accent, and other means to confuse the public. To put it bluntly, it was for entertainment. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Alright, I understand. After that, Lu Yan and the others left the house, leaving behind the cameraman and necessary staff. Another group of cameramen went to the backyard in advance to set up cameras. Xia Ruofei sat in the house for a while, before he got up and went to the backyard for breakfast. The cameraman followed them all the way, and Xia Ruofei was very natural. In the dining room in the backyard, Xia Ruofei introduced his breakfast to the camera with great interest, showing that he enjoyed the delicious breakfast in the capital city. At the same time, he complained about the weird taste of the soybean milk. Lu Yan, who was standing at the side, was very happy. She thought that Xia Ruofei's performance did not seem like an amateur at all. Instead, he seemed like an experienced artiste who knew where to put on the show. At least until now, the quality of the material was very high, and a lot of content could be edited out. This included the contrast between the luxurious courtyard house that Xia Ruofei lived in and the simple breakfast of soy milk, eggs, and deep, fried dough sticks. This also included his complaints about soy milk and so on. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei returned to his room and leaned back on the sofa. He took out his phone and dialed the fixed phone number provided by the festival group. In Xiaotang town, in the mushroom house of the Peach Blossom Gathering. The recording of the show was also going on simultaneously. The two main stars, He Jiong and Huang Lei, had already arrived at the mushroom hut earlier with the two popular young students, Peng Cheng and Zhang Xing. After they put down their luggage, they began to explore this new residence. Naturally, there were all kinds of exaggerated cheers and praises. The environment of this season's mushroom house could be said to be far better than the previous two seasons. Furthermore, there was a beautiful little lake in front of them, which gave them an invincible view. In addition, everyone in the festival group, including the 4 permanent guests, found this place to be very comfortable. It was as if there was a different smell in the air, which made them feel refreshed. For urban people who had been in a state of sub-health for a long time, coming here was simply a boost to their spirits, so everyone's working condition was quite good. After familiarizing themselves with the terrain, the two parents, He Jiong and Huang Lei, began to assign tasks to everyone. Huang Lei, the well-deserved chef of the show, first asked Zhang Xing, who had just joined this season, to clean up everyone's rooms, while Peng Cheng was arranged to chop firewood in the yard. After that, Huang Lei invited He Jiong to the long shed on the side of the courtyard near the lake to sit down and drink tea together. In Huang Lei's words, this was called stealing a half-day's leisure. Once the guests started to go on the show like a horse lantern, it would be difficult for the two of them to have such leisure time. Although this was a reality show that focused on the slow life of the countryside, He Jiong and Huang Lei, who were the permanent guests, could be said to be both parents in the show. Especially Huang Lei, who took on most of the kitchen work, it was very hard for the entire season of the show. Many fixed cameras had been arranged in the mushroom house to film the guests' every move from various angles. There were also 2 cameras in the pergola. He Jiong sat down on the bamboo chair beside Huang Lei and sighed comfortably. He then said, "Huang Laosher, how about we make some tea?" "Sure." Huang Lei laughed. "I know we're in for a treat this season." He Jiong blinked his big eyes and chuckled, "That's a must. This is because our quality of life has significantly improved this season. Everyone, look." Clang clang clang. As he spoke, he picked up the beautiful tea can on the coffee table and showed it to the camera. Then he said, In an exaggerated tone, "Dear audience and friends, do you see this? This season, our director team has actually prepared the precious Dahongpo from paradise for us." 2263 CHSADD 2237 Entering the mushroom house. 1. Huang Lei also made an exaggerated expression and said, "Wah! These are internet famous tea leaves." He Jiang gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You know your stuff." "Actually, I've tried to get one online before, but I can't get it every time. Your hand speed is still not as good as the netizens." Huang Lei laughed. "Hee, I didn't think that recording a show would have such a benefit." He Jiang said happily, "I can't wait. Teacher Huang, you're good at making tea. Quickly give me a cup." "All right." Huang Lei rolled up his sleeves and took out a small bag of Dahongpao tea leaves from the tea can. He began to skillfully boil water and make tea. For the convenience of brewing tea, the tea leaves sold on the internet in Taoyuan Dahongpo were all packed in small bags. One small bag was enough for each tea. While the two hosts were making jokes, they had actually already advertised for Paradise Corporation. Of course, this was all planned in advance in the program proposal. It could be said that Xiangnan TV was really sincere towards Taoyuan Company. After a while, the fragrance of tea wafted out from the pergola. Even Peng Chang, who was chopping firewood in the courtyard, couldn't help but come over and ask for a cup of tea. Just then, a phone rang in the mushroom house. He Jiang shouted, "Little Xing. A call came in. Quickly come down and answer it." Zhang Xing, who was cleaning up the house on the second floor, immediately replied, "Oh. All right." Zhang Xing ran down the stairs. The phone was in the corner of the lobby on the first floor. It had been ringing a few times. Zhang Xing was worried that the other party would think that no one had answered the call, so he ran over in a hurry and almost tripped over his slippers. All these were recorded by the camera and would be edited into the show, so that the fans could see their idol's real embarrassment, which could also improve the ratings. With one hand on the table, Zhang Xing quickly picked up the phone with the other. Before he could catch his breath, he said, "Hello." An unfamiliar voice came from the phone. "Is this the Mushroom Hut?" "Yeah." Zhang Xing scratched his head and said, "Yes. Who are you?" It was Xia Ruofei on the other end of the line. According to the show's rules, he was not allowed to reveal his identity, and he had to try his best not to let the other party guess. Hence, Xia Ruofei changed his voice slightly to make it rougher. He said, "What happened? You can't even recognize my voice." Zhang Xing had always been an obedient boy, like a harmless little sheep. Besides, he really didn't know who the guest for the first episode would be, so he didn't need to act at all. Zhang Xing scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I can't guess." Xia Ruofei purposely used a thick northeastern accent and even changed his voice. On top of that, he was not from the entertainment industry to begin with. No matter how hard Zhang Xing racked his brain, he would not be able to guess who he was. "I heard that we can order at your gata?" Xia Ruofei asked, casually. Yes, I am." Zhang Xing quickly asked, "What do you want to order?" "I'll record it down." At this moment, He Jiang, Huang Lei, and Peng Chang also walked into the house. They gathered around the phone. Huang Lei was also very curious about who the guest for the first episode was. He couldn't help but ask, "Little Xing, are you here to order?" Zhang Xing quickly nodded and said, yes, yes, yes. Who is it? Who is it? Peng Chang asked, curiously. I can't tell. Zhang Xing said with a blank face. But it seems to be a northeast accent. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said on the phone, then I want to order a pork stewed with vermicelli. He spoke with a strong northeastern accent, so Zhang Xing couldn't tell for a while. He was stunned for a moment and then said, Lingyu, pork. What is Lingyu? Seeing Zhang Xing's confused look, Huang Lei could not help but say, come on. I'll do it. Zhang Xing passed the phone to Huang Lei as if he had been pardoned. Peng Chang quickly pulled Zhang Xing to the side and asked about the characteristics of the person who made the call. He Jiong, on the other hand, put his ear close to the phone receiver to listen to the conversation between the two. After Huang Lei took the phone, he said, hello. What did you say you wanted? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Xia Ruofei continued to say casually, can you make this dish? Huang Lei immediately understood. He said, pork stewed with vermicelli. This might be a bit difficult. When Zhang Xing heard this, he suddenly came to a realization and said, pork with vermicelli? He kept saying, rent and rent, rent and rent, I can't think of pork at all. With his adorable look, his fans would probably love him to death with some sound effects and subtitles later. Xia Ruofei said, no way? You don't even have pork stewed with vermicelli? Then what kind of restaurant are you opening? He Jiong knew that the guest for the first episode was Xia Ruofei. When he heard Xia Ruofei deliberately speaking with a northeastern accent, he could not help but burst out laughing. He moved closer to the microphone and said loudly, this student, we don't own a restaurant. He Jiong deliberately added a Shangnan accent in his Mandarin, which made it sound very funny. You just want to eat pork stewed with vermicelli, right? Asked Huang Lei. 2238 entering the mushroom house, too, yeah. Xia Ruofei said. That's good. We'll try our best to think of a way. Huang Lei said, the main problem is the ingredients. But it doesn't matter. You're the guest for the first episode, and this is the only dish you ordered. We'll satisfy your request even if we have to sell everything we have. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why does this sound so scary? You want to sell everything you have to eat pork stew with vermicelli? Why don't you just sell a kidney? He Jiong couldn't help but burst out laughing. When he heard this, Huang Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, our living conditions are really tough. You'll know when you come over in the morning. Then, if you don't have any other requests, I'll hang up first. All right. Xia Ruofei said, let's go. Huang Lei hung up the phone. Peng Chang and Zhang Xing quickly came over and asked, Huang Sensei, do you know who it is? Huang Lei revealed a trace of confusion and bitterly smiled, I really can't tell. The accent is from the northeast, and the northeast accent is very pure. But the range is too wide. And I can't be sure. After all, the northeast accent is relatively easy to imitate. Brother Xing, do you think it could be brother Sun? Peng Chang looked at Zhang Xing and asked. The brother Sun that Peng Chang was talking about was Sun Honglei, the movie star. He was from northeast China and had a strong northeastern accent. Zhang Xing had also recorded many shows with Sun Honglei, so he should have known him better. Therefore, Zhang Xing immediately shook his head and said, it doesn't sound like brother Sun's voice. I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have been able to tell. Teacher He, tell us. Peng Chang ran over to He Jiong and asked, who could this guest be? He Jiong said with a smile, I didn't hear it clearly just now. This is hard to guess. Huang Lei exposed He Jiong's lies mercilessly, and said, come on. You must have already known who came today. He Jiong put up his hands with an innocent expression and said, I really don't know. The director team had done a great job of keeping this a secret. He didn't reveal anything at all. If you don't believe me, you can ask Director Zhou. Do I even know who the guests are? The director of the set was in the room. Once He Jiong finished speaking, one of the cameramen also cooperated by shaking the camera over. Director Zhou immediately nodded with a smile. What do you mean by nodding? Huang Lei asked. Do you know or not? He Jiong said from the side, all right, all right, all right. Why was he so conflicted about this? The guests will be here soon, so let's quickly discuss how to prepare this rented and stewed vermicelli. Guessing the identity of the guests in the show was a very good thing to watch, so there were all kinds of guessing games in every episode. At the mushroom house, Huang Lei and He Jiong began to think of ways to prepare the ingredients for the pork stew and vermicelli. At the courtyard at Luhai Lane, Xia Ruofei had also completed his task of making a phone call and was ready to set off. He took out a Reiwa aluminum suitcase and put his change of clothes, pajamas, and some daily necessities in it. These were all prepared in advance the day before. Ying put all the things he needed in the spirit map space, and it was just for show when he went out to bring his luggage. However, he definitely couldn't bring an empty box to the recording this time, so he packed up the things he needed to bring today and took them out of the spirit map space yesterday. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei was done preparing his luggage. He dragged his luggage to the front yard and, under the camera's recording, sat in a Buick luxury business car that the Jilma team had prepared. Buick was also an important sponsor for this season. All the vehicles used by the festival team were new commercial vehicles launched by Buick. They were still very popular. Of course, other than providing vehicles for the show, Buick also paid a high advertising fee. In fact, their exposure was not as high as that of Paradise Company, so their treatment was much worse. Xia Ruofei sat in the most comfortable seat in the middle, while a cameraman sat in the front passenger seat with a camera. The cameraman had to continue shooting some material. In fact, the car had already been equipped with a high-definition camera, but sometimes they needed to take some close-up shots, so a cameraman was specially in the car. Qin Yanan, He Yu, Lu Yan, and the other staff members got into several other cars and then drove out of the Luhai Lane courtyard house. The car headed out of the city. Because they had set off earlier, the morning peak in the capital had not yet formed. Although there was a little traffic on the road, the overall speed was still acceptable, and they did not encounter a situation where all the roads were blocked. The convoy drove for more than 40 minutes before finally leaving the main city and heading towards Little Tang Town. They were driving much faster. Along the way, Xia Ruofei looked at the scenery outside the window with great interest. When he was in the mood, he would talk to the audience through the camera, acting very naturally. Soon, the convoy arrived at Little Tang Town. When they passed by the hot spring resort not far from the Peach Blossom Association, Xia Ruofei could not help but look out the window. He saw that the piece of land that they had bid for back then was now very different. On this side, many workers could be seen busy at the construction site, and some Trucks were in and out transporting construction materials. When the car drove off the main road and turned a corner to the other side of the Paradise Gathering, the scenery changed again. Xia Ruofei saw that the construction in this direction was basically completed. With just a glance, he could roughly distinguish the layout and planning of the clubhouse. After all, Xia Ruofei had seen the design plan. With his current level of brain development, he would naturally not forget it as long as he had seen it. Not far away, the surface of the lake was sparkling, and there were a few small and exquisite villas by the lake. Xia Ruofei paid special attention at the location he had specified, which was the relic. A villa had been built. From the outside, the villa was basically completed. The decoration of the outer wall was also done. His gaze moved from the lakeside to the inside of the club, and he soon saw the mushroom house. In fact, there were two buildings here. One of them was a small two-story building that took up an area of about 500 to 600 square meters. It was the mushroom house, where the show would be filmed. Behind the mushroom house was another building, which was the station of the program team. There were dormitories for the staff and a studio with optical fiber. It was equivalent to the logistics support center of the program team. The car stopped about 200 meters away from the mushroom house. The electric car door opened slowly with a beeping sound. Xia Ruofei got out of the car, went to the back, opened the trunk, and took out his suitcase. The cameramen had already chosen their positions and started shooting. There was also a cameraman carrying a camera on his shoulder. He was to follow and film the entire journey. Xia Ruofei dragged his luggage and walked along the asphalt road towards the mushroom house. As he walked, he said to the camera beside him, "I didn't expect this place to change so much in just a few months. I've told you that the scenery here in Little Tang Town is as beautiful as a painting, and it'll be fine with a little construction. Now, it seems that my eyes are quite accurate. Now, this place has become a paradise." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei even revealed a smug smile. In the later stages, the festival team would definitely add some subtitles to tell the audience that this was actually a leisure entertainment club and that Xia Ruofei was the major shareholder. Then, with some special effects, it would immediately become a topic of discussion and satisfy the audience's curiosity. Xia Ruofei dragged his suitcase and walked to the bottom of the mushroom house. The mushroom house was on higher ground, so the view was quite good. In front of him was a beautiful lake, so the shooting effect was quite good. Xia Ruofei carried his luggage and walked up more than 20 stone steps. He came to the wooden door of the mushroom house and knocked on it. Then, he asked loudly, "Is anyone home? Is there anyone there?" 2239 A warm welcome _ the mushroom house. He Jiang, Huang Lei, and the rest were all busy with their own matters. Huang Lei was in the kitchen, arranging the ingredients provided by the festival group. Xia Ruofei ordered pork stew with vermicelli, but there was no pork or vermicelli here. However, according to the rules of the show, there was a 100 yuan daily food fee. There was also a public market in Little Tang Town, but with so many people, 100 yuan a day was not enough to buy too many ingredients, so they had to make careful calculations. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they heard someone knocking on the door. He Jiang shouted in an exaggerated tone, "Students, the guests are here. Time to receive guests, I'll open the door," Zhang Xing said quickly. As this season's newcomer, although Zhang Xing was a popular young hunk, he had always kept a low profile. Of course, this also had to do with his personality. He was a very gentle person, and even seemed to be a little submissive. Zhang Xing quickly walked over and opened the wooden door. Xia Ruofei held on to the handle of his luggage with one hand and waved at Zhang Xing with a bright smile on his face. "Hello, Zhang Xing." Xia Ruofei already knew who the regular guest of the show was. Besides, Zhang Xing was very popular on the internet, so not many people did not know him. Although Xia Ruofei did not pay much attention to entertainment news, he could still recognize Zhang Xing. When Zhang Xing saw Xia Ruofei, he was stunned. He pointed at Xia Ruofei with his eyes wide open and stuttered, You. Xia Ruofei raised her eyebrows and asked, You know me? Only then did Zhang Xing come back to his senses. He shouted excitedly, I know her too well. President Xia. You're my idol. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He touched his nose and said humorously, Zhang Xing, if you say that, will your fans kill me? Zhang Xing had tens of millions of fans on Weibo. Zhang Xing scratched his head in embarrassment and said, No. Not only am I your fan, but I'm also a loyal user of your company. It's just that your jaded skin cream is too hard to get, fine. There was another wave of invisible advertising. Of course, this was not arranged by the festival team. Zhang Xing had no idea that Xiangnan TV had invited Xia Ruofei over. What he had just said came from the bottom of his heart. As a popular artiste, Zhang Xing knew that he could not casually mention the specific brands of the products during the show. However, this was a recorded show after all, and there were still post-editing to be done, so he did not pay much attention to this. However, Zhang Xing did not expect that not only would his speech not be cut out, but it might even be highlighted in the post-production. Xia Ruofei did not expect Zhang Xing to be so honest. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, Our company will take care of all the jaded skin ointment you use in the future. Really? Zhang Xing asked excitedly. That would be great. Then there was no need to rush. Thank you, President Xia. I'll help you promote your products more in the future. To be honest, even if Zhang Xing were to slightly promote the Jade Skin Cream of Paradise Corporation on his Weibo, the advertising fee would be worth a lot of Jade Skin Cream. Then I'll have to thank you first. Xia Ruofei laughed. As the two of them were exchanging pleasantries, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Cheng also walked over to the source of the voice. Little star. Why was he standing there and chatting? Please invite our guests in. He Jiong laughed as he walked over and said, Let me see who this mysterious guest with a northeast accent is. Wow. Oh my god, He Jiong looked extremely surprised, as if he did not know the guest's identity in advance. Otherwise, why would they call him a professional? President Xia. Huang Lei was also surprised. The production team is amazing. I can't believe they actually invited you to participate in the recording. He Jiong also chuckled and said, The director wants to add chicken legs. This guest is tough. Naturally, Peng Cheng recognized Xia Ruofei. However, as a newcomer, he did not approach her. Instead, he stood at the side and smiled shyly. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, Teacher. He Huang Laosher. Peng. How are you? Hello, President Xia. He Jiong said enthusiastically, President Xia actually knows us. I'm really surprised. Peng Cheng also smiled, showing his white teeth. Yup. That's right. I didn't expect President Xia to know me. I'm really flattered. Huang Lei smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, President Xia, welcome, welcome. Please come in. Yes. Yes, yes. Let's go in and talk. He Jiang said, Peng Peng, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help President Xia with his luggage. You have good eyes. Oh. 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 Peng Chang hurried over to take Xia Ruofei's luggage. Thank you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei walked into the courtyard of the mushroom house, surrounded by He Jiang and the rest. He looked at the building with some curiosity. This was a small two-story building. There was a very spacious courtyard outside, and there were sheep pens on the side. A long pergola was built on the outermost side of the courtyard. There was a coffee table, a deck chair, and so on inside. It was very enjoyable to look at the scenery here. The entire building was built in the style of a small farmhouse. Straw capes, bamboo hats, and some farming tools were hung on the outer wall under the eaves. There were 2 sheep in the sheepfold, bleating. 2240 A warm welcome, too. In addition, there were 2 dogs running around happily in the yard, and a cute duck was also pacing around in the yard. The roof of the pergola was made of thatch. Of course, it was waterproof during the construction, so the thatch was more of a decoration. In addition, the bamboo used to build the pergola was verdant and green, giving off an aura of original ecology. Xia Ruofei knew that after the entire season of the show had been recorded, everything in the mushroom house would remain the same. This area would become a special experience area for the club, dedicated to letting guests experience village life. When the time came, the entire building could be rented out for the members of the club who came with their families for a vacation. Hence, Xia Ruofei was also very careful. He Jiang and the rest invited Xia Ruofei into the mushroom house. He looked around. Other than the kitchen and tool room on the left side of the entrance, the rest of the area was basically a hall that had been connected to the entire building. The kitchen and the living room were separated by a boga shelf. Half of the hall was elevated, and the first and second floors were completely accessible. There was a comfortable sofa in the living room, a large soft carpet, and a small table on it. The guests could sit on the floor and chat, drink tea, or play some card games. President Xia, please take a look around first. He Jiang said with a chuckle. All right. Xia Ruofei replied. He walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor and exited from the staircase. The first room was designed with a large shared bed. Zhang Xing, who had been accompanying Xia Ruofei, introduced it as the bedroom of the regular guests. After passing through the shared bedroom, there was a corridor. One side of the corridor was suspended in the air, and one could directly see the living room below. This area was the elevated area of the living room. Xia Ruofei even leaned on the railing and waved at He Jiang, who was downstairs. After passing through this corridor, there were 2 symmetrical rooms on the left and right. The furnishings inside were also very simple. There were only the most basic furniture, such as a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Director Xia, these 2 rooms are for the flight guests when they come to film the show, Zhang Xing said with a smile. There are times when male and female guests will take part in the recording at the same time, so we've specially prepared 2 rooms. But you're the only guest for the first episode, so you can choose any room you want. What's the difference between the 2 rooms? Xia Ruofei asked. chuckling. Zhang Xing smiled and said, Peng Peng, and I did study this morning. One of the rooms is near the courtyard. If you open the window, you can see the situation in the courtyard, so we call it the courtyard view room. The opposite room is near the back of the mountain, and when you open the window, you can see lush vegetation, so it's a mountain view house? Xia Ruofei smiled and continued Zhang Xing's sentence. Correct. Mr. Xia, which one do you like? Zhang Xing asked. Xia Ruofei pointed to the courtyard view room on the left without thinking and said, then we'll stay in this room. This room was not just a room with a view of the courtyard. After all, there was a beautiful lake in front of the small courtyard. Standing by the window, one could completely see the lake and mountains. In fact, this was a room with a view of the lake. All right. Zhang Xing said, then I'll help you bring your luggage in. Thank you for your trouble. Xia Ruofei said, with a warm smile. He followed Zhang Xing into the room and went straight to the window to take a look. He could see the sparkling surface of the lake not far away. After putting his luggage down, Xia Ruofei went to the room opposite and took a look. The view was much worse than the one on the left. After all, there were only some small hills here. The so-called back hill was just a little higher than this one. Looking into the distance, he could faintly see the dusty construction site. Of course, the cameras were all designed so that they would not capture the busy construction site in the distance. The bathroom was just a few steps away from the room. For the convenience of filming, there were also 2 bathrooms on the left and right, men's left and women's right. In the middle of the room was a large mirror and a long sink. Enough for several people to wash up at the same time. Xia Ruofei took a look and realized that the jaded skin ointment had been placed in the most eye-catching position. The cosmetics here were said to be for the guests to use, but in fact, it was a kind of embedded advertising. If it wasn't for the fact that the Paradise Company only had one product in this area, the Jade Skin Cream, then they would probably be the only products in this season's show. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case now. After all, Paradise Corporation's products were a bit monotonous, so there were other brands of shampoo, shower gel, face wash, and so on. The brands that could appear here must have paid advertising fees. For Xia Ruofei to be able to insert so many advertisements without spending a single cent, the treatment was incomparable. After a round of shopping upstairs, Xia Ruofei followed Zhang Xing downstairs. While Xia Ruofei was looking around, there were also cameramen who were constantly filming. In fact, other than the guests, there were also many other staff members in the mushroom house. However, they were all in designated areas and would never appear in front of the camera. Even when He Jiong and Huang Lei were brewing tea earlier, they looked very relaxed. In fact, there were at least 10 to 20 staff members not far away from them. They were drinking tea under the watchful eyes of the public and chatting with natural expressions. If it were any other person, they would have felt uncomfortable all over. But after all, He Jiong and the rest were all professionals. They came from specialized courses, and Xia Ruofei could not compare to them in this aspect. However, Xia Ruofei was still very calm and relaxed. He did not look like a newbie who was recording for the first time. He treated the staff outside the camera range as air. He was like how he usually was during the recording. He Jiong saw Xia Ruofei walking down the stairs and immediately came over to greet him. President Xia, Teacher Huang has gone to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Really? It's been hard on you, Teacher Huang. Xia Ruofei continued, Teacher He, please give me some work too. Although I'm here as a guest, I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I need to find some work. He Jiong said happily, President Xia, guests who take the initiative to find work are the most popular here. You don't know, but last season, there was a popular talk show artiste named Li. I won't say his name. Leave him some face. This Li is simply too lazy. Basically, as long as he can lie down, he will never sit. Even if he sat, he would be swaying left and right. And when he was given work, he either couldn't do it or didn't have the strength. When He Jiong said this, he turned to the camera beside him and said, Li. Look at how hardworking President Xia is. This is the difference. He Jiong was actually on good terms with this popular talk show artiste in private. That was why He Jiong joked about his laziness. In fact, the other party wouldn't mind such a joke between friends at all. And it wasn't an exaggeration to say that if your name was mentioned on the show, then there would be a short interaction through the air, which would also increase the popularity of the other party. This was a little like the hackling in crosstalk, which was also a form of teasing. Only those who had a particularly good relationship with him would be smashed on stage by a crosstalk actor. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed by He Jiong's praise. He said, Teacher He, you're being too serious. Why don't you tell me what kind of work you're giving me? He Jiong laughed and said, let me think. Peng Peng is in charge of splitting the firewood, and he's very experienced in this, so we'll leave the firewood to him. We don't have to worry about it. Little Star has to clean the sheep pen and feed the animals living in the mushroom house, so, He Jiong paused at this point before he continued, there are 2 more tasks left. One is to go to town with me to buy vegetables. Didn't you want to eat pork stew with vermicelli? We have to go buy ingredients. Or go to the greenhouse to water the vegetables and pick some at the same time. President Xia, you can choose one yourself. 2241, the hard, working guest, 1, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said with a smile, then I'll choose both. It's not a waste of effort anyway. Let's go buy some vegetables first. After we come back, I'll go to the greenhouse to water and pick some vegetables. That's great. He Jiong said happily, I was just worried that I didn't have enough manpower. President Xia, let's go get some groceries. Generally speaking, there would be several guests in an episode, and these guests were more or less in contact, such as close friends or actors from the same crew. They would promote movies, TV series, and so on while appearing on the show. It was rare for there to be only one guest like this time. In fact, it was more lively with more people, and it was easier to produce an interesting show effect. Besides, there were more people to share the work set by the festival team. However, in order to show how much importance Xiangnan TV placed on Xia Ruofei, they had decided to use a single guest model for this episode. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's go. He Jiong greeted the other 3 guests and left the house with Xia Ruofei. Walking down the steps in front of the mushroom house, a new Buick MPV was already prepared. Xia Ruofei and He Jiong got into the car from both sides. He Jiong was the pilot while Xia Ruofei sat in the co-pilot seat. Cameras from different angles had been installed in the car so that they could capture the entire scene of He Jiong and Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, 2 of the cameras were facing the inside of the car. In order to avoid appearing on the screen, the cameraman did not follow them. Instead, he got into another business car and headed to the grocery store. He still needed the cameraman to follow him and film the scene. The two cars drove on the asphalt road inside the Paradise Club one after another. It didn't take long for them to drive out of the club and head in the direction of Little Tang Town. He Jiang and Xia Ruofei were chatting along the way. Xia Ruofei's personality was considered gentle while he Jiang's emotional intelligence was very high. Hence, the two of them were having a great time chatting. Soon, the car arrived at a farmer's market in Xiaotang Town. After parking the car, Xia Ruofei and He Jiang sat for a while. They only opened the door and got out after the cameramen in the back were in position. He Jiang said with a smile, "We came here to take a look when we came to check out the place yesterday. The things available in this market are quite complete. We can basically buy all the ingredients we want to buy. There's just a problem. Our daily food expenses are only $100, so we have to be careful with our expenses. 100? Everyone?" Xia Ruofei asked, slightly surprised. He Jiang nodded and said, "This episode's pretty good. You're the only guest. We don't even know how we're going to survive the next few episodes." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Why don't I save some money for you guys this week? We might as well not have any pork stewed with vermicelli, and just eat whatever is available." "That won't do," He Jiang said seriously. "We have to complete the dishes ordered by the guests, no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't we be ruining our reputation?" Xia Ruofei thought for a while. Buying 2 pounds of pork and some noodles would not cost much, so he nodded and said, "All right then. Let's go in and take a look." The festival team had already coordinated the shooting location in advance, so although the market was noisy, it was still quite orderly, and no one came up to affect the shooting. He Jiang brought Xia Ruofei to a meat stall. An older woman in her 30s greeted her warmly. "Teacher you're here to buy groceries?" "Yeah." He Jiang chuckled and nodded. "Big sister, pick us a good piece of streaky pork." "All right." The woman grinned and cut off a large piece of streaky pork. "The quality of the pork today is absolutely first class. You can take it back and make it into red braised pork. It'll definitely be twice as fragrant." When He Jiang saw that this big piece was at least 6 to 7 jin, he quickly said, "Big sister, we don't want that much. Just 1 or 2 caddies will do. There are so many of you. How can 1 or 2 caddies of meat be enough?" the lady asked, puzzled. After saying that, she pointed to the staff who were filming and said, "I saw dozens of you this morning, right?" Xiangnan TV's film crew was filming in Xiaotang Town, so naturally, they couldn't hide it from the local people. Some people even went to the nearby Paradise gathering to watch the show. Moreover, the production team had also specially come to the market to check out the location, so the big sister was also very familiar with the situation. Xia Ruofei and He Jiang looked at each other and smiled. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Big sister, someone else will be responsible for the staff's meals. We only need tobui ingredients for 5 people. Oh. So that's how it is." The woman suddenly realized and said, 5 people. Eating 1 or 2 pounds of meat is too little. Do you want to cut more? Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. To himself, we also want to buy more. However, the budget was not enough. Big sister, 1 or 2 caddies is enough, he could only say. All right then. The eldest sister saw that Xia Ruofei and He Jiang were determined and did not try to persuade them anymore. She looked at the piece of pork a few times and did some calculations in her heart. Then, she cut a small piece of pork with the knife. The big sister threw the piece of pork onto the scale, then pointed to the display and said, 2 caddies and 1 tail, I'll count. It is 2 caddies for you. Hejeong could not help but exclaim, wow. Big sister's hands are really accurate. 2242 The hard, working guest, 2. I've already gotten the feeling after cutting it every day, the older lady was a little embarrassed by Hejeong's praise. She swiftly wrapped the meat and handed it to Hejeong. There was a QR code on the meat stall now. Hejeong directly scanned the code and paid for the meat. Such a small piece of meat was gone in just over 30 pieces. From the looks of it, 100 yuan was really not a good spending. Then, Hejeong and Xia Ruofei strolled around and bought a pound of vermicelli. Before they left, Huang Lei, who held the glorious position of a chef, specifically reminded Hejeong to bring back some spices. Hence, Hejeong and Xia Ruofei continued to buy. By the time the two of them walked out of the farmer's market with a few bags of ingredients and condiments, the 100 yuan meal allowance provided by the festival group was almost gone. Hejeong was a natural opinionated person. He did not worry about the food allowance for the future recording of the show. Instead, he was in high spirits as he chatted with Xia Ruofei about some of his experience in the market. Agricultural products were a very important product of Xia Ruofei's company, and Xia Ruofei had some experience in this area. As the two chatted, they felt like they should have met earlier. The two of them got into the car and drove back to the mushroom house. The car stopped by the steps below the mushroom house. Hejeong honked the horn a few times before he stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "My children! Hurry up and move the things!" A head peeked out from behind the 1-meter high courtyard wall, his black eyes looking around. This person was indeed Peng Chong, who was chopping firewood in the courtyard. He quickly said, "They're coming. It's here. It's coming." Soon, Peng Chong pushed open the wooden door of the mushroom hut and jogged down the steps. Peng Chong looked at the big and small bags of ingredients, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Teacher President Xia, did you buy all these? Then why don't you talk nonsense?" Hejeong laughed and said, "Are we going to rob?" Peng, don't worry about it. Hurry up and bring the things in and hand them over to Teacher Huang. All right. Peng Chong quickly responded and took the bag of food from Hejeong's hand. At this time, Huang Lei and Zhang Xing had also come out. Seeing this, Hejeong immediately said, "Ms. Huang, I prepared everything you wanted. The ingredients for the pork stew with vermicelli are also ready. You can show your skills now." "That's great," Huang Lei said happily. Peng, you can just put the things on the stove." "All right, Teacher Huang," Peng Chong said as he walked in. Hejeong then said to Zhang Xing, "Xiao Xing, bring President Xia to the vegetable greenhouse. Can you assist him in watering the vegetables and at the same time pick some vegetables for him?" "No problem." Zhang Xing patted his chest and promised. Zhang Xing was naturally more than willing to work and harvest with his idol. "Mr. Xia, let's go," Zhang Xing said to Xia Ruofei. "I'll take you two, all right. Then I'll have to trouble you, little star," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Hejeong and the rest returned to the mushroom house, while Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing went around to the side of the mushroom house. After turning a corner, Xia Ruofei saw a row of vegetable greenhouses. What surprised him was that the greenhouse was quite large, and there were several rows. The scale was much larger than he had imagined. Moreover, these weren't simple greenhouses. On the contrary, the construction was quite particular. Although it couldn't be compared to the greenhouses of Taoyuan Farm, it was at least the kind of high-end vegetable greenhouses that could maintain a constant temperature. It seemed like Xiangnan TV had invested quite a bit in this show. After the recording of the show ended, this place could even be regarded as a harvesting experience. It was considered an overall special project with the mushroom house. At the entrance of each vegetable greenhouse, there was a sign that read the vegetables grown in the greenhouse. The logo of Paradise Corporation was very eye-catching. Xia Ruofei strode into the greenhouse and instantly felt as warm as spring. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the greenhouse was already quite obvious. Xia Ruofei looked around. The peach garden vegetables planted in the greenhouse were all full of energy and vitality. Moreover, most of the vegetables in the greenhouse were already or about to ripen, and could be picked at any time. A young man in work clothes bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and greeted, "Hello, President Xia." Xia Ruofei looked at him and asked in surprise, "You're an employee at the farm?" The management of the farm was becoming more and more formal. The employees all wore work clothes to work. These clothes were wear-resistant and dirt-resistant, and they were more breathable, which made it more convenient to wear when working. Hence, Xia Ruofei recognized the familiar uniform at a glance. "Yes, Director Xia. Manager Chow sent me here to provide technical support for the Jiaji group." The young man nodded. This young man was in front of the company's big boss, and it was also his first time facing so many cameras, so he seemed a little nervous and even spoke with a trembling voice. Only then did Xia Ruofei realize that Chow Taishu had not only prepared sufficient vegetables for the festival group to transplant, but he had even sent maintenance personnel over. His service was really on point. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Xiaoxing and I are here to water the vegetables." "Oh, what's your name?" "Chairman, I'm Lu Fu." The young man quickly said. "He's one of the first people the company hired." "Oh, really? That's an old employee," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he continued the topic, "Our task is to water the vegetables and then pick some of them back. Xiao Lu, can you teach us how to water the vegetables first?" Sure. Lu Fulai said quickly, "President Xia, Zhang Xing, this way please." After that, Lu Fulai led the way, followed by Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing. Soon, they came to the side. Lu Fulai pointed at a switch and said, "The greenhouse has already been laid with irrigation pipes. As long as you press this button, the watering will start. It's that simple?" Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised. He had thought that he would have to fetch water to water the plants, but it turned out to be so simple. Wasn't the task given to the guests by the festival team too unchallenging? This mission, even a fool could complete it, right? Of course, Xia Ruofei would not show it. Under Lu Fulai's guidance, he tried to press the switch that Lu Fulai had pointed out. Sure enough, after a while, the slightly raised irrigation faucet in the greenhouse began to spray water, and it would spin as it sprayed, so that the radius of the irrigation faucet could be used to the greatest extent. Lu Fulai said, "Director Xia, this matter can be said to be simple. But it's also complicated." It was actually quite complicated. For example, you had to take care of the watering. If you watered too much, the roots would rot, so you had to calculate the time. In addition, there were some blind spots that needed to be watered. Moreover, there are so many greenhouses here, and it will take quite a long time to water them one by one. Understood. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then let's wait. Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing waited for a while. Xia Ruofei went to observe the soil's absorption to prevent too much water. After watering one greenhouse, Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing went to the next one and watered the vegetables one by one. It was only then that Xia Ruofei found out that the transplanted vegetables that Chow Taishu had provided had been specially selected for different stages. Some vegetables in the greenhouse could be directly picked, while some needed to be planted for a period of time. This way, it could be guaranteed that the guests in each episode would have the opportunity to pick them themselves. After the irrigation, Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing picked some vegetables, such as water spinach, tomatoes, broccoli, and so on. The two of them put the vegetables into plastic containers, each grabbing a head, and carried them back to the mushroom house. He Jiang was playing with the two dogs in the courtyard. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing, he quickly said, Pung Pung. Hurry up and give her a helms, look at how tired our guest is. 2243, bringing in ingredients. 1. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's fine. It's fine. It's not heavy, President Xia, you should leave it to me. Peng Chang ran over and took the box of vegetables from Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing. Actually, Xia Ruofei could lift it with one finger. However, for the sake of the show, he had to carry it with Zhang Xing. Peng Chang carried the box of vegetables and ran to the kitchen. He Jiang saw this and shouted from behind, Peng Peng. Where to? He still had to wash and choose the vegetables later. The pond is in the courtyard. Oh. Peng Chang grinned in embarrassment, revealing his signature neat white teeth. He moved the box of vegetables to the side of the pool and put it down. He Jiang smiled and said, President Xia, you've worked hard. You've worked hard. I'll go wash the vegetables. You should sit down and rest for a while. I'll make some tea. The peach blossom brand de Hong Pao, the taste is righteous. After he finished speaking, He Jiang even winked at the camera. Sure. Xia Ruofei laughed. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps towards the pergola and turned back. He asked, by the way, teacher I have something to ask you, President Xia, you don't have to be so polite. Just tell me what you need. He Jiang said with a smile. That's right. The Jia group is too stingy. They only pay 100 yuan a day for food. We can't add in a little more. Can we? Xia Ruofei asked. He Jiang held back his laughter and glanced at the director under the roof, then said, the director will definitely not agree. You're not thinking of sponsoring us for some food, are you? The director didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The program's flow and rules had been carefully planned. Limiting the food expenses was naturally to make it more interesting. Otherwise, which host and guests participating in the program wouldn't be able to afford their food expenses? But didn't the audience like to see those big stars struggling to buy some food? At this moment, the voice of the deputy station head, Gao Jun, came through the director's headphones. If Director Xia feels that the food expenses are too little, you can ask them to increase it. Just treat it as a special case for this episode. Gao Jun didn't appear at the scene. He was mainly worried that he would affect the host and guest's performance by watching the recording. However, even though he did not go to the mushroom house, he had been in a small building next to it the whole time and had been watching the recording from the surveillance camera. Of course, Gao Jun wouldn't be so concerned about a show. To put it bluntly, even if the show was a mess and the ratings dropped below freezing point, he would still be able to remain as the deputy director. The reason why he had rushed over was naturally because of Xia Ruofei. Although he had repeatedly warned the festival team staff, he was still worried that they would not do a good job and might cause Xia Ruofei to be neglected. Therefore, when Gao Jun saw Xia Ruofei questioning the food expenses on the monitor, he immediately gave the director an order without thinking. The director was speechless, but no matter how bad-tempered he was, he didn't dare to disobey Gao Jun, so he could only pick up the walkie-talkie with a bitter smile. However, before the director could say anything, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Teacher you must be joking. Since the rules of the show are like this, we naturally can't break the rules at will." Then, Xia Ruofei asked hesitantly, "But what I want to ask is, as a guest of the show, is it against the rules for me to bring some ingredients for everyone to try? Like this?" He Jiong's eyes turned and he said loudly, "That shouldn't be counted, right? What do you think, director?" The set director quickly stood up and waved his hand at He Jiong as he teased him. The high platform could even agree to a direct increase in food expenses, so what was the big deal about the guests bringing some ingredients? Besides, in the previous 2 seasons of the show, there were guests who brought some food for everyone when they came. It was just a meeting gift, so it wasn't against the rules. "Director Xia," the director agreed to it. He Jiong said happily. "Then I'm relieved," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I thought this festival group was like some restaurants that prohibited the bringing of alcohol and other things." He Jiong almost burst out laughing. Then, he asked, curiously, "President Xia, what ingredients did you bring for us?" "I'll keep you in suspense for now. Let's see if you can recognize it later." Xia Ruofei laughed. With that, Xia Ruofei nodded gently at Qin Yanan, who was in the crowd. Qin Yanan immediately understood and walked out towards the small building next door. After a while, Qin Yanan came back with a small thermal container and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Throughout the whole process, the shooting didn't stop just because Qin Yanan entered the scene. Anyway, it could still be edited in the post-production, and it didn't matter if it wasn't edited. Maybe they could even add subtitles such as President Xia's beautiful assistant. In the past episodes, there was no lack of shots of the staff next to them. The appropriate use of these shots could instead increase the effect of the show. He Jiong's curiosity was piqued as well. He shouted, "Huang Laosher! Huang Laosher! Come out for a moment. There's something good." Huang Lei, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, put down his knife, turned off the fire, and quickly walked out. He wiped his hands on his apron and asked, "Teacher what's the good stuff?" 2244 External ingredients. 2. President Xia even brought us a meeting gift. He Jiong said, "He said that there are ingredients in it." He was still keeping us in suspense as to what exactly it is. "Teacher Huang, you're an expert in food, come and take a look." Huang Lei rolled his eyes. "What expert in food? You can just call me a foodie." "Ha ha ha." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang also came over curiously. Xia Ruofei put the thermal container on the ground and smiled. "Teacher Teacher Huang, open it and take a look. What is it? Huang Lei muttered to himself. And you're making it so mysterious. As he spoke, he opened the thermal container. There were 3 fish in the container, side by side, and the gaps were filled with ice. As soon as the lid was opened, cold air kept coming out. Huang Lei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 fish. He quickly squatted down to take a closer look. He Jiang, Peng Cheng and Zhang Xing were all shocked by Huang Lei's actions. They turned their heads in unison and stared at Huang Lei, trying to figure out something from his expression. Xia Ruofei stood at the side and watched the show with a smile. Huang Lei revealed a look of disbelief. After a long while, he looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, President Xia. This is a Chinese perch? Xia Ruofei laughed and gave Huang Lei a thumbs up. Huang Sensei, you really live up to your reputation. I recognized it at a glance. That's true. Huang Lei was excited. President Xia, where did you get this? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, our company produces it. However, these pomfrets grew up in a 100% simulated wild environment, so they can barely be considered wild Yangtze River pomfrets. Xia Ruofei felt a little embarrassed after accidentally advertising for his company. After all, since the start of the recording, the show had given Paradise Corporation enough advertisements. In fact, Xia Ruofei had the intention to show off the company's products. That was why he had made up his mind. Last night, he took out 3 Yangtze River Chinese perch from the space ocean and put them in the freezer. Naturally, this was to fool people. After all, other than Sanshan City, the other places in the country supplied the Taoyuan brand Chinese perch with frozen water. If he took out a live Chinese perch in the capital, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Moreover, the bellies in the Yangtze River were very timid. They would easily be scared to death. With the slightest vibration, it would definitely be bumpy along the way from the courtyard to the Paradise Association, so it would not be easy to transport live bellies. In the morning, when they were ready to set off, Xia Ruofei put the 3 frozen stingray fish into a cooler box and brought Qin Yanan to the Paradise Gathering. The reason why he didn't bring it directly into the mushroom house was that he was concerned about the program's rules. After confirming that it wasn't against the rules, Xia Ruofei asked Qin Yanan to bring it over. Peng Cheng couldn't wait any longer. He asked, Mr. Huang, is this Chinese perch very precious? Of course. Huang Lei said, the wild Chinese perch is almost extinct now. I haven't seen it in recent years. Then, Huang Lei briefly introduced the delicacies of the Chinese perch to everyone. Huang Lei was indeed very knowledgeable about food. He talked about all kinds of stories and poems about the Chinese perch in the Yangtze River like a family treasure. At the same time, he also explained to everyone that it was because of human overfishing that this species was almost extinct. In the end, Huang Lei said, I'll tell you about the story of the Spanish mackerel in the Yangtze River when I have time. I have to hurry and deal with these fish. Anyway, I can promise you that you'll definitely be able to taste the most delicious food later. After he finished speaking, Huang Lei closed the lid of the thermal container and carried it to the kitchen. Ms. Huang, please be careful with the handling of the beluga, Xia Ruofei called out from behind. Don't worry, President Xia. You can't scale the fish, right? I know. Huang Lei turned around and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Don't worry. I've studied some old recipes, so I'm confident in my pomfret cooking. That's good. Xia Ruofei was relieved. The most delicious part of the pomfrets were the fish scales. After being steamed, the fish scales would soften into jelly. The taste was first class, and it was very nutritious. If someone who didn't know anything directly scraped off the fish scales and threw them away, it would really be a waste of God's gift. Seeing Huang Lei's back view in a hurry, He Jiong could not help but laugh. President Xia, is the Chinese perch really that exaggerated? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Teacher He, how should I respond to this? It was an exaggeration. It's not realistic to say that it's not that exaggerated. Ha ha ha. He Jiong could not help but burst out laughing too. We'll know when we eat lunch later. I'm looking forward to it again. President Xia, you can rest for a while. Xiao Xing, come with me to wash the vegetables. Xia Ruofei laughed as he walked under the pergola. He took out a bag of Taoyuan brand de Hong Pao and started to make tea. He Jiong brought Zhang Xing to the pond to clean up the vegetables that had just been picked, while Peng Cheng stacked the firewood that he had chopped up neatly under the roof. Xia Ruofei's action of brewing tea was very familiar and had an inexplicable sense of rhythm. The cameraman could not help but give him a close-up. After Xia Ruofei had 2 cups of tea, he called out loudly, Teacher He, come over and have some tea first. Xia Ruofei. Took a while to boil the water just now. He Jiong's side was almost done cleaning up the vegetables, so he agreed loudly and asked Zhang Xing to bring the washed vegetables to Huang Lei's side before he walked over to Xia Ruofei's side. Teacher He, you've worked hard. Have a cup of tea. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he personally poured a cup of tea for He Jiong and pushed it in front of him. Thank you. He Jiong picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, It smells so good. Could this be the Yen Yun mentioned in the advertisement? This tea really has a special charm. Then, he couldn't help but look at the transparent tea in the cup and said, President Xia, the tea leaves are all the same. Why do I feel that the tea I made just now didn't taste as good? Xia Ruofei chuckled. The tea flavor is born from the heart. Everyone's state of mind is different, so the tea brewed will be different. It's hard to say who is good or bad. I've learned something new, He Jiong said with a smile. I heard that almost everyone in the southeast province knows about tea. It seems like this saying is true. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's not that exaggerated. But it's true that most southeast people have the habit of drinking tea. The 2 of them chatted about the way of tea for a while. He Jiong was a professional host with a high EQ. He could chat about any topic for a while. As they talked, he turned to the incident of Xia Ruofei's forced surrender, which made Xia Ruofei famous. He Jiong smiled and said, President Xia, I believe that many of the audience members are just as curious as I am. How did you manage to land such a huge plane safely? I've seen the images in the cockpit of an aircraft. The densely packed instruments and buttons made me dizzy. As far as I know, you've never been in contact with piloting an aircraft before, have you? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I couldn't do it because I wasn't forced to. In that situation, I think if it was you, Teacher He, who went up, you might have succeeded. If you didn't succeed, you would have died. After making a small joke, Xia Ruofei said seriously, actually, strictly speaking, it's not like I've never been in contact with piloting a plane. Those who are familiar with me all know that I once served in the army, so you learned how to fly. A plane during your military service? He Jeong asked, curiously. The audience would be very interested in such topics as. Well. He Jeong had unknowingly changed from a variety show host to an interview reporter. Moreover, the change was very natural, without any sense of disharmony. 22:45 Delicious food and fine wine. 1. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course not. We're not aviation soldiers. However, I've received a period of helicopter piloting training, the kind that's accelerated. It's not for the purpose of training pilots, but purely for us to know the basic operations in emergency situations." Then how long has the crash course been trained for? He Jeong's mouth was wide open. Less than a month, I think. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, besides, the 1-month training is not just about helicopter piloting. There are many other subjects such as landing. The actual flight time is less than 50 hours, and they are all accompanied by professional pilots. We have never flown alone. This is simply unbelievable. He Jeong said, although I don't know much about the flying industry, I still have some basic knowledge. Let's not talk about what I can learn from the training in just a few dozen hours. The key is that the helicopter has no similarities with those large passenger planes. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I remember that when the plane was forced to land in Saipan, the injured captain said something. He said that all of this was God's arrangement. Although I don't believe in Christianity, I agree with his words. If you have to name a reason, it's probably because I'm a good learner. It was the captain who explained it to me, and I learned it. Now, He Jeong could not help but laugh as well. Or perhaps your desire to live is too strong. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you can say that. After all, that was the situation at the time. If I didn't succeed, I would have lost my life. He Jeong and Xia Ruofei were talking about the forced landing. They were also overjoyed. Although it had been a while since the incident, there were still many people on the internet who were paying attention to it. Some aviation enthusiasts were still doing various analyses on the basis of the existing information. However, not much information was revealed. For example, many of the details that Xia Ruofei had mentioned in their chat were disclosed for the first time. There was no doubt that after the show was broadcast, this small interview would definitely become the focus of netizens' discussion. This would definitely be a shot in the arm for the show's ratings. The two of them chatted and drank tea. The atmosphere was very harmonious and leisurely, which was quite in line with the positioning of the show. After a while, Huang Lei stuck his head out and said, comrades, come and serve the dishes. Let's get ready to eat, it's coming. He Jeong responded loudly, then smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, let's go and see what delicious food teacher Huang has prepared. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were helping out in the kitchen. Of course, there were also cameramen recording the entire process. The scene of Huang Lei cooking was also the most attractive part of the show. The few of them worked together and soon, the dishes that Huang Lei had prepared were served. The dining area was near the pergola. Not far from the root, carved coffee table, where Xia Ruofei and He Jeong made tea, there was also a long, solid dining table. The table was very long and looked a little like a conference table. It would not be a problem for a dozen people to eat together. It was clear in all directions, and the view was very wide. Not far away was a quiet lake, and the scenery was infinitely good. As long as the weather wasn't too cold, the environment was a form of enjoyment to eat here. Huang Lei had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Other than the pork stew with vermicelli that Xia Ruofei had ordered in the morning. He had also made a few dishes with the vegetables that Xia Ruofei and Zhang Xing had picked from the greenhouse and the small amount of ingredients that the festival team had prepared. In addition, there was also a steamed Chinese perch. After He Jiong saw it, he could not help but smile and said, "We're all thanks to President Xia. This is the most sumptuous lunch I've had since I started recording this program." These words revealed a deep resentment towards the director team. The on-site director, who was directing the shooting in the courtyard outside the pergola, laughed awkwardly. Most people would definitely not be used to eating and chatting under the watchful eyes of more than 10 to 20 people. However, He Jiong and the other three were professional artistes, and Xia Ruofei's psychological quality was quite good. He acted naturally in front of the camera. He Jiong smiled and said, "Teacher Huang, you've worked hard. He prepared such a sumptuous meal for us. This is our first meal in the mushroom house, and it's a good start. In that case, let's dig in." Xia Ruofei raised his hand and said, "That. Teacher He, let me stop you. I still have a question." The expressions on He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the rest's faces suddenly became a little interesting. The director's face turned green. Could he be up to no good again? "Please speak, President Xia." He Jiong's smile was extremely bright. "I guess it must be something good." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's like this. I don't know what you guys were like when you were recording shows in the past. The guests would come over and bring a few bottles of wine for everyone to try. Is that against the rules of the show?" He Jiong winked at the director and laughed, "I don't think so. Isn't it normal to have human relations?" Huang Lei also joined in, "That makes sense. It's such a good dish. Wouldn't it be a waste if there's no wine?" This time, the director didn't even need Gao Jun's instructions, and just nodded at them. 2246, delicious food and fine wine, too, all right. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "I brought a few bottles of wine in my suitcase. I was afraid of breaking the rules and didn't take them out. In that case, wait a moment, I'll go get the wine." "President Xia, just let Peng Peng go and get it," He Jiong said hurriedly. No need, no need." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "He can't find it. Don't mess up my suitcase again. I'll go by myself." Of course, he wasn't afraid of messing up the box, but there was no wine in the box at all. He still needed to take it out from the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei walked through the circle of staff and quickly entered the mushroom house. A cameraman quickly carried his camera and followed him. Xia Ruofei went up the stairs in a daze. He was so fast that the cameraman couldn't keep up with him. The cameras that caught him while he was running were also shaking so much that they couldn't be used. Fortunately, there were cameras installed everywhere in the mushroom house from all angles, so they could still edit the video. Xia Ruofei ran to the lake view room on the second floor, opened the box, and reached in. He knew that there were also cameras in this room, but because it was a bedroom, there were not cameras installed at all angles, leaving dead angles. Xia Ruofei's back was facing the camera, and he reached under the clothes in the suitcase. At this moment, the cameraman ran to the door, panting. He tried his best to stabilize the machine and aimed it at Xia Ruofei, who was squatting on the ground. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already taken out a few bottles of expensive rotten wine from the medium and stuffed them under his clothes. The cameraman just happened to capture Xia Ruofei taking out the wine from the box. Since they were recording a show, it was not appropriate to drink high concentration white wine. Hence, Xia Ruofei took out 3 bottles of expensive rotten wine. He simply tidied up the box and closed it again. Then, he took the 3 bottles of wine and quickly went downstairs. The wine is here. Xia Ruofei returned to the pergola with a smile and placed the 3 bottles of wine on the table. Compared to food ingredients like the Chongjiang pomfret, he Jiang and the rest obviously had a deeper understanding of wine. The few of them cast their gazes on the label of the wine bottle. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't look at it. This is from Australia's West Winery, not a product of any famous brand. However, the taste was really good. You'll know when you try it later." "Then what are we waiting for? Peng Peng. Open the wine." Huang Lei shouted. "All right." Peng Chang replied loudly. He found a wine opener and came over to open the wine. Zhang Xing ran to the kitchen to find a few wine glasses. He could not find wine glasses at the moment, so he only had straight glass for beer. But under such conditions, it was already good enough to have a glass. In the previous season, they even drank with a tea jar. Peng Chang poured the wine into everyone's glass. The capacity of this type of glass was quite large. A bottle of wine was poured into 5 glasses, and after a while, there was not a single drop left. "Come on. Let's raise our glasses and toast to the fate that brought us together," He Jiang said happily. His voice had a special appeal, and it could always make people unconsciously become cheerful. "Cheers. Cheers." The 5 of them raised their glasses, clinked their glasses, and then took a sip. Although Ying said it was a toast, she couldn't really finish it in one gulp. After all, this was a recording, not a drinking contest. Moreover, there were only 3 bottles of wine in total. If they drank like this, they would finish it in a few gulps. He Jiang clicked his tongue and praised, "What a special taste. It's definitely good wine." Huang Lei was obviously very experienced. He said, "The fragrance of the fruit is very rich, and the layers are rich. The sweetness is very high." "President Xia, is this the expensive sweet bar?" Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, "Huang Laosher knows his stuff." "Mr. Huang, what's this expensive sweet wine?" Peng Chang asked, curiously. Huang Lei was an experienced foodie, and he was very willing to teach young people about food and wine, so he patiently explained to Peng Chang the origin of the noble rot wine, the brewing method, and the preciousness of it. He Jiang, Peng Chang and Zhang Xing could not help but feel as if their horizons had been broadened after listening to the story. When they looked at the noble rot wine in their glasses, again, their gazes became a little different. Such a rare wine must be very precious, right? Zhang Xing could not help but ask. "Expensive rotten wine is known as liquid gold," Huang Lei said with a smile. "A small bottle of high-quality expensive rotten wine can be sold for thousands of euros. Of course, wine and tea are the same, the price difference is huge, and each standard is fixed." Huang Lei couldn't help but take another sip of his wine before continuing, "I've tasted the expensive rot wine produced by a famous brand. To be honest, no matter how you look at it, President Xia's bottle of wine is better than those expensive rot wine that cost thousands of euros. This West Winery. It seems like I can consider buying some of their wine in the future," He Jiang said with a chuckle. Although Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were both popular stars with high net worth, a few thousand euros was nothing in their eyes. However, they were still a little shocked that a small bottle like this was worth a few thousand euros, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of Chinese dollars. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Huang, if you want to buy wine from West Winery, I can contact you on your behalf. I can even give you a good discount. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment, then smiled. And said, by the way, the West Winery is also my property. I bought it in the Hunter Valley area of Australia. He Jiang and Huang Lei were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. President Xia, this advertisement is really flawless. He Jiang even teased. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the West Winery's production is limited, so I don't have any plans to sell it to the domestic market for the time being. Especially this expensive rotten wine, it's extremely rare and currently not on sale. All of the expensive rotten wine is in my private collection. After Xia Ruofei finished, he added, let's not just chat. Hurry up and try Teacher Huang's cooking. Otherwise, the dishes will get cold. Yes. Huang Lei quickly said, today's ingredients are really amazing. I feel like I've also exceeded my usual standards. Especially the Chinese perch and the vegetables. Huang Lei's words were undoubtedly a great compliment to the Tao Yuan brand. After all, whether it was vegetables or pomfrets, they all had the prefix Paradise card. Even if Huang Lei didn't say it, the TV audience would be very clear about it. Everyone put down their glasses and picked up their chopsticks. Huang Lei's cooking skills had been tested. Not only did the peach garden vegetables look good, but they also tasted excellent. Under Huang Lei's cooking, these advantages of the peach garden vegetables were brought out incisively and vividly. It could be said that the color, smell, and taste were all present. He Jiang and the rest were full of praise for the Yangtze River pomfret. The unique taste of the gelatinous fish scales made them exclaim in delight. Peng Chang and Zhang Xing both put down their idle burden and ate the food on the table one after another, completely forgetting about whether they would get fat. Xia Ruofei was already immune to this kind of food. However, Huang Lei's cooking skills did make his eyes light up. He felt that he was on par with the chef of the Lingji private kitchen. At least, his cooking skills were several levels higher than his. Hence, Xia Ruofei ate with great relish. The guest's praise for the food was undoubtedly a kind of praise for the Paradise brand. Moreover, this kind of praise came from the heart, without a trace of pretense. Especially for the Yangtze River pomfret, they simply praised it in all kinds of ways. It was conceivable that after the show was broadcasted, the sales of the Yangtze River Beluga of Paradise Corporation would definitely become more popular. Of course, the reason why the Changjiang Chinese perch was so expensive was mainly because it was targeted at high-end customers. Even if the blue-collar workers wanted to have a sumptuous meal, most people would shrink back when they saw the price. After the meal, the dishes Huang Lei had prepared were swept clean by the wind. Because they were too delicious, everyone had eaten more rice. The pot of rice he had prepared was originally saved for the egg fried rice, but in the end, there was nothing left. It was all eaten. 2247 A leisurely day. 1. After lunch, Xia Ruofei wanted to help wash the dishes, but Ping Chang and Zhang Xing fought to do all the work. He Jiang and Huang Lei also pulled Xia Ruofei to make tea and chat. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not think that doing this little work was very hard, but in He Jiang's eyes, he was already the most hardworking guest in history. This show was originally a leisurely reality show that focused on slow life. Everyone didn't have any specific tasks, so after lunch, it became everyone's leisure time. Peng Chang and Zhang Xing also came over after cleaning up the dishes. The five of them gathered around the root, carved tea table, drinking tea and chatting. The charming musky lantern and the two cute puppies played a game of chasing. From time to time, the two sheep in the sheep pen moaned from time to time. It really felt like time had slowed down here. In such an atmosphere, even the staff seemed to have subconsciously kept quiet. Only the camera was still working quietly. The five of them sat on small bamboo chairs, sometimes laughing heartily, sometimes drinking fragrant tea, forming a beautiful picture on this warm winter afternoon. After half a day of interaction, Xia Ruofei had a good impression of the four permanent guests. The four of them gave off the feeling of a family. Huang Lei was the head of the family. The two young guests were a little afraid of him, but they also relied on him for a lot of things. He Jiang was more like a warm mother. He understood the sensitivity and gentleness of their hearts and melted you with warmth little by little. Zhang Xing and Peng Chang were brothers in the family. One was shy and gentle, while the other was weird. Xia Ruofei was like a guest who came to visit this family. Of course, Xia Ruofei, as a guest, was not reserved at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed the atmosphere. Everyone chatted for more than an hour. In the end, Huang Lei yawned and stood up. I can't take it anymore. I have to take a nap. I woke up early today and I was a little sleepy when I was cooking. He Jiang said with a smile, then hurry up and go rest, Teacher Huang. Don't forget to make dinner. You guys can order me around. Huang Lei laughed as he scolded Xia Ruofei. Then, he beckoned to Xia Ruofei and walked into the mushroom hut. He went upstairs to rest. President Xia, do you want to take an afternoon nap as well? He Jiang asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Coming. Here is like a leisure trip. I'm not tired at all. I won't rest. Teacher is there anything else to do? Give me some more. He Jiang was stunned for a moment, then he could not help but laugh out loud. President Xia, you really can't stay idle. The problem is that if you're so diligent, won't it make us even more lazy? What if your fans think that we're exploiting you after the show airs? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, how is that possible? Teacher, he had a huge fan base. Don't pull aggro for me. The two of them teased each other for a while. In the end, He Jiang did not give Xia Ruofei any work to do. After all, this was just a reality show. Arranging for the guests to do work was just the show's effect. How could there really be so many things waiting for the guests to do? Xia Ruofei did not feel tired, so he brought the two dogs to the mushroom house for a walk. After all, it was his and his brother's business, and it would be open to members in the near future. Xiaonan TV had put a lot of thought into the location. The scenery near the mushroom house was very beautiful, especially the lake and the distant mountains. In addition, the area itself was covered by an array, so it was refreshing to walk on the road. Of course, this was also due to the cooperation of the Paradise Society. The mushroom house and the surrounding areas were all built first. Now, the scenic trail by the lake had been completed, all of which were built with anti-corrosion wood along the lakeside. The winding trail led to a quiet place, which had the effect of changing the scenery. A cameraman was following them with a camera. Xia Ruofei was walking with the two dogs. The Winter afternoon sun shone on them, casting long shadows on them. The lake and mountains in the distance formed a beautiful picture. Xia Ruofei returned to the mushroom hut after a round of shopping. He sat under the pergola and made some tea. Then, he saw Huang Lei, who was on his afternoon break, walk out. Huang Lei stood in the courtyard, stretching his chest a few times, and then yawned. He had obviously just woken up. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Huang Lei. Huang Laosher, how was your sleep? Comfortable. Huang Lei said the location of the mushroom house was really chosen correctly this time. I was worried that the environment around the capital wasn't very good, and I was afraid that there would be fog or haze. After coming here, I realized that the air here is so fresh. It's like the air is filled with sweetness. Xia Ruofei laughed to himself. This was the effect of the formation he had set up. It could be said that within the range of this array, even ordinary people would feel comfortable. Although the spiritual energy was invisible and intangible, it was a real existence. Under the infiltration of this invisible spiritual energy, the physical functions of the people inside the array would be subtly improved. He was certain that Huang Lei and the other three would find themselves in much better condition after recording the show. For the common healthy state of urban people, this array was definitely a natural medicine. He believed that once the club was put into use, the members would soon experience the benefits. At that time, the upper echelons of the capital would definitely rush to apply for membership. Xia Ruofei was very confident about this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll naturally feel better if I get enough sleep. Huang Laosher, come over and have a cup of tea. It's still a little early to prepare dinner. It's good to rest for a while, Huang Lei said. He walked to the pergola and sat down opposite Xia Ruofei. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Huang Lei was also a university teacher. He had been filming and traveling all these years. It could be said that he had seen a lot, so he chatted with Xia Ruofei about many topics. President Xia, can we keep the remaining 2 of the Chinese perch you brought for lunch tomorrow? Huang Lei asked. There will be a new guest coming tomorrow. There aren't many vegetables that can be brought out here, just the peach garden vegetables in the greenhouse. Huang Lei had also considered the fact that Xia Ruofei had brought the Chinese perch. He was supposed to finish them off with 2 meals today, but when he thought about the situation of cooking without rice tomorrow, he felt a headache. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. You can keep it for later. Since it's a gift for you, it's naturally up to you to deal with it. This Chinese perch can be kept in the freezer for a long time. Thank you. Huang Lei was overjoyed. Then make one at noon tomorrow and ice the other one first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After the 2 of them chatted for a while, Huang Lei got up and prepared to make dinner. Xia Ruofei saw that there was nothing to do, so he followed Huang Lei into the kitchen to help. Huang Lei's nickname of Little Chef Huang was not for nothing. He was simply dazzling in the kitchen, and Xia Ruofei could not interfere. In the end, it was Huang Lei who assigned Xia Ruofei the task of making a fire. The mushroom hut used the kind of stove in the countryside, which was divided into 2 big iron pots in front and back. The one in the front was used to fry vegetables, and the pot in the back was filled with water. After the fire in the stove was ignited, the smoke would pass through the pot at the back. The remaining heat of the flame would be used to heat the water in the pot so that hot water could be used at any time. Xia Ruofei used to use this kind of stove at home when he was young. It had been many years since he had seen it. At first glance, it felt very familiar. At first, Huang Lei was worried that a rich man like Xia Ruofei would not be able to do such menial work. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so familiar with starting a fire. He had helped adults with similar work when he was young. He had also been trained in setting up a stove in the wild and starting a fire in the army. Hence, starting a fire was a piece of cake for Xia Ruofei. First, he placed a piece of wood of moderate size in it. Then, he used a lighter to light up the pine resin strip that was specially used to start a fire and placed it on the piece of wood. Then he picked the very dry and not very large pieces of wood and carefully put them in. He tried to make them as suspended as possible, forming a hole above the flame. After closing the stove door, the flames in the stove hole suddenly rose up and burned fiercely with a whooshing sound. Huang Lei was cooking at the side, instructing Xia Ruofei to increase or decrease the amount of fire. Xia Ruofei was not careless at all. When the fire needed to be heated, he added wood and closed the stove door tightly. When he needed to reduce the fire, he would open the stove door. If the fire was still too big, he would cover it with a stove ash shovel. Xia Ruofei's work was very skillful. It was obvious that he had done this before. Huang Lei laughed as he cooked. I didn't expect President Xia to use this kind of stove. It seems that you have a good life. Xia Ruofei chuckled. The children of the poor grow up early. When I was young, every household used this kind of stove. Huang Lei gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up, and Xia Ruofei also praised Huang Lei's cooking skills. The two of them unconsciously started to praise each other. Dinner was ready in no time, and Huang Lei called everyone over to bring the dishes out. Because the temperature outside had dropped drastically at night, they didn't have dinner under the gazebo, but in the small dining room inside the mushroom hut. Although the ingredients available were limited, Huang Lei's cooking skills made up for this. Everyone ate with relish and praised him. After the meal, everyone worked together and quickly cleaned up the dishes and other things. After that, they went to the scenic trail by the lake for a walk to digest their food. When the group returned to the mushroom house, the sky was already completely dark, and the busy day was almost over. Xia Ruofei followed He Jiong and the rest to the living room on the first floor of the mushroom hut. Everyone was sitting around the long table and chatting. He Jiong, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing were all artistes and could be said to be multi-talented. However, they were also very considerate of Xia Ruofei's feelings and did not talk for long about the entertainment industry. As they chatted, He Jiong could not help but hum a song. Huang Lei and the other two did not want to be outdone. They performed the shows they were good at. Zhang Xing also took the initiative to improvise a dance. He had developed his skills in Korea a few years ago. As a trainee, he had to learn everything, and he had spent a lot of time and effort on dance. Huang Lei and He Jiong both sang a nostalgic song. Only Peng Chang had his signature bright smile on his face as he sat there and watched the show. After He Jiong finished singing, he smiled and said, "Teacher Xia, you should sing a song too. The sound effects here are pretty good." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I can't sing. I can tea. I can tea." Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing were all jeering at the side. Even He Jiong, the good guy, extended a warm invitation to them. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. I really can't sing. How about I perform a magic trick for everyone? Cave 1, 2248. The advanced version of Three Immortals returned to Cave 1. He Jiang and Huang Lei were both slightly surprised when they heard this. If Qian Qian was just singing a song or something on the spot, she could come anytime and anywhere. However, magic tricks usually required preparation in advance, and it was more professional. After all, there were cameras at all angles in the room, and there were also cameramen carrying machines to film. If the technique was not professional, it would be easy to be exposed. Even though this was a pre-recorded show, and even if the performance failed, it would definitely not be broadcasted. They felt that Xia Ruofei would definitely feel embarrassed. And from the performance of the station's leader, it could be seen that the station's attention to Xia Ruofei was unprecedented. This made He Jiang a little cautious. Was he really going to let Xia Ruofei perform magic? He Jiang was a little hesitant. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Teacher I'm just performing a little magic trick to liven things up. If I'm exposed, just don't laugh at me. After listening to Xia Ruofei's words, He Jiang also felt more relaxed. He thought for a while and said, since you're so interested, President Xia, let us give you a round of applause. All right. Peng Chang was the first to clap in response. Then, Huang Lei and Zhang Xing also started to clap. Xia Ruofei laughed and stood up. He made a pressing gesture with both hands and said, Everyone. Everyone. I'm just a magician hobbyist, I can't compare to a professional magician. Don't make a fool of me. I won tea. I won tea. He Jiang smiled and said, President Xia, we're all looking forward to it. Please start your performance. Xia Ruofei nodded. After a moment of silence, he looked at the small table where everyone was sitting. He wanted to find a temporary prop. Actually, Xia Ruofei didn't know magic. It was just that he had the spirit map space, and as a cultivator, if he really wanted to conceal it, how could He Jiang and the others see through it? Very quickly, Xia Ruofei's gaze landed on a can of tea leaves in the middle of the table. It was the Peach Blossom brand de Hong Pao. The festival team had placed the Peach Blossom de Hong Pao at several places. The big Peach Blossom logo was facing the camera in order to help the Peach Blossom Company increase its exposure. Xia Ruofei immediately came up with a plan. He opened the can of tea leaves with a smile and said, This is a can of Taoyuan de Hongpo. Although it's a product of our company, it was provided by the production team. Before this, I had no contact with this can of tea leaves. Teacher please check it first. He Jiang took the can of tea leaves, and the cameraman immediately came forward to take a close-up shot. He Jiang said with a smile, This is indeed a can of tea leaves that hasn't been opened yet. Everyone, look. The plastic seal on the outer packaging is still intact. I can testify that there's nothing fishy about this pot of tea. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Teacher please open it. Okay. He Jiang said as he tore open the plastic seal. He then lifted the lid of the can of tea leaves with force and asked, What's next? Take out 3 packets of tea leaves. Xia Ruofei said. The Taoyuan de Hongpo sold to the public was in small packages. 1 small packet was used to make tea each time, which was very convenient. There were about 20 packets of tea in the tea can. He Jiang took out 3 packets at random, then looked at Xia Ruofei. Teacher Xia Ruofei said with a smile, just put the tea leaves on the table. Peng Peng, can you please go to the kitchen and get 2 bowls? All right. Peng Chang stood up immediately and walked quickly to the kitchen. After a while, he came back with 2 bowls. Thank you. Xia Ruofei took the bowl and said with a smile. He first tore a small hole in each of the 3 packets of tea leaves to distinguish them from the remaining tea leaves in the tea can. Then, he placed the 2 bowls behind the 3 packets of tea leaves and sat down cross-legged. He Jiang, Huang Lei, Peng Chang, and Zhang Xing naturally gathered around as well. The cameramen also followed to take close-up shots. Xia Ruofei laughed as he turned the bowl over. He said, "Everyone, look. These 2 bowls were brought over by Peng Peng from the kitchen just now. They are just ordinary ceramic bowls, and there are no mechanisms on them. You can check them." "There's no need to check," Peng Chang said, raising his hand. "One of the bowls was the one I used for dinner today." Everyone burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei asked Huang Lei to check the 2 bowls. After confirming that there were no problems, he said, "Well, here are 2 bowls and 3 packets of tea leaves. I will take 1 packet of tea leaves and cover the bowls," Xia Ruofei explained as he did. After covering a packet of tea leaves under the bowl, he took another packet of tea leaves and covered the bowl. Finally, he used his hand to grab the 3rd packet of tea leaves. Then, Xia Ruofei blew at the bowl on the right and flipped it open. There were 2 packets of tea leaves in the middle. Then, Xia Ruofei covered the bowl again and blew on it. At this moment, Xia Ruofei opened the bowl on the left and everyone gasped in surprise. There should have been a packet of tea in the bowl, but it was empty. Xia Ruofei smiled and opened the right bowl. There were already 2 packets of tea leaves. When he opened the bowl again, all 3 packets of tea leaves were moved to this side. It was as if Xia Ruofei had teleported them over. After blowing on them. "All right." Zhang Xing was the first one to praise and then started clapping. Huang Lei and the others also applauded. He Jiang was clapping as he said with a smile, "I've heard of Director Xia's magic trick before. It's called 3 Immortals Return to Their Caves and is a very traditional magic trick. However, the performer usually uses a sponge ball, which is easy to hide in the palm of the hand. And I've observed it carefully just now, and I really didn't find any flaws. President Xia's technique is very brilliant. Thank you for your praise, Teacher Xia Ruofei said with a smile. However, my magic is a little different from the traditional 3 Immortals Return to Cave. He Jiang revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "I think the whole process just now was like the magic of the 3 Immortals returning to their cave, then I'll perform it for everyone again," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei's movements were too fast during the first round. Huang Lei and the rest did not manage to see it clearly. Although the secret of the magic of the 3 Immortals returning to their caves had been revealed a long time ago, and He Jiang had also watched the related videos, he really could not see any flaws in it just now. That was why Xia Ruofei was willing to perform it again. Everyone also stared at Xia Ruofei's hands with wide eyes. Xia Ruofei unhurriedly placed the 3 bags of tea side by side and lifted the 2 bowls. The previous process was exactly the same as before. Each bowl covered a bag of tea leaves, and then he picked up the last bag of tea leaves with his hand, blew on it, opened the right bowl, and found 2 bags of tea leaves inside. "Teacher how many packets of tea do you think I have in the bowl on my left?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. He Jiong had seen the video of the revelation, so he was sure that Xia Ruofei had used some technique when he covered the left bowl first. In fact, he did not put the packet of tea leaves in the bowl, but hid it in his palm. Then, he took the opportunity to put the packet of tea leaves in when he covered the right bowl. That was how the effect of having 2 packets of tea leaves under the right bowl appeared. In this way, the bottom of the bowl on the left should be empty, because the tea leaves were not put in at all. He Jiong did not intend to reveal it at first. After all, if he had not seen the video that revealed the secret, he would definitely not have been able to see the secret behind it. However, Xia Ruofei had actually taken the initiative to ask. Besides, Xia Ruofei had already successfully performed this magic trick before, so he Jiong did not have so many concerns. He answered without thinking, it should be empty inside. That might not be the case. Xia Ruofei smiled. Xia Ruofei blew on his palm and pointed at the bowl on his left. Can I trouble teacher he to open it and take a look? This time, Xia Ruofei simply did not touch the bowl directly. Instead, he let He Jiong do it for him. He Jiong saw with his own eyes that Xia Ruofei had taken the 3rd packet of tea leaves during the entire process. After that, he did not touch the bowl on the left anymore. The bowl on the right had already been opened, and the remaining 2 packets of tea leaves were there. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei had no chance to put the tea leaves into the bowl. Even if he was good at hiding the tea leaves, he could not put the tea leaves under the bowl in front of everyone. So, He Jiong lifted the bowl with full confidence. However, he was stunned to see that there was also a packet of tea under the bowl, to Ying's left. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not use any magic techniques. He just covered the 2 packets of tea leaves with a bowl. When he grabbed the 3rd packet of tea leaves, he kept it into the medium and took it out immediately. He made it appear under the right bowl. At such a close distance, a packet of tea leaves was so small and light. With Xia Ruofei's level of spiritual power and the spiritual connection with the spirit map space, he could naturally hit where he pointed without any deviation. This time, even the staff on the outside couldn't help but show an amazed expression. In front of so many people, Xia Ruofei's magic was obviously more exciting than the traditional 3 immortals return to their cave. Xia Ruofei smiled and placed the bowl and tea leaves back in their original positions. Then, he performed a series of dazzling operations. The process was exactly the same as the first magic trick. He was getting more and more familiar with it. When he showed the 2 bags of tea under the right bowl, he reached out to cover the bowl and blew on it. Then he smiled and asked, everyone, guess how many packets of tea leaves are in the bowl? On my right? According to the flow of the traditional magic of the 3 immortals returned to cave, the bowl on the right naturally had 3 packets of tea leaves, while the left bowl had none. However, He Jiong was not so confident this time. He said with some uncertainty, 3 packets? Xia Ruofei smiled and opened the bowl. It was empty. There wasn't even a single packet of tea. He Jiong was a little dumbfounded. He only spoke after a long while. Is it all in the bowl on the left? This is impossible. Teacher please open it, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He Jiong flipped the bowl open. Huang Lei and the rest immediately let out a cry of surprise. There was not a single packet of tea leaves here either. That's amazing, Zhang Xing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xia, where did the tea go? Xia Ruofei chuckled. That's hard to say. Maybe one of us here really likes our company's Taoyuan de Hong Pao and has hidden it away. If he didn't show his results now, when else would he be able to get some exposure for his Peach Gardens red robe? Then there's only one possibility, Peng Chang grinned and said, the 3 bags of tea are all hidden on CEO Xia. It's just that his hands were moving too fast, we didn't see it. Xia Ruofei laughed and patted Peng Chang's shoulder. I think Peng Peng is the biggest suspect. This is called a thief crying thief. Impossible. Peng Chang stood up and said. President Xia had guessed wrong this time. I'm sure I didn't take any tea leaves. If you don't believe me, you can search my body. Peng Chang patted his chest as he spoke, looking very confident. However, he noticed that He Jiong, Huang Lei and the rest had a strange expression on their faces. They were all looking at the same spot and tidying up his right pocket. There seemed to be a bulge there. 2249 New guest, 1. Peng Chang was a little scared by everyone's gaze and couldn't help but ask, why are you all looking at me? Peng Peng, what's that in your pocket? Zhang Xing asked with a smile. I'm not pretending at all, Peng Chang said as he reached into his pocket. Then, his face froze and his expression became very rich. Huang Lei laughed and said, Peng Peng, stop hiding. What's that in your pocket? Take it out and let's see. Peng Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Xia Ruofei for a long time before he took his hand out of his pocket and slowly opened it up in front of everyone. There were 3 bags of tea in his hand. Xia Ruofei smiled as he watched from the side. He Jiong took a step forward first and picked up the 3 packets of tea leaves in Peng Chang's hands to take a closer look. He explained. It's those 3 bags of tea leaves. There's a mark on it from when I tore it just now. After he finished speaking, he showed the tea bag to the camera. The cameraman naturally zoomed in. Not only was the tea bag with a small opening clearly visible, but the logo of Paradise Corporation was also captured in the video. Huang Lei and the others applauded, and even the staff at the side couldn't help but clap. Xia Ruofei saw Qin Yanan and He Yu in the crowd and was so excited that his face turned red. It wasn't just because the magic show was very exciting. More importantly, they saw that during the magic show, the peach blossom big red robe appeared in the close-up shot again and again. This kind of advertising effect was undoubtedly quite gratifying. Peng Chang came back to his senses and looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration. He said, President Xia, how did you do it? I don't feel anything at all. Teach me. I want to learn this magic trick. Xia Ruofei smiled. Peng Peng, the rule of the magic world is not to reveal secrets. Otherwise, magic will lose its appeal. Xia Ruofei wasn't trying to shirk responsibility. There was indeed such an unwritten rule in the magic world. After all, magic was just a cover-up. Once the secret was revealed, people might be enlightened at the time, but they would slowly develop a feeling of, so that's all there is to it. In the long run, this would be very harmful to the industry. Peng Chang still didn't give up and said enthusiastically, President Xia. Brother Xia. Then you can teach me in private. I really want to learn this magic trick. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw Peng Chang coming out to talk, so he moved the 3 bags of tea into Peng Chang's pocket on the spur of the moment. He even patted Peng Chang's shoulder on purpose to make sure that there was physical contact between them. This way, it wouldn't be suspicious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a magic trick, but a fantasy. How could he teach such magic? Facing Ping Chang's passion for learning, Xia Ruofei didn't know how to reject him. After all, they were still recording the show. If his words and actions weren't appropriate, it would easily cause a heated discussion, especially when he was likely to be criticized by Ping Chang's fans. Although Xiangnan TV would probably edit out the content that was not beneficial to him, as long as it was recorded, there was a possibility that it would not be leaked. Fortunately, at this moment, the phone rang, which helped Xia Ruofei out of the situation. He Jiang and Huang Lei had very high emotional intelligence. They could tell that Xia Ruofei was not very willing to teach this magic trick and were thinking about how to phrase it. After the phone rang, He Jiang quickly said, "Let's answer the phone first. Maybe it's the guest who's coming tomorrow." Xia Ruofei also said, "Yes. Yes, yes. Answer the phone first. Peng Peng, if you want to learn magic, let's have a private exchange." Peng Chang saw that Xia Ruofei didn't give a definite answer and immediately said happily, "Good, good, good." Zhang Xing stood up and walked over when he heard the phone ring. Xia Ruofei and the rest surrounded him, interested in the phone call. "Hello, this is Mushroom Hut. Who is this?" Zhang Xing picked up the phone. "You can order here, right?" A strange sounding male voice said. He Jiang's ear was also pressed against the outside of the microphone. He turned his head immediately after he heard the whole story and said with a smile, "He's actually using a voice changer. This year's special guests are getting harder and harder to guess." Huang Lei's face was full of contempt as he said, "Teacher He, stop acting. You're the only one here who knows the guest list." Even though Xia Ruofei was not standing as close as He Jiang, his hearing was much better than the average person. He could still hear the voice coming from the phone. However, the other party had used a voice changer and there was no accent. It was just standard Mandarin. Furthermore, he was not very familiar with celebrities, so he naturally could not guess who the guest was. "It's fine. What do you want to eat?" Zhang Xing said. "Little star, let me," Huang Lei said. "Oh." Zhang Xing passed the phone to Huang Lei. Huang Lei chatted with the other party on the phone for a while, trying to get the other party to say a few more words to determine the other party's identity. However, once the voice changer was used, unless it was someone who was very familiar with the other party's usual tone, it was impossible to guess. In the end, Huang Lei couldn't figure out the other party's identity. Instead, the other party ordered Yuxiang shredded pork, Kung Pao chicken, and twice cooked pork. He directly pointed out that the food expenses of Ivory Flower Cricket were limited. To prepare these 3 dishes with a meal fee of 100 yuan was a test of the guest's ability to run a house. After the call, everyone sat down and chatted for a while before they prepared to go upstairs to rest. After all, this was a leisure program for a slow life. It definitely had to advocate a healthy lifestyle. He couldn't stay up late at the mushroom house to brand himself or look at his phone. Moreover, there was only one bathroom, so everyone had to take turns to shower. As a guest, Xia Ruofei was also given special treatment and was the first to use the bathroom. After he took a shower and changed into his home clothes, he greeted He Jiang and the rest before returning to his room to rest. He was the only guest on this episode, so he could choose any of the 2 rooms and stay in a single room. The guests who would come later would not receive such treatment. There would definitely be a few people coming for each episode, so everyone would have to share a room. Even though there was a camera in the bedroom, Xia Ruofei did not care. After climbing into bed, he used his phone to browse the news for a while, before lying down and sleeping. Within the array, the spiritual qi was abundant. The environment here was beautiful and quiet. Xia Ruofei could not cultivate under such circumstances, so he fell asleep very quickly. Outside. After He Jiong and the rest took turns to shower, they returned to their rooms to rest. The 4 regular guests were staying in one room. According to the program's tradition, they would sleep on the same shared bed. Qin, Yanan and Hiyu had gone to the adjacent building to rest. Most of the staff members had also retreated to the building, leaving only 2 staff members on duty. While Xia Ruofei was fast asleep, the sound of snoring could be heard from the shared bed on the other end. Xia Ruofei woke up at 6 in the morning. The next day, the chirping of birds came from outside the window, which was particularly crisp in the quiet morning. He got out of bed and walked over to open the window. Looking at the lake shrouded in mist in the distance, he suddenly felt much better. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and stretched his chest in front of the window. He felt full of energy. First, he meticulously folded the blanket and smoothed out the bedsheets. Although he had left the army, Xia Ruofei still maintained many of the habits he had in the army. For example, he folded his blanket according to the army's method of folding tofu blocks. Although it was difficult to fold the new blanket into distinct corners, it was still very neat and comfortable to look at. After tidying up the bed, Xia Ruofei took his bag and went to wash his face and brush his teeth. After returning to his room, he walked to the camera and hung a piece of clothing on it to block the camera. Then, he took off his home clothes and changed into the casual clothes he wore yesterday. Xia Ruofei walked out of the room after he was done packing. When he went downstairs, he would pass by the room where He Jiong and the others were staying. He looked inside and realized that 2 people were still sleeping soundly under the blankets, while the blankets had already been folded on the other 2 beds. "There's actually someone earlier than me," Xia Ruofei smiled and mumbled to himself. Just as he walked down the stairs, he saw Huang Lei poking his head out of the kitchen. He smiled and greeted him, "Good morning, President Xia. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Huang." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You're up so early to prepare breakfast, ha ha ha. It wasn't hard at all. I'm still having fun." Huang Lei laughed heartily and said, "Because of this program, my work and rest have become more regular. I go to bed early and wake up early every day. All right. This is a healthy lifestyle," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Isn't that so?" Huang Lei smiled and said, "Young people nowadays are used to sleeping and waking up late. Teacher He and I are already up. Peng Peng and Xiaoxing must be sleeping soundly now. Teacher He, you're up too," Xia Ruofei said. It seemed that Zhang Xing and Peng Chang must be in the 2 beds that were still occupied. "Yup. He should be taking a walk outside," Huang Lei said. "All right then. Teacher Huang, I won't disturb you any longer." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm going to talk to Teacher He." Xia Ruofei walked into the courtyard. The fresh air assailed his nose, making him feel relaxed and happy. As expected, He Jiong had already woken up. At this moment, he was talking to 2 mountain goats at the sheep pen. Hearing the sound of footsteps, He Jiong turned around and took a glance. Then, he waved at Xia Ruofei happily and said, "President Xia, here, Xia Ruofei walked over with a smile and said, "Teacher you're up early." He Jiang chuckled and said, "I'm getting older, so I don't sleep as much. I'm like this now. No matter what time I sleep on the first day, even if I stay up late and work until 2 or 3 o'clock, I'll definitely wake up on time at 6 o'clock the next morning." Xia Ruofei looked at He Jiang and said with a smile, "Teacher, he hasn't reached that age yet." The two of them chatted as they fed the sheep the apples in the basket. After a while, Zhang Xing and Peng Chang finally woke up. They took the initiative to pick up the brooms and clean the yard. Meanwhile, Huang Lei was busy preparing breakfast for everyone. Soon, his voice came from the kitchen. A few people helped to bring the breakfast out. Xia Ruofei and He Jiang put down the apples in their hands and walked towards the mushroom hut. Everyone worked together, and breakfast was quickly moved to the long table under the pergola. Huang Lei's breakfast was quite sumptuous, but of course, that was under the condition that the daily food allowance was limited to 100 yuan. Outside, the sumptuous breakfast could only be considered ordinary. Xia Ruofei did not have high material requirements. He could enjoy a meal that cost tens of thousands of euros and a skewer that cost a few dollars. He Jiang and Peng Chang had also participated in the recording of the first 2 seasons of the show. They had long been used to this kind of hardship, so they also ate with great relish. Zhang Xing was known to be a good boy, so he was naturally not picky about breakfast. Everyone sat around the table and chatted as they ate breakfast. At this moment, there was a knock on the wooden door. Then, a familiar voice rang out. "Is there anyone at home?" 2250, surprise, Peng Peng, open the door. "Our guests are here," Huang Lei said. No one noticed that Xia Ruofei's expression had changed. He had already stood up and walked towards the wooden door before Peng Chang. Peng Chang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly followed Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei strode over and opened the wooden door. "Surprise!" The 3 people outside the door called out in unison with a smile. Xia Ruofei didn't mishear. The guests for the second episode were Tang Etienne's family of 3. The 3 of them already knew that Xia Ruofei would be the guest for the first episode. When they saw Xia Ruofei's dazed expression, they all laughed happily, especially Tang Haoran. He was so happy that he almost bloomed. Xia Ruofei didn't expect the Jiaji group to be so capable that they even invited Tang Etienne. Jennifer could still be considered as a member of the entertainment industry. Although she was not in the Chinese entertainment industry and had retired for many years, she was still running an entertainment company. However, Tang Etienne was a well-known Chinese entrepreneur in Australia. He was one of the richest people in Australia. It was unbelievable that he had been invited to a reality show. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei was the reason why the family of 3 could participate in the show. However, Xia Ruofei had no idea about it. He wasn't familiar with the entertainment industry at all. There might be many people in the entertainment industry whom he found familiar, but there weren't many whose names he could call out. Therefore, he naturally didn't care who the guest for the second episode was. The festival team didn't take the initiative to tell him about this, so he didn't care. What Xia Ruofei didn't expect was that the festival group had actually buried an Easter egg here and invited Tang Etienne's family of 3 from Australia without a sound. This was a big surprise for Xia Ruofei. "Big brother Tang, Jennifer, Haoran," Xia Ruofei exclaimed, "I didn't expect you guys to come to this show. This is too surprising. Tang Etian laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, when the festival group contacted us, they promised to give you a surprise. How was it? Are you surprised? It almost turned into a shock. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang Haoran took a step forward and bowed to Xia Ruofei respectfully. Good day, teacher. This was under the watchful eyes of many cameras and television station staff. Hence, Tang Haoran did not address Xia Ruofei as master, but changed it to teacher instead. This way, it did not sound like he was from a bustling place. Obviously, Tang Etian and Jennifer had done their homework before coming and had given them instructions in advance. Xia Ruofei laughed and ruffled Tang Haoran's hair. Haoran has grown taller again. You'll be a big boy in a few years. He he he. Tang Haoran enjoyed his master's intimate actions and grinned. Peng Chang was right behind Xia Ruofei, but he was dumbfounded at the fact that he did not know any of the guests in the second episode. And it seemed that they were very close to Xia Ruofei. Could it be that this season's show had changed its style and no longer invited celebrities from the entertainment industry? Tang Etian was very famous in Australia, but not necessarily in China. People in the business world and political world might know him. Who would care about the rich people in the other hemisphere? No matter how rich they were, they wouldn't give him any. As for Jennifer, although she used to be a superstar, she became famous very early and then retired at a very young age. After so many years, Jennifer's appearance and temperament had changed a lot. For a young man of Ping Chang's age, unless Lin Qiao was a super fan of Jennifer herself, she might not be able to recognize him. Big brother Tang. Let's go in. Let's talk inside. Xia Ruofei said. Peng Chang came back to his senses and quickly came forward to help Tang Etian's family with their luggage. Big brother Tang, Jennifer, this is Peng Chang, Xia Ruofei introduced with a smile. He's an outstanding newcomer who has just emerged in the Chinese entertainment industry. Although he hasn't been in the industry for long, he already has a large number of fans. Peng Chang grinned and revealed his signature smile. Hello. Welcome to the Mushroom House, you can call me Peng Peng. Hello. Jennifer smiled and said, the young man is very handsome. Peng Chang was a little surprised. He did not expect Jennifer to speak Chinese so fluently. After a slight pause, he quickly expressed his gratitude to Jennifer for her praise. Tang Haoran also said very politely, hello, brother Peng Peng. Thank you for helping me with my suitcase. Peng Chang also liked Tang Haoran very much. He immediately said, you're welcome. The group of people walked into the courtyard of the Mushroom House. He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Zhang Xing stood up to welcome them. He Jiong had already known that the guests for this episode would be Tang Etian's family of 3. However, for the sake of the program's effect, he did not reveal it to anyone. Not even Huang Lei. He Jiong knew that Tang Etian and his wife might not be very well known in China, and Huang Lei might not be able to recognize them. So, to avoid awkwardness, he was prepared to quickly introduce the 3 of them. However, when Huang Lei saw Tang Etian's group of 3, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. At the same time, he said excitedly, it's Jennifer. Teacher your television station is really something. He could even invite Jennifer. He's really remarkable. Seeing that Huang Lei also knew Jennifer, He Jiong felt even more relaxed. He said with a smile, that's a must. The 2 of them talked as they walked up to him. He Jiong stepped forward and said, President Tang. Jennifer. And little Haren, welcome, welcome. I'm He Jiong, the host of Xiangnan TV. Nice to meet you, Teacher He. Tang Etienne said with a smile. Teacher He, I've heard so much about you. Jennifer also said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed secretly at Jennifer's habit of using idioms. Fortunately, she did not use them wrong this time. You're too kind. He Jiong said hurriedly. I don't dare. I don't dare. Although Jennifer had retired, she was still a genuine Oscar-level superstar and was now running an entertainment company. Although she did not have much business in China for the time being, her influence in the entertainment industry was beyond doubt. This is Huang Lei, Huang Laosher. He is a real teacher from the Capital Film Academy. He Jiong continued to introduce. I've seen the movies that Ms. Huang starred in, Jennifer said with a smile. Your acting is very good. Huang Lei was flattered and said, thank you. Thank you. Jennifer, I'm still your fan. I really like the role you played as the female hunter, Jessica, in Forest Mist. In fact, Huang Lei had started his career earlier than Jennifer and was also a little older than her. However, Jennifer had retired at a very young age, giving people the feeling that she was more like a senior in the entertainment industry. Jessica's role is very attractive. Jennifer smiled and said, when I first saw the script, I was immediately tempted. I didn't even hesitate for a second and took on the role. Your acting was very good. Huang Lei said. He Jiong saw that the two of them were not done praising each other and quickly took advantage of an opening to interject and introduce Zhang Xing to Tang Etienne and Jennifer. Little star, Jennifer is a multi-talented superstar in film, television, and singing. She's an Oscar-level movie queen. The misty forest that she starred in could be considered a classic. President Tang is even more amazing. He's the king of the Australian retail industry and has almost occupied half of the entire Australian retail industry. He Jiong was introducing the guests to Zhang Xing. In fact, he was using this method to tell the television audience that although this episode's guest did not look very familiar, he was not a simple person either. Tang Etienne laughed. Teacher. You're overpraising me. The competition in Australia's retail industry is very fierce. Our Maya group only occupies a small portion of the market share. We don't even have half of the market share. President Tang, you're too humble. I've been to Australia a few times, and there are supermarkets and convenience stores everywhere in Australia. He Jiong said with a smile, it's just that we didn't know that the owner of the famous Maya retail chain was actually a Chinese compatriot. We Chinese people are very hardworking. We have Chinese people working hard in most places in the world. Tang Etienne laughed. There should be applause. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone clapped very cooperatively. Then, He Jiong chuckled and said, you might not know this, but President Tang's family and President Xia are actually good friends. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's let Big Brother Tang and the others settle down first. The story here is a long one. Yes. Yes, yes. Xiaoxing, Pengpeng, help me move the luggage. He Jiong said. Tang Etienne's family first visited the mushroom house, then went to the second floor to choose a room. Actually, there wasn't much room to choose from, so they only had to choose one of the two rooms. As expected, they also chose the lake view room with the better view, which was the room Xia Ruofei had stayed in last night. Xia Ruofei had already packed everything when He woke up today. The staff had also changed the bedsheets. Tang Haoran had wanted to stay in the same room as Xia Ruofei, but he was reluctant to leave when he heard that Xia Ruofei was leaving after lunch. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Haoran, you'll be done recording tomorrow. You can stay in my courtyard house then. That place is much bigger than this." "Really?" "Thank you, teacher," Tang Haoran said happily. "Director Xia, why did little Haoran call you teacher?" Huang Lei asked curiously. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Tang Etian explained with a smile, "Ms. Huang, our Haoran has been learning some martial arts to strengthen his body from Ruofei." Huang Lei suddenly understood, "Oh, right. President Xia used to be an excellent soldier, he must have real kung fu." Then, he patted Tang Haoran's head and said with admiration in his eyes, "This child respects his teacher. It's worthy of praise." Ever since they had entered the mushroom hut, Tang Haoran had always been very respectful towards Xia Ruofei. Huang Lei had noticed this. "Big brother Tang, we've finished watching everything upstairs. Let's go downstairs and have some tea," Xia Ruofei said. 2251 The Happy Times of Master and Disciple. 1. Everyone came to the spacious living room below the mushroom house and sat around the tea table to chat. Huang Lei and the others were very interested in the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Tang Etian's family. Tang Etian didn't hide anything and told them about the first time they met Xia Ruofei. Of course, he knew what he should say and what he shouldn't, so he certainly wouldn't say anything about Tang Haoran's special physique. He only said that they had met by chance on the flight to Sydney, and that Tang Haoran suddenly fell ill on the plane and was in a very dangerous situation. Xia Ruofei happened to know how to perform first aid and saved Tang Haoran's life in time. With Xia Ruofei's military experience, it was normal for him to have some first aid knowledge. Even if this part was broadcasted, it would not affect Xia Ruofei much. The Huaxia families who knew about Xia Ruofei's amazing medical skills did not need to get information through a program. After listening to Tang Etian and Jennifer's story, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others couldn't help but sighing at the wonder of fate between people. According to Tang Etian, there weren't any other doctors on the plane at that time. Whether it was to return or to find the nearest airport to land, there wasn't enough time. If Xia Ruofei hadn't acted in time, Tang Haoran's life would have been in danger. It was this accident that caused Xia Ruofei and Tang Etian's family to have an unsolvable fate. After chatting for a while, He Jiong began to assign work to everyone again. Huang Lei's task today was more important. Jennifer volunteered to stay behind to help with the kitchen. Peng Chong was in charge of the fire and helping out, while He Jiong brought Zhang Xing and Tang Etian to town to buy groceries. Xia Ruofei's task was to take care of the greenhouse with Tang Haoran and pick some vegetables for lunch. Xia Ruofei had already gone to the vegetable greenhouse yesterday. The greenhouse was originally built with the help of Taoyuan Company, and all the vegetables inside came from Taoyuan Farm. In the eyes of He Jiong and the others, Xia Ruofei was the most professional, so there was no need for the permanent guests to accompany him today. Tang Haoran had lived in a rich environment since he was a child. The opportunity to be close to nature and do manual labor could be said to be very rare. He was quite excited in the vegetable greenhouse. Although the little guy was still young, he was a cultivator after all. Naturally, he was not as weak as an ordinary child. He could complete the watering and cultivating work in the vegetable greenhouse as long as Xia Ruofei gave him a few instructions. The master and disciple cooperated very well, and the work was quickly completed. Xia Ruofei held Tang Haoren's hand in one hand and carried a big basket of fresh vegetables in the other. The two of them returned to the mushroom hut. After the vegetables were brought back, Peng Chang, who was in charge of assisting, immediately took over the task of washing and picking the vegetables. Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren had nothing to do since He Jiong and the others who went to town to buy groceries had not returned yet. Xia Ruofei strolled around the mushroom hut for a while. Seeing that he could not help much in the kitchen, he strolled to the tool shed. He immediately saw the fishing rod leaning against the wall of the tool shed and was immediately interested. "Haoren!" Xia Ruofei called out. "Teacher, I'm here," Tang Haoren said as he stuck his head out of the door. Xia Ruofei pointed at the fishing rod and said, "How about I bring you fishing?" "Great!" Tang Haoren said excitedly. "Good." There was a full set of fishing equipment here. Xia Ruofei carried 2 fishing rods on his back, a plastic bucket and 2 small folding stools in his hands, and a bag of bait in his pocket. Tang Haoren carried a net bag. The two of them beckoned to Huang Lei and Jennifer in the kitchen and walked towards the lake. The lakeside on the side of the mushroom house had been built with a landscape plank road. The plank road was curved along the lakeside, and some places even protruded out. It was a bit similar to the 3-sided water-surrounded intimate platform on a yacht. But there was an additional railing. The railings of this kind of plank road were also very low, not even reaching the height of an adult's knee. It was more for people who were taking a stroll to sit on it at any time to rest. Xia Ruofei and Tang Haoren found a plank road platform. The small folding stool he brought was of no use, so the master and disciple sat directly on the railing. Xia Ruofei skillfully prepared the fishing tools. He and Tang Haoren each held a fishing rod. They sat on the railing and started fishing. He didn't use his spiritual power to check the situation of the fish in the water. Just like an ordinary fisherman, Hestered at the buoy on the water and came here to relax his body and mind. As for whether he could catch any fish or how many fish he could catch, Xia Ruofei didn't care. This was the mentality of fishing is better than fishing as mentioned in the books. There were quite a lot of fish in the lake, and the festival team had specially set up a large area of water near the mushroom house to keep a lot of fish. After all, the environment here was so good that it was perfect for fishing. There would be so many programs in the future, and the guests could all experience the fun of fishing. Moreover, the pictures taken here were quite beautiful. Even though he did not care about the catch, some fish took the bait very quickly. Xia Ruofei saw the buoy on the water surface shaking slightly. He ignored Tang Haoren's excited hand gesture and kept his calm as he stared at the buoy. Usually, at this time, the fish were just testing the waters and did not really take the bait. The buoy trembled a few times before it suddenly sank. Xia Ruofei then held the fishing rod with both hands and swung it backward. A struggling carp was pulled out of the water. The carp was about the size of a palm and was firmly hooked by the hook. Its tail was still wagging wildly, making a futile struggle. Tang Haoren excitedly put down his fishing rod, picked up the net bag next to him, and caught the fish. Xia Ruofei kept the fishing rod and the master and disciple unhooked the carp in the net together. Xia Ruofei picked up the plastic bucket behind him and filled it with water. Then, he threw the carp into the bucket. "That's a good start," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Haoran, you have to work hard. 2. N. Tang Haoran nodded his head heavily. He pulled up the fishing rod to take a look and found that the bait on the hook had been eaten. It must have been in the short time he put down the fishing rod. Tang Haoran pulled his fishing rod back gloomily and asked Xia Ruofei to help him hook the bait. The bait on Xia Ruofei's hook had been used up, so he put on another bait on his own hook. The master and disciple started fishing again. There must be a lot of fish in the lake. After a while, another fish bit the hook on Tang Haoran's side. Unfortunately, the little guy was too anxious. He pulled the fishing rod impatiently, but the fish came out of the water. It only struggled a few times before it escaped the hook. It fell into the water with a splash and swam away without a trace. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he explained the essentials of fishing to Tang Haoran. After a few words of advice, he helped him to put on the bait again. Tang Haoran's comprehension was still very strong. After reigniting the flag and drum, he really caught a chub very quickly. This fish wasn't too big either, about the same size as the carp that Xia Ruofei had caught. Tang Haoran was so excited that he almost jumped up. This was the first time in his life that he had caught a fish with his own hands. Xia Ruofei patted his head lovingly and said, Haoran, let's keep it up. Catch a few more, and you can eat the fish you caught yourself at noon. Yes, yes. Tang Haoran nodded and said. Just like that, the master and disciple sat by the lake for more than an hour and caught more than a dozen fish. Although they weren't particularly big, they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it in one meal. Xia Ruofei saw that it was almost time to take the fish back and give Huang Lei some time to cook. If he took it any later, he would have already finished preparing lunch. He called out to Tang Haoran, who was still unsatisfied, and packed up his things. Tang Haoran was very strong. He had to personally carry the bucket of fish. The master and disciple talked and laughed as they walked back, like a general who had returned victorious. He Jiang, Tang Etian and Zhang Xing had already returned to the mushroom hut. Zhang Xing might have gone to help out in the kitchen, while He Jiang and Tang Etian were sitting under the gazebo, making tea and chatting. Before Tang Haoran even entered the house, he could not help but shout, Dad! Mother! My teacher! And I caught so many fish. We can have an extra lunch. Everyone came out to greet him, including Huang Lei, who was very curious. He turned down the fire for the soup and walked out. Huang Lei wiped his hands on his apron and said with a smile, I'm here to see if our Haoran's harvest is enough for a dish. There are more than 10 of them. Tang Haoran was not afraid of strangers. He proudly showed the bucket to everyone. Huang Lei and the rest looked at the dozens of fish in the bucket and couldn't help but show their admiration. They all looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, at least half of the fish here were caught by Haoran. We're going to have a good meal at noon. Teacher Huang, I'll have to trouble you to make one more dish. No problem. No problem. Huang Lei quickly said. Seeing their son so happy, Tang Etian and Jennifer were also very happy. They felt that it was the right decision to accept Xiaonan TV's invitation to participate in the show. Originally, they had only agreed to Xiaonan TV's invitation because they wanted to help Xia Ruofei promote Paradise's products. Now, it seemed that Tang Haoran liked this place very much. Moreover, he was able to find Happiness that was impossible to find in a mansion in Sydney, Australia. Such precious childhood experiences were also very precious. Howren, you're awesome. Tang Etienne and Jennifer both gave him a thumbs up. He Jiang and the rest naturally did not hold back their praises. The courtyard of the mushroom hut was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jennifer carried the bucket to the pond to kill the fish, while Huang Lei and the others returned to the kitchen. Xia Ruofei carried Tang Howren and sat on the bamboo chair under the pergola. He was making tea and chatting with He Jiang and Tang Etienne. Tang Howren also liked Xia Ruofei's aura very much. He obediently sat on Xia Ruofei's lap and listened to the adults' conversation, not fully understanding. After another half an hour or so, Huang Lei finally finished preparing lunch for the day. This was also Xia Ruofei's last meal in the mushroom house. According to the program's schedule, Xia Ruofei would have to take the Buick minivan provided by the program team to return home after lunch. Tang Etienne's family would stay here for the night. The guests for the new episode would arrive the next morning. Tang Etienne's family stayed in the mushroom house for another half a day, just like Xia Ruofei did today. They left after lunch to complete their recording tasks. At He Jiang's call, everyone got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the food. 2252 mission complete. In the limited conditions of the mushroom house, Huang Lei's lunch was quite sumptuous. In addition to the home-cooked yuxiang shredded pork and other home-cooked dishes ordered by Tang Etienne's family, there were also several taoyuan vegetables and a steamed Chinese perch. As for the fish that Xia Ruofei and Tang Howren had caught, Huang Lei took out a portion of them and used the most common method of braising them. They were fragrant and appetizing. The two of them had caught quite a lot of fish. They definitely couldn't finish them all in one meal, so they saved the rest. Who asked the festival group to be so stingy? Right now, He Jiang, Huang Lei, and the others felt as if they had already eaten their last meal and had no more next. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Under such an atmosphere, even some home-cooked dishes tasted completely different. What's more, Chef Huang's cooking skills were indeed excellent. What was even rarer was that every dish he made tasted good. He knew a lot about Sichuan, Shrimpy, and Huaiyang cuisines. After lunch, Xia Ruofei took a short break and was ready to leave. Zhang Xing rushed upstairs to help Xia Ruofei with his luggage. They bid each other farewell in the courtyard. He Jiang and Xia Ruofei hugged each other and said emotionally, "President Xia, I've had a great time chatting with you. It's just that I'm really reluctant to part with you so soon." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Happy times are always short. Teacher. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to visit the 3 mountains. Let me do my part as a good host." I will. He Jiang said. Huang Lei walked up and hugged Xia Ruofei. "President Xia, I've already become a fan of your Paradise Corporation. I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's because you've provided so many high-quality products." He Jiang added from the side, "Also, their company's heart-nourishing soup has been hailed as a blessing for children with autism. Moreover, the Paradise Company insisted on selling at a low price and prioritized the supply of children in the country. We are very impressed by this." Teacher, he is right, Director Xia. The Paradise Corporation is a respectable company. Huang Lei said solemnly. You're too kind. Xia Ruofei said, "We should do more. The bigger the company, the greater the social responsibility." This is not a simple slogan. Then, Zhang Xing and Peng Chang also came forward to hug Xia Ruofei and bid him farewell. When Zhang Xing met Xia Ruofei for the first time yesterday, he had already expressed his 30-year-old fan of the CEO status. After more than a day of contact and understanding the details of Xia Ruofei's forced flight, he was even more impressed with Xia Ruofei. Therefore, he was also very reluctant to part with him after a short meeting. Xia Ruofei patted Zhang Xing's shoulder and smiled. "Little Xing, I'm always in Beijing, so we'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future. Right, maybe we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Our company may also add a spokesperson. If President Xia needs it, I'm willing to be the spokesperson for free," Zhang Xing said excitedly. "Ha ha ha. We'll talk about the price later. I can't let you suffer a loss." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Just give me a discount." Zhang Xing nodded heavily. Peng Chang came over and said to Xia Ruofei, "President Xia, I really want to learn magic from you. The magic show yesterday was so cool." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're still thinking about this?" Peng. Magic requires talent and long-term practice. Although I'm not a professional magician, I practiced the magic trick yesterday for a long time, so I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to learn. I'm very determined. I'll definitely be able to persevere," Peng Chang said. "You're talented in acting, but not necessarily in magic," said Xia Ruofei. "Actually, it's good to enjoy the magical feeling of magic. Why do you have to get to the bottom of it?" "But I really want to learn," Peng Chang said. "Maybe I'm talented too." Xia Ruofei saw that this child was still wasting his time on a dead end and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked to the side and saw 2 decks of playing cards on the table under the canopy. He walked over to open the box and casually took out one. "This is an ordinary poker card, right?" he asked Peng Chang. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was about to perform magic again, Peng Chang couldn't help but get excited. He nodded and said, "That's right." He Jiang, Huang Lei, and the others also gathered around curiously. The cameraman even subconsciously pushed for a close up. Xia Ruofei held the poker card in his hand and waved it in front of Peng Chang. Then, Peng Chang saw the poker card disappear. Before he could react, Xia Ruofei opened his hands and the poker card was held between his fingers. Xia Ruofei smiled. "This card has always been in my hands. However, no matter how I try to show it, you will always see that I have an empty hand." After that, Xia Ruofei waved his hand again and showed it to Peng Chang from all angles. Xia Ruofei said, "Actually, this is one of the basic techniques of magic. Your fingers must be very flexible and you must go through a lot of practice to be able to control it accurately. Even if there are so many cameras, you won't be exposed." He really didn't use the spirit map space this time. When he was in the army, Xia Ruofei had practiced this move. It was just that he didn't hide poker cards, but razor blades. At a critical moment, these razor blades would become fatal weapons. Hiding a shaving blade was naturally more difficult than hiding a poker card, because both ends were very sharp, and if one didn't control it well, they would cut themselves. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not wrong. Most magicians would do this, but their level of proficiency would be different. Then, Xia Ruofei called Peng Chang to stand behind him and demonstrated the moves in slow motion. From a different angle, Peng Chang could clearly see the poker cards moving between Xia Ruofei's fingers. Every control was precise, and the person standing opposite him would not be able to find any flaws. Xia Ruofei continued, when you can control it as well as I do, it will show that you have the talent to learn magic. This is just the minimum requirement. As for whether you can achieve anything, it will depend on the subsequent situation. Then, Xia Ruofei stuffed the poker cards into Peng Chang's hands and said with a smile, you can practice it first. You'll only feel it after you've tried it yourself. Peng Chang subconsciously took the card and tried it according to Xia Ruofei's demonstration. The card fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei saw that Peng Chang was a little embarrassed, so he laughed and said, it doesn't matter. It's always like this at the beginning. You can practice for a while. If you're really talented in this area, I can teach you a few magic tricks. With Xia Ruofei's current skills and coordination, it would not be difficult for him to learn a few magic tricks. If Peng Chang had such great perseverance, he could just teach Peng Chang what he learned on the spot. As for the magic trick last night, if Peng Chang really wanted to ask, he would just say, it's too difficult, I don't recommend you to try it. He believed that after Peng Chang learned a few magic tricks, he wouldn't be so persistent in learning the magic trick. Thank you, Director Xia. Peng Chang scratched his head in embarrassment. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked towards the door. Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Chang, Zhang Xing, and Tang Etienne's family were naturally sent out as well. Xia Ruofei took the luggage from Zhang Xing's hands and turned to Tang Etienne, big brother Tang, you can go to my house directly after you finish recording the program tomorrow. It's been a while since we've had a proper gathering. Since you're in the capital, I'll be the host and entertain you well. All right. Tang Etienne said straightforwardly, we didn't even book a hotel when we came back. We're already planning to stay at your place. That's right. If you guys book a hotel, I'll definitely get mad at you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Tang. Jennifer. Howren, I'll go back first. Tang Etienne and Jennifer also smiled and nodded. Tang Howren waved to Xia Ruofei and said, goodbye, teacher. Xia Ruofei saw that the little guy was still a little reluctant and couldn't help but smile. Howren, see you tomorrow. He was reminding Tang Howren that they only needed to record a program here for one more day. They would be able to see him around this time tomorrow. Tang Howren also came back to his senses. The sorrow of parting that he couldn't help but feel just now was obviously reduced a lot. He grinned and said, I know. I'll see you tomorrow, teacher. Xia Ruofei nodded and waved to the crowd. He took his luggage and walked down the steps. A Buick GL8 commercial car had been waiting for a long time. Xia Ruofei placed his luggage in the trunk and got into the car. He Jiong and the rest followed him down the steps. Everyone came to the side of the car and said a few words of farewell to Xia Ruofei. Then the car started up slowly and left the mushroom house. Xia Ruofei's recording had ended, so there was no need for the cameraman to follow him. There was only one camera that was filming Xia Ruofei's car from the entrance of the mushroom house, recording the scene of Xia Ruofei's car driving away. The car made a turn and the mushroom house disappeared from the rearview mirror. Xia Ruofei's recording was officially over. Of course, he didn't take this car back directly. They were still in the Paradise Club's territory. Before the car left the club, Xia Ruofei saw the deputy director of Xiangnan TV, Gao Jun, and the others waiting by the roadside. Qi Yanan and he were also standing in the crowd. Without Xia Ruofei's instructions, the car had already come to a slow stop. With a beeping sound, the electric door slowly opened. Xia Ruofei stepped out of the car. Gao Jun quickly stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "President Xia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Although this episode hasn't been edited out yet, I've been following the entire filming process closely. I can foresee that this will be a rather successful show. Who knows? The first episode might even be a hit." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then I'm lucky that I didn't fail you. To be honest, after I accepted this job, I was quite nervous. After all, I didn't study acting, so I was afraid that I would mess up your show. Director Xia, you're too humble. I saw everything clearly on the monitor. Your camera sense is very strong. Many professional actors can't even compare to you." Gao Jun said, then emphasized, "I'm not flattering you. Some of our station's senior editors also feel the same way." "Gao Tai, you're too kind," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Gao Jun quickly said, "That's a realistic evaluation. There was no exaggeration at all. President Xia, in order to thank you for your support, I would like to invite you, Assistant Qin, and Assistant He, to have a meal together. Please do come." 2253 Returning the favor. 1. Xia Ruofei had wanted to decline, but on second thought, Xiaonan TV had spared no effort in promoting the Peach Blossom Company. Although the company had also provided a lot of support to the filming of the show, whether it was in terms of manpower or material resources, considering the sky-high advertising and title sponsorship fees of a popular show, it was obvious that the Peach Blossom Company had received far more than what they had paid. Therefore, Xia Ruofei felt that it was not good to reject Gao Jun's invitation. Otherwise, it would seem unreasonable. He pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Then I'll accept your invitation." Gao Jun was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's our honor to invite President Xia." "President Xia, then let's meet at the Wang family's private kitchen, Yi Qing's private room, at 6:30 p.m. I'll see you there. I won't leave until we meet." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, do you mind if I bring 2 friends with me?" "Of course I don't mind," Gao Jun replied. "You can bring as many as you want. The more people there are, the more lively it is." "All right." Xia Ruofei smiled. "See you tonight then." "See you tonight." Xia Ruofei, Qin Yanan, and He got into the business car arranged by the festival team and left the Paradise Gatherings filming location. They returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. When they got home, Xia Ruofei said to Qin Yanan, "You've all worked hard these 2 days. Have a good rest in the afternoon and come to the banquet with me tonight." "All right, Director Xia." Qin Yanan said, "Oh right, I have something to report to you." "Speak." "The festival team has discussed with us whether we can help to promote this show on social platforms." Qin Yanan said. "My personal social media account?" Xia Ruofei asked. "We're thinking of using your personal account to post news about the show's recording, and then repost it on your official account," Qin Yanan said. It was now the era of the fan economy, and Feng Jing paid a lot of attention to social media. Therefore, Peach Blossom Company had several large and small social media accounts, including Peach Blossom Company's official account, as well as the certified accounts for Peach Blossom Vegetables, Peach Blossom de Hong Pao, Jade Skin Cream, and other products. Moreover, these accounts were opened simultaneously on Weibo, TikTok, and other social media platforms, forming a Publicity matrix. However, in terms of influence, Xia Ruofei's personal account had the highest number of fans and the most active fans. This was, of course, due to Xia Ruofei's unparalleled popularity on the internet. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "No problem. I'll leave this matter in your hands." As the person in charge of Xia Ruofei's assistant team, Qin Yanan also had Xia Ruofei's social media account password. Xia Ruofei did not have to personally do the daily maintenance or publicity of the account. "Alright, President Xia." Qin Yanan nodded. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and reminded, "By the way, let the festival group know before you post anything. They must have a set of promotional procedures in mind. We can't post anything casually in case we accidentally spoil the story." "President Xia, don't worry." Qin Yanan smiled and said, "The festival group has selected some still photos and sent them to me. These have passed their internal review. The material is selected from these, so there will definitely be no problems." "That's good." Xia Ruofei said, "You have to do this well. After all, Xiangnan TV is a good friend. We can't hold them back. We'll help them if we need to." "Understood." Qin Yanan said, "President Xia, please rest for a while. We're going back to our room. Tell Wu Chang that he doesn't need to prepare dinner for us tonight. Just come and call me before we set off in the evening." Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "All right." Qin Yanan and He returned to the guest room in the front yard, while Xia Ruofei returned to the suite in the master's yard. After he put down his luggage, he changed out of his clothes and placed them into 2 laundry baskets. When Xia Ruofei was living here, Wu Shoujuan would come over to clean up the house every day. He just had to sort out his clothes and Wu Shoujuan would take them to wash. The clothes in one of the laundry baskets could be machine washed directly, while the clothes in the other basket had to be sent to the dry cleaner for dry cleaning. After all, Xia Ruofei had many coats from expensive luxury brands, and the workmanship and fabric were very expensive. If they were washed in the washing machine, they might not be able to wear it next time. Of course, Xia Ruofei was still not used to having someone else take care of his undergarments. He would usually wash them with his hands after his shower. He took out a set of clean home clothes from the space and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. After changing into dry clothes, he suddenly felt relaxed. After living in the mushroom house for more than a day, although it was not hard, it was not as convenient as at home. Not to mention other things, they even had to line up to take a bath. During the recording process, there were many staff members watching in places where the camera could not capture. There were also cameras everywhere. No matter how relaxed they were, it was impossible to reach the leisurely state that the show presented. After taking a shower, Xia Ruofei lay comfortably on the soft lounge chair in the living room. As he rocked back and forth, he took out his phone and dialed Ho Liang's number. "Brother Xia, you're done recording?" Ho Liang asked enthusiastically the moment he picked up the phone. 2254, returning the favor, 2, yup. I just got home. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. How do you feel? Ho Liang chuckled and asked, the festival group didn't let you suffer, right? If there's anything they haven't done enough, just tell me directly. I'll get station head Gao to give them a good scolding. Monkey, I'm not that precious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's just a show. The entire journey had been delivered by car, and they had been served with good food and drinks. What grievances could she have suffered? It's not easy for her to record a program. So don't make things more difficult for her. Hee hee. I'm just afraid that they'll be rude to Brother Xia, said Ho Liang with a dry laugh. After some small talk, Xia Ruofei got straight to the point and asked, Monkey, do you have any plans tonight? Accompany me to have a meal. Brother Xia, you've spoken. Even if there's a big matter, I have to put it aside first. Brother Xia, Ho Liang said without any hesitation. Brother Xia, where do we meet tonight? What time? I promise I'll be there on time. It's Director Gao from Shannan Satellite TV, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He wanted to treat me to a meal, to express his gratitude. They've given me a lot of face this time, so I can't really reject this kind of social event. But after thinking about it, I'm not familiar with the people and things in the SARFT circle. There wasn't much to talk about in the past, so after some consideration, I decided to invite you along. Just treat it as having a meal with me. No problem. Ho Liang said, this Gao Jun is quite sensible. I won't hold it against him for asking for so many of your products for free this time. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're still thinking about that stupid thing. I don't even mind, so why are you following me? I'm telling you, don't mention this at dinner tonight. After all, he was the son of a high-ranking official, and he was about to become a shareholder of the Paradise Association. How could he be so petty? You've embarrassed us for no reason. I know, Brother Xia, Ho Liang chuckled. Xia Ruofei's words made Ho Liang feel a little smug. Before he got on Xia Ruofei's good side, Ho Liang could barely be considered as Song Rui's lackey. It was because he spared no effort to be on good terms with Xia Ruofei that he was now truly accepted by the circle. Most importantly, the Paradise gathering that Xia Ruofei and the rest had set up would definitely have a bright future. Putting aside the economic benefits, the various connections that this gathering would bring were extremely valuable resources. It was all thanks to Xia Ruofei that he was able to have a share in this business. Therefore, Ho Liang was completely loyal to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, 6:30 in the evening, in the private Yuqing private room of the Wang family's residence. Don't play the big name game. I'll be there on time. You can't expect me to wait for you there, right? Brother. I wouldn't dare to. Ho Liang quickly said, don't worry. I'll definitely go there in advance. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then I'll see you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei took out a cigarette and lit it up. He puffed out a cloud of smoke. He was still smoking the brand, less internally, supplied cigarette that Elder Song had given him. In fact, after his cultivation, the impurities in Xia Ruofei's body had been expelled, and the smoking addiction he had gotten from the army had magically disappeared. So, he did not feel anything even though he had not smoked for many days. Only when he was bored or thinking about a problem would he unconsciously take out a cigarette and light it up. Of course, with Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, the tar and nicotine in the cigarette would not cause any harm to his body. Forget about cigarettes, even if he injected himself with drugs, it would be difficult for him to get addicted. As long as it was a harmful substance, it would be destroyed by the true energy after entering the body, forming impurities and being expelled. Xia Ruofei stubbed out his cigarette on the ashtray when he was halfway done. He thought of the car purchase that he had mentioned to Song Rui 2 days ago. He wondered how the guy was doing. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and called Song Ruofei. Ruofei, have you finished recording the show? Song Ruofei asked as soon as he picked up the phone. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but want to laugh at Song Ruofei's words. They were exactly the same as the first sentence Ho Liang had said when he picked up the phone. I just got home. Xia Ruofei asked, what are you busy with? I'm busy. It's all about the club, there's 1,000 things to do. Song Ruofei complained out of habit. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the capable do more work. Besides, you're a shareholder of the Paradise Association, so it's your own business, how can you not be concerned about it? You're a major shareholder. Song Ruofei said indignantly, why have I never seen you care about the club? Although I'm a major shareholder, the club business has the smallest investment out of all my businesses. Besides, I'm so busy every day, so it's natural that I can't take care of such a small business. Please understand, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Song Ruofei suddenly felt 10,000 points of critical damage and couldn't help but complain, fuck you. This is such a big blow. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, alright, I'm not going to bicker with you. I'm looking for you to ask you about the matter I mentioned last time. How's it going? What is it? Song Ruofei asked subconsciously. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, did you forget? The matter of buying a car. What the? Why do I feel like you're a little unreliable? Only then did Song Ruofei come to a realization and quickly said, you're talking about this. How could he forget? I was busy at the club and didn't think of it. Why do I not believe it? Forget it, just tell me, how did it go? Xia Ruofei asked. No problem. Song Ruofei said, I really couldn't react in time just now. I was going to call you to tell you about this, but I was worried that it would affect you since you were recording the show. He paused for a moment, then continued, I've already spoken to Li Xiaosai, there's no problem. It's just that he doesn't have any cars on hand right now. How long do I have to wait? Xia Ruofei asked. If the waiting time was too long, he might as well go and bid for one directly. After all, hundreds of thousands of yuan was really nothing to him. If someone else wanted it, they would have to wait at least a month. This is already considered fast. After all, this car is in high demand. Song Ruofei said smugly, but I asked for it myself. Li Xiaoxi immediately went to coordinate it when he heard that you wanted it. Xia Ruofei was speechless and said, you brat, you bragged for half a day, but you'd better be accurate. How long do you need? Song Ruofei laughed dryly and said, 3 days. It would not take more than 5 days. Li Xiaosai already has a batch of cars on the sea, and if everything goes smoothly, they'll arrive at Jing port in 3 days. There are a few Alfred models among them, but they were all pre-ordered by others, so he forcibly detained one for you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't expect you to have such a big face. Would he offend someone because of this? If it really doesn't work out, I don't mind waiting for a few more days. Anyone who could order a car from Li Xiaoxi was definitely not an ordinary family. If Li Xiaoxi offended someone because he reserved a car for himself, Xia Ruofei would definitely feel bad. I'm fine, Song Ruofei said. Casually, that car was ordered by one of his childhood friends. He just had to say so. It doesn't matter if he gives it to me later. Then, Song Ruofei smiled and said, Ruofei, I'm not the only one who's influential. When Li Xiaoxi heard that you wanted to order a car, he agreed without thinking. He said that he had heard about you for a long time and wanted to be friends with you. This is also because of your face. Nonsense. What kind of fame do I have? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, I'm different from you young masters who were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Look at you, you're so self-deprecating. Song Ruofei said proudly, although you're not in this circle, you're quite well known in the circle. Which wastrel doesn't know you, President Xia? Xia Ruofei laughed, so I'm a celebrity now? Don't count me as one. It has to be. Song Ruofei asked, by the way. Are you free tonight? Li Xiaosai has been begging me to introduce you two to each other. If you're free, why don't you come out for a meal? 2255 Returning the favor. 1. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, You're too late. I really have something on tonight. He had already agreed to someone else's request. Wait. Why don't you guys come over together tonight? You will go with the Li family's fourth brother. What's your game tonight? Song Ruofei asked, Is it convenient for us to go over? There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's just that Xiangnan TV's director Gao is treating me to a meal. I even dragged Ho Liang along to accompany him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, If you don't mind, you can bring Li Xiaoxi along. Song Ruofei laughed and scolded, You're just lazy. You don't want to entertain too many people, so you decided to get together, right? Where did all this nonsense come from? Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded him. Then, he asked, Just tell me if you're coming or not. Come. Song Ruofei said without hesitation, Why can't I go if someone is treating me? It's settled then. Where's the place tonight? In fact, Song Ruofei was doing this for Xia Ruofei's sake. Otherwise, there would be a long line of people waiting to treat him to a meal on Chang'an Street. He would not be interested in ordinary people's meals. In fact, Xia Ruofei was just returning the favor. Xiangnan TV and Gao Jun had done a good job in promoting Paradise Corporation this time. He believed that the effect would be obvious after the show was broadcast. Therefore, he was trying to pull some connections for Gao Jun. Although Gao Jun had been in contact with Ho Liang and even Song Ruofei, the significance of this dinner was different. Although Gao Jun could not get on Song Ruofei's good side just because of one dinner, the relationship between both parties would be much closer. This was undoubtedly Gao Jun's dream. The Wang family's private kitchen, Yaqing's private room. You can go there by yourself. The time is 6:30. Xia Ruofei said. All right. I'll give Li Xiaosai a call, that guy has long wanted to get to know you. Song Ruofei smiled and said, but don't take him too seriously. The Li family is not as good as they used to be. Otherwise, Li Xiaoxi wouldn't be selling imported cars all the time. In the eyes of a top rich man like Song Ruofei, the job of selling imported cars was obviously a bit degrading. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, all right. I know what I'm doing. He was not that utilitarian when making friends. As long as their personalities and tempers were compatible, he did not care about the other party's status or the prosperity of their family. If they didn't get along, he wouldn't even look at someone from the second or third generation like Song Ruofei. As his cultivation continued to improve, Xia Ruofei's mentality had gradually changed. Secular power and status could no longer cause any waves in his heart. Sometimes, he even wondered what kind of state the mayfly's evolution would reach in the end, and with the life forms that had evolved to a higher level still be considered the same as ordinary humans? In a sense, it was already a different species, right? After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei went to his bedroom to take a nap. He got up at around 4:00 and washed up. He changed into casual clothes and went to the living room to find some tea leaves to make tea. It was a little past 5:00 when Qin Yanan knocked on his door, telling him that it was almost time to leave. At 5:00, the traffic in Beijing had already started to get heavy. If they didn't set off earlier, they would probably be stuck on the road. Xia Ruofei picked up a bag of tea that he had prepared after waking up and walked out of the room. This was the gift he had prepared for Gao Jun. After all, he was treating Gao Jun to a meal, so it wasn't good to come empty-handed. This bag of tea was naturally the Peach Garden's de Hong Pao, but it was not the mass-produced version sold in the official flagship store of Peach Garden. Instead, it was produced by the tea trees in the spirit map space and personally fried by Xia Qing. The quality was naturally much better than the de Hong Pao sold on the market. In terms of taste alone, the de Hong Pao in the space was not inferior to the famous mother tree, de Hong Pao. Although the tea leaves in the space were bred from the branches of the mother tree, de Hong Pao, and belonged to the second generation of tea trees, the spirit map space's unique environment and rich spirit qi made the tea trees in the space even better than the mother tree of the Nine Dragons carriage, de Hong Pao. However, the value of tea leaves could never be determined by the taste alone. The 5 parent trees, de Hong Pao, were the ancestors of all de Hong Pao tea leaves. Moreover, with the accumulation of history, these were all intangible values. But no matter what, this gift was definitely not light, and it was also something that money couldn't buy. Xia Ruofei saw Qin Yanan and Yu standing outside the door. President Xia, the car is ready, Qin Yanan said. Then let's go. Xia Ruofei nodded. When they arrived at the backyard, Wu Chang had already started the Land Rover and was waiting. Yu sat in the front passenger seat, while Xia Ruofei and Qin Yanan naturally sat in the back seats. This made Xia Ruofei determined to buy an MPV as soon as possible. The Land Rover was good for family use, but it would not be suitable for business activities. Wu Chang calmly drove the car on the road that was gradually becoming congested while Xia Ruofei leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. There were indeed a lot of cars in Beijing. And with the peak traffic after work, the traffic on the road was getting more and more serious. The distance from the courtyard in Luhai Lane to the Wang family's private kitchen was not too far, but the car finally arrived at around 6:20. It took a full hour to get there. Xia Ruofei waited in the car for Wu Chang to park before getting off with Qin Yanan and Yu. He also called Wu Chang over to take a look at how they had come out earlier today. Wu Chang had not had dinner yet. 2256, returning the favor, 2, President Xia, I'll just eat a little outside. Wu Chang said as he walked. Let's come over together. Xia Ruofei said, the other party must have arranged a driver's meal in advance. Xia Ruofei knew that Wu Chang was not good with words and did not like social events, so he did not intend to let him attend the banquet. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Wu Chang did not say anything more and quickly followed. Walking through the wide and bright gate of the private kitchen of the Wang family, Xia Ruofei was about to find a greeter to ask for the location of Yu Qing's private room when he was surprised to find that Gao Jun was already waiting there in advance. Standing beside him were Ho Liang and 2 other women who looked extremely capable. Unlike hotels, private restaurants didn't have a lobby. In fact, there was a hall separated by a well. Ho Liang, Gao Jun, and the others were all standing there waiting. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but speed up. Gao Jun and the others naturally saw Xia Ruofei and the others at a glance and also quickly walked up to them. President Xia. Brother Xia. The two of them greeted him at the same time. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps forward and said, "I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I've been waiting for a long time. We've only just arrived." Gao Jun said with a smile. There was a hint of excitement and gratitude in his eyes. It was obvious that Ho Liang's arrival was a great surprise to him. Qin Yanan and he. You also came forward to greet him. They should also know the 2 women next to Gao Jun, so they quickly smiled and exchanged greetings. Gao Jun introduced, President Xia, this is Huang Yejuan. She's the executive director of this season's Life You Yearn For. The one beside her is her executive director, Luo Shui. Xia Ruofei felt that the 2 ladies looked familiar. He must have met them before in the festival group. The filming of Life's Yearning was different from that of movies and television series. It was even different from most reality shows. The staff would do their best not to disturb the guests' natural performance and would not re-shoot after they shouted cut. This was because there were no NGS in this kind of show. They would record the entire process and then edit it. Therefore, the director's presence was not that strong during the filming process. Xia Ruofei only felt that the 2 of them looked familiar. In fact, what he saw was mostly the director and the cameraman. Huang Yejuan and Luo Shui spent most of their time in the attached building and would not be watching the recording scene all the time. This was also the reason why they could still come out to socialize today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, so you're the female hero under the high platform. Director Huang. Director Luo. Nice to meet you. I'm flattered. You can just call me Huang, President Xia. Huang Yejuan quickly said. Ho Liang also came forward to greet him with a smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Monkey, you're early. Brother Xia, I wouldn't dare to be late if you summoned me. Of course. Ho Liang smiled and said, although we're hosting on a high platform today, I'll have to offer you a few cups of wine later. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. There's nothing to do today. Everyone, drink a little. By the way, Xia Ruofei isn't here yet? Brother Ruofei will also be coming? Ho Liang asked in surprise. It was obvious that Song Ruofei and Li Xiaosai had not arrived yet. Otherwise, Ho Liang would not have asked such a question. I knew this kid was unreliable. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's not wait for him. Let's go to the private room first. Gao Jun, who was at the side, had already thought about it. If even Ho Liang had to call him brother, it meant that the friend that Xia Ruofei had invited was not an ordinary person. Although he had the honor of having a meal with Song Ruofei once, they were not familiar with each other. Naturally, he could not guess that the person who would be attending the banquet was Song Ruofei from the few words between the two. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Gao Jun quickly said, President Xia, why don't you go to the private room and rest while I wait here? Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, no need. High platform, let's go to the private room to sit for a while, or we can eat first. That guy has always been unreliable. Who knows if he'll stand me up? Gao Jun was in a difficult position. He was afraid of offending that brother Ruofei, so he couldn't help but look at Ho Liang for help. Gao Tai, let's just listen to Brother Xia, Ho Liang said with a smile. Ho Liang knew about Xia Ruofei's relationship with Song Ruofei, so he naturally had to listen to Xia Ruofei's opinion. Alright. Alright. Gao Jun quickly said, President Xia, young Master Ho, Assistant Qin. Assistant He, this way please. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, oh. By the way, Gao Tai, my pilot hasn't had his dinner yet. Please arrange something for him to eat. Alright. Gao Jun quickly responded and then said to Luo Shui, Xiao Luo, go and make the arrangements immediately. Alright, high platform. Yes, master. Luo Shui hurriedly replied. She then smiled at Wu Chang and said, Master, please follow me. Xia Ruofei nodded at Wu Chang and asked him to follow Luo Shui. Then, he brought Qin Yanan, He Yu, Gao Jun, and the others through the hall to the next courtyard, to Yu Qing's private room. This private room was not the largest among the private dishes in the Wang residence, but the environment was quite elegant. After entering the private room, the group of people took their seats by the antique coffee table. The waitress and the cheongsam began to make tea for everyone. The faint sound of guzheng and the faint smell of sandalwood in the room, as well as the smell of tea, made people feel a lot more relaxed. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly at Qin Yanan, and the latter immediately took out Xia Ruofei's bag of tea and walked to Gao Jun. Xia Ruofei smiled. Director Gao, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind. Gao Jun stood up, feeling a little flattered. He took the tea leaves from Qin Yanan's hands with both hands and said, President Xia, how can I accept this? You've helped me so much, why are you still giving me a gift? We should be the ones. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Gao Jun. He smiled and said, Director Gao, let's cut the formalities. Some homemade tea leaves aren't considered an expensive gift. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Then I'll be impolite to refuse. Gao Jun happily took the tea leaves and said, the peach gardens de Hong Pao is famous all over the world. I'm finally lucky to have a taste. Thank you, President Xia. In fact, with Gao Jun's status, it was not a problem for him to buy a few caddies of Taoyuan de Hongpo. Besides, Xia Ruofei had sponsored a lot of tea leaves to the festival group this time. As the deputy director, it was easy for Gao Jun to get some for himself to taste. Of course, Gao Jun didn't know that the tea leaves given by Xia Ruofei were completely incomparable to the peach blossom de Hong Pao that was sold in bulk. Everyone sat down to make tea and chat. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After a while, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 6:40. He said, Director Gao, my friend is already 10 minutes late. Let's not wait any longer and eat first. This isn't very good, is it? Gao Jun hesitated for a moment before saying, it's still early anyway. Why don't we wait a little longer? Eating while waiting, that's not considered cruel. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I had an appointment with him at 6:30 p.m. It's already past 6:30 p.m. Director Gao, please tell the waiter to serve the dishes first. It doesn't matter if we're men, but it won't be good if the ladies are hungry. Gao Jun turned his gaze to Ho Liang, only to see Ho Liang slightly nodding his head. Thus, he didn't think too much about it and just nodded his head, saying, all right then. Let's get to the table. Then, He ordered the waiter to pour the wine and serve the dishes while he led Xia Ruofei and the others to the round table. At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door of the private room. A waitress in a cheongsam gently pushed the door open. Then, everyone saw Song Ruofei walking in with a young man in his mid-20s. 2257 toasts. 1. Gao Jun was humbly giving way to Xia Ruofei, wanting to let him sit in the main seat. When he heard the voice, he quickly looked up. When he saw that the person was actually Song Ruofei, he was surprised and happy. At the same time, he quickly walked out to welcome him. "Young Master Song. Please. Come in. Please come in," Gao Jun said enthusiastically. Song Ruofei nodded casually at Gao Jun and walked past him. To tease the deputy director of the provincial station. He was indeed not interested in communicating with him. Song Ruofei said as he walked, "Ruofei, you're not being kind." He actually didn't wait for me and went to the table first. Xia Ruofei pouted. "Please look at your watch." "What time is it now?" he asked. The young man next to Song Ruofei showed an embarrassed expression and said, "President Xia, I'm sorry for the delay," and then there was a traffic jam on the road. "I'm really sorry." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I was just joking with Song Ruofei. We're used to bickering when we meet, and we don't mean to blame you." Xia Ruofei continued, "This must be young Master Li. I'll have to trouble you with the car." The young man quickly said, "I don't dare to accept it. President Xia, you can call me Xiao Si. That's what Brother Ruofei and the others call him." Song Ruofei also laughed and said, "Yes, Ruofei. I've almost forgotten this guy's full name." "Xiao Si, what's your name again?" The young man looked helpless and said, "Li Jia, yes, yes, yes. Li Jia." Song Ruofei smiled and said, "But this name doesn't sound good. Li Xiaoxi is more comfortable." Li Jia smiled and said, "You can call me whatever you like, Brother Ruofei. Calling me Xiao Si is even more intimate." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sure. Then I'll also call you Xiao Si." "All right," Li Jia said happily. Xia Ruofei saw that Gao Jun was a little embarrassed, so he said, "Oh right, let me introduce you. This is Shannon TV's deputy director Gao Jun. He's the host tonight. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you. Young Master Song, Young Master Li, please take a seat," Gao Jun said politely. However, he was in a difficult position. If Song Ruofei hadn't come, he would have tried his best to let Xia Ruofei sit in the main seat. Now that Song Ruofei was here, he was not sure. Gao Jun didn't know who should sit in the main seat between Song Ruofei and Xia Ruofei. If there was a mistake, it would turn out to be a bad thing. If he was narrow-minded, he might even hold a grudge against Gao Jun. Xia Ruofei knew what was going on. He laughed and said, "President Gao, don't shirk away anymore. Isn't the main seat the main seat? You're the host today, so you'll definitely take this position. Are you hoping that we'll pay the bill?" Well, Gao Jun hesitated for a moment and said, "All right. We'll listen to President Xia." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked to the main seat in the middle. Xia Ruofei and the others naturally sat down at will. Xia Ruofei sat between Song Ruofei and Gao Jun. Further to the side was Huang Yezhuan, and then Li Jia. Ho Liang sat on the other side of Gao Jun. Beside him was Huang Yezhuan's assistant, Luo Shui. Further out were Qin Yanan and He Yu. Gao Jun also intentionally let everyone sit in a row so that it would be more convenient to make a toast and adjust the atmosphere at the table. After everyone had taken their seats, the waiter quickly began to serve the dishes. After a few hot dishes were served, Xia Ruofei smiled and suggested for Gao Jun to make the opening remarks. He paid more attention to Gao Jun's feelings. After all, Gao Jun was the host today, and with so many top-notch nouveau riche who usually didn't have a say in the business, Gao Jun was inevitably a little nervous. Gao Jun declined and stood up with a glass of wine in his hand, saying, "I'm very honored today that President Xia accepted the invitation and brought along good friends like young Master Song, young Master Ho, and young Master Li. It's fate that brought us together. Let's have a drink together." If Gao Jun really wanted to let loose, he could even hold a glass of wine and talk for an hour or two. Improvising on the spot was also a basic skill for leading cadres. However, he also knew that in this kind of occasion, he could not say those official pleasantries, otherwise, he would be despised by others for no reason, so he was also concise and comprehensive. Xia Ruofei was the first to respond. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. The dinner party officially started. Although it was a dinner organized by Gao Jun in name, Xia Ruofei was the center of attention. Not only did Gao Jun frequently toast Xia Ruofei, but Song Rui, Ho Liang, Li Jia, and the others also came to toast and talk from time to time. However, Xia Ruofei was also very careful. He often chatted with Gao Jun beside him so that he would not be left out. Gao Jun was very grateful and felt that Xia Ruofei was a very loyal person. Of course, he also took this opportunity to toast Ho Liang and subtly express his wish to report to Ho Liang's father when he was free. Ho Liang's heart was naturally as clear as a mirror. Although he didn't overstep his boundaries and agree on behalf of his father, he still said some words of encouragement and said that he would pass on the message to his father when the time was right. Gao Jun was overjoyed. In fact, Gao Jun was a very capable person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to manage Xiongnan TV's most important entertainment business so well. Over the years, he had been in charge of the entertainment section, and Xiongnan TV's revenue had also been booming. On top of its already strong foundation, it had made even more progress.